A question hangs in the air about a dress made by a legendary artisan. A woman with purplish-brown hair presents a magnificent gown, declaring it a perfect fit for the regal Lady Alicia. With a strange, smug smile, the woman watches as the gown emanates a magical, starry aura. Alicia, a girl with white hair, smiles at the woman, who beams back with satisfaction. In a shocking move, Alicia's hand tears right through the legendary dress. The dressmaker stares in utter disbelief, gasping at the sudden destruction. As a tattered piece of the dress floats down, the horrified dressmaker panics, wondering if her deception has been discovered. An unseen voice rings out, filled with fury and accusation. Alicia's face twists into a menacing grin as she calls out the woman's foolish attempt at trickery. She delivers a chilling ultimatum, questioning if the woman is prepared for her punishment. Overwhelmed with fear, the dressmaker collapses to her knees and stammers a desperate apology. As thorns seem to manifest in the background, Alicia stares down impassively at the dressmaker, begging for forgiveness. Later, seen through a window in a candlelit room, Alicia begins to reflect on past events. Her expression is somber as she stares into the distance, lost in thought. She remembers her mother's lonely death and how soon after, her beloved maid Remy was also driven away. Sighing, she sits before a cracked, empty plate, reflecting on her neglect as an illegitimate child and her gnawing hunger. A memory surfaces of a bright, smiling girl named Lillian, presenting her with a bouquet, saying flowers suit her big sis. Alicia thanks her, and as Lillian embraces her, she wistfully wonders when she will receive such kindness again. The sweet memory fades, leaving Alicia alone once more in her desolate, candlelit room. Her solitude feels vast and crushing in the distorted silence of the empty space. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a cheerful greeting as Lillian arrives. Flanked by two men, Alicia rushes forward, relieved, but her joy turns to confusion as the two men step forward to block her path. Confused, she's suddenly seized by one of the men, who grips her wrist so tightly she cries out in pain. As the men restrain her, telling her to behave, Alicia desperately calls out to Lillian for help. But Lillian just watches with a faint, unreadable smile, holding a single yellow rose. With a chilling smile, Lillian reminds Alicia of their shared past, then quizzes her on the meaning of the yellow rose. She then lets the yellow rose fall from her fingers to the floor. "It's farewell, big sis," Lillian announces coldly, sealing her betrayal as a guard holds Alicia captive. Alicia can only stare in stunned disbelief, unable to process what is happening. The scene shifts to a grim spectacle. Alicia, coughing weakly, is tied to a stake above a pyre. A formal proclamation announces Alicia Bramford is sentenced to death by burning for distributing illegal substances. An official reads the false charges aloud to the crowd as Alicia is bound helplessly to the stake. "What do you mean?" she cries out in desperation, pleading her innocence and insisting she knows nothing of such a crime. But a harsh voice cuts through her pleas, commanding the sinful woman to be silent. From a grand dais, a prince declares her sin grave and orders the execution to begin, but an urgent voice begs him to wait. It is Lillian, who turns to the prince and begs him not to be unreasonable. The prince places a comforting hand on her shoulder as she continues her seemingly earnest plea. She begs the prince for a moment alone with Alicia, claiming that despite her crime, she is still family. With tears in her eyes, she insists she only wants a chance to say a proper goodbye. The prince, moved by her tears, comforts Lillian and grants her desire. A guard helps her ascend the platform where her sister awaits execution. As she approaches the stake, her thoughts on her big sis Alicia. Tied to the post, Alicia calls out her sister's name, perhaps hoping for a last-minute rescue. But Lillian's face twists into a cruel sneer as she mocks Alicia's pathetic and miserable state. Lillian reveals her long-held resentment, insulting both Alicia and her mother before declaring the fun is over as a faint clack sounds from below. As Lillian stifles a laugh, Alicia stares in horror, struggling to comprehend the depth of her sister's betrayal. "You really are a fool, aren't you?" Lillian whispers, her cruel words reaching Alicia as the prince looks on from his throne. Leaning in close, Lillian prepares to reveal one last secret. The image of a steaming cup of tea hints at the method of her betrayal. Lillian confesses she was the one who drove Remy away, leaving Alicia utterly alone. With a cruel giggle, she reveals that she orchestrated everything. Looking up at the stake, Lillian mocks Alicia's miserable ending, Admitting she found it fun, Alicia stares down from the pyre in utter disbelief, pleading that it's all a lie. As Alicia screams her sister's name, Lillian leans against the prince, a twisted, tearful smile on her face. Bidding a final, heartless farewell to her big sis, Lillian watches as the flames are lit. Alicia coughs violently as the fire and smoke begin to consume her. Realizing it was all a lie, she cries out in despair, wondering if this is how she will die. As her life fades, her last thoughts are of Lillian and her desperate wish not to die. With a final surge of fury, Alicia vows she will never forgive her sister. A beautiful, sparkling ring with a pink gem falls through the darkness. Alicia's eyes fly open in shock, her hair now white again. She wakes up in bed, panting and confused after the horrifying vision. Sitting up, she wonders if it was a dream, remembering she was burned at the stake. She scrambles frantically out of bed. Rushing to a full-length mirror, she stares in shock at her much younger reflection. Her eyes widen as she spots a familiar gem-studded ring on her finger. The ring on her small hand suddenly flashes with a brilliant magical light. The scene settles on her simple but sunlit bedroom. She continues to stare at her younger self's reflection, her mind reeling. She looks at her small hands, and then back to the cracked mirror, utterly bewildered. A familiar voice announces that she's awake, causing her to turn in surprise. The maid, Remy, chuckles and asks if she was kicking the mattress again. As Remy opens the window to a beautiful day, Alicia watches, stunned into silence. Alicia is lost in thought until the maid turns and cheerfully reintroduces herself as Remy. With a shriek of joy and disbelief, Alicia leaps from her chair and tackles Remy in a hug. Caught off guard, Remy asks if everything is all right, as Alicia buries her face in her dress. Alicia remembers how Remy had always been there for her when she was young. A painful memory surfaces of Remy shielding her from seeing something in another room. Back in the present, a concerned Remy pulls back and asks if she had a nightmare. Clinging to her, Alicia tearfully admits she had a very scary dream. Remy hugs her tightly, reassuring her that everything is all right now. Gently holding her face, Remy playfully asks for a big smile. As she forces a smile, Alicia's thoughts drift, questioning if it's her birthday. Remy suggests that once she's calm, they can get ready for the day. The morning sun shines brightly on the large house they live in. As Remy brushes her hair, Alicia quietly processes the fact that she was executed. Remy ties a large red ribbon in her hair, smiling at their reflection. Alicia thanks Remy, a warm, magical glow emanating from the ring on her hand. A gentle voice fills her mind, wishing her a wonderful day after all she's been through. The voice continues, hoping that at least for today, she can be happy. Alicia whips around and grabs Remy, demanding to know what she just said, but Remy insists she said nothing. Letting go, Alicia looks utterly confused by the mysterious voice she heard. She looks down at her hand, where the red ring on her finger is glowing brightly. Flustered, she asks Remy to bring her a meal as the maid approaches with a serving tray. Remy happily agrees, promising to be right with her. Alicia stares at her glowing ring, wondering if she's hearing Remy's thoughts. A brilliant, joyful smile lights up her face as she declares, "Remy, I love you." The sudden declaration startles Remy, who nearly drops the teapot in her hands. Through the window, Remy stands with her hands clasped, telling Alicia that she loves her too. Alicia, now dressed for the day, walks through a grand stone archway into a sunlit garden. In the garden, she raises her hand to look at the glowing red ring, recalling that today is her birthday. Her expression sours as a painful memory surfaces, and she thinks, ugh, what the hell kind of birthday party is this? She recalls watching from a distance as two maids hang laundry, complaining about having to celebrate the mistress's daughter. A small knowing smile plays on her lips as she overhears their spiteful words. An older maid viciously declares that she can't stand that little whore's kid. As one maid speculates that Alicia must have some of the master's blood in her, Alicia suddenly appears behind them, startling them by asking if they're talking about her. A blonde maid steps forward, calling Alicia annoying, while the other two maids panic and try to stop her. The blonde maid scoffs, questioning what a nervous child can do, and complaining about the low salary for preparing a meaningless party. She reveals that she isn't in financial trouble because she has been collecting the other maid's wages, as a flashback shows her taking money. A sly smile crosses the blonde maid's face as she stands over a laundry basket where she's hidden the stolen money. Watching this, Alicia touches her sparkling ring with a mischievous look, a plan forming in her mind. The blonde maid sneers down at Alicia, wishing she'd never been born, as Alicia bends toward the laundry basket. With a wicked grin, Alicia flips the basket over, sending a cascade of gold coins spilling onto the grass and shocking the blonde maid. The other two maids gasp in disbelief, staring at the scattered gold coins. The blonde maid begins to panic, suddenly remembering recent rumors about a thief in the manor. Flustered, she points a finger and yells, "Shut up," furiously insisting that a maid from a commoner's background should be poor. Her outburst shocks the other two maids, who angrily call her out for her arrogance just because she's from a noble family. With a cry of rage, the maid with glasses lunges forward and punches the blonde maid, calling her a piece of shit. The two maids descend upon the blonde maid, beating her up amidst the scattered gold coins. Alicia watches the fight with a satisfied smile, holding her glowing ring and thanking God that she can finally move on with her life. With a triumphant glint in her eyes, she declares this to be the best revenge for everything they have done to her. The scene shifts to an opulent garden party filled with guests mingling around beautifully set tables. In a new, darker dress, Alicia stands alone and isolated in the bustling crowd. With her eyes closed, she thinks to herself that she is well aware of her outcast status. She observes the real star of the show, a young blonde girl surrounded by smiling, attentive adults. Alicia identifies the man in the center of the crowd as her father, Duke Edgar, of the famous House of Branford. Beside him is his wife, the elegant Duchess Serena. And finally, she identifies their daughter, her half-sister, who is known as the Perfect Lady. The girl, Lillian, beams happily, while Alicia is shown falling into a dark, thorny abyss, thinking of them all as her awful family. Lillian cheerfully addresses the crowd, thanking everyone for coming to her sister's birthday party. The guests smile and raise their glasses for a toast. Lillian turns with a bright smile, dedicating the toast to her sister. Alicia looks on, completely stunned by this unexpected public display of affection. Lillian runs happily toward her through the crowd as onlookers murmur about how kind she is. With an unnervingly wide smile, Lillian enthusiastically offers Alicia a drink, pouring a golden liquid into a glass. Alicia stares intently at her sister, holding the offered glass and thinking, "There you are, Lillian." Staring at Lillian's smiling reflection in the glass, Alicia thinks, "Here you come, Lillian," as thorny roses frame her thoughts. She recalls drinking the juice in her past life simply because Lillian had kindly poured it for her. The memory continues as she remembers collapsing and throwing up, then cuts to a different memory where she's happily thanking Lillian for a gift. Lillian's cruel words from the past echo in her mind, revealing the juice was rotting and that people would laugh if Alicia threw up at her own party. Recalling Lillian's vow to make her the most miserable person in the world, Alicia understands her sister's true intentions and resolves that this time she won't be a plaything. Back in the present, Alicia cheerfully calls out to Lillian, surprising her by saying she'd love to have a drink with her. Before Lillian can react, Alicia snatches the pitcher of juice from her hands. As a horrified Lillian watches, Alicia pours the juice from the pitcher into two separate glasses. With a brilliant, confident smile, Alicia links arms with the stunned Lillian, announcing that they should have a toast together. She begins to lead a protesting Lillian toward the main party area, ignoring her sister's cries to wait. As they walk, the guests whisper disapprovingly, questioning why the mistress's arrogant daughter is approaching, as Alicia overhears them with a slight frown. Lillian and Alicia approach a woman in a yellow gown, and Alicia steals her resolve, thinking of the new dress she bought for this moment. The woman in the yellow gown turns in surprise, offering a tentative hello. Alicia graciously thanks the woman for joining the party and apologizes for the interruption, complimenting her beautiful and unique dress. The woman is left completely speechless by the unexpected compliment. Recovering, the woman laughs warmly, admitting she was fussy about the color, as Alicia praises how well it suits her. From the crowd, Alicia's father calls out, announcing they haven't celebrated yet and wishing his dear Alicia a happy birthday. Alicia laughs with genuine delight, while Lillian watches from the side, utterly aghast. Lillian hesitantly steps forward to offer her own congratulations, and as her father wishes Alicia a happy birthday, Alicia thanks him warmly. As a flustered Lillian stands awkwardly, Alicia smirks, thinking her sister is the one who doesn't belong here before proposing another toast. Alicia joyfully raises her glass, inviting everyone at the party to join them in a toast, She cheerfully encourages a hesitant Lillian, asking her not to be shy and to come join the celebration. Forced to participate, Lillian chokes down the spoiled drink with a disgusted ugh. A sudden, wet splat erupts through the air. The woman in the yellow gown stares in horror as a large orange stain spreads across the front of her dress. Lillian collapses, having vomited on the woman's gown, and cries about her own dress while shocked guests rush to her side. Alicia calmly sips her drink, hiding a satisfied smile as she watches the chaos she created unfold. Later that evening, Alicia walks alone on a quiet, moonlit balcony. She reflects that the party was surprisingly fun, but feels disappointed that Lillian fled to the villa and never came back. Recalling Lillian being led away in disgrace, she finds it ironic that Lillian's attempt to poison her ended with Lillian poisoning herself. A pleased, knowing smile spreads across Alicia's face. She stares into the night and hardens her resolve, vowing that this time she won't let Lillian get away and will make her pay. A symbolic image portrays a triumphant Alicia holding an unconscious Lillian, surrounded by blooming red roses. Alone on the balcony, Alicia quietly gazes at her glowing ring. She contemplates a fitting revenge, wondering if burning Lillian alive as she was burned would be too harsh. A small, determined smile forms as she considers her options. Looking at the full moon, she realizes her revenge isn't just for Lillian, but for all the wicked people in the house. She concludes that it's time for the prestigious House of Branford to finally suffer. As she raises her hand to the sky, her ring flashes with power under the moonlight. A sudden burst of magical energy startles her. Annoyed with herself, she groans that her excitement made her say everything out loud and decides it's time to head back to her room. Suddenly, a furious voice echoes in her mind, yelling, "Damn it, you've got to be kidding me!" Alicia whips around, shocked by the intrusion. Looking down from her balcony, she sees two glowing figures in the courtyard below and wonders who could be there. She recognizes one of the men as Marquis Figaro and questions what he is doing there so late. Her ring glows brightly as she uses its power to eavesdrop on his thoughts. Overhearing the Marquis's thoughts, she learns he's furious at someone for raising a contract price and is seething about a deal involving something called Rohan. The pieces click into place as Alicia realizes he must be talking about her father, Edgar. She covers her mouth in shock, desperately wondering what Rohan is. The answer appears in her mind. Rohan is a drug for the mentally ill. A dark memory surfaces of the rampant drug addiction that plagued the highborn in her past life, implicating her father in the trade. Horrified, Alicia realizes the noble House of Branford was involved in trafficking illegal drugs. A spark of opportunity ignites within her as she realizes she can use this devastating information. Below, Marquis Figaro falls to his knees, overwhelmed with despair at his terrible situation. He stands before the grand manor, takes a shaky drink from his glass, and lets out a hiccup. Wiping his mouth, his expression shifts from despair to cold, calculating fury. The Marquis seethes with rage, vowing to make Edgar regret ever crossing him. He is suddenly startled, sensing he is no longer alone. From the shadows, Alicia watches him, with a knowing and predatory smile. With a malicious grin, she inwardly greets Uncle Marquis Figaro. She steps out into the garden and approaches him, offering a cheerful good evening. With a bright, innocent smile, she asks the Marquis what he's doing out so late. Marquis Figaro internally panics, wondering how Alicia could know his thoughts and hear her ominous vow that she'll make him regret it. He quickly dismisses the unsettling idea with a nervous smile, trying to convince himself it's not possible. As Alicia stands silently nearby, the Marquis sits in the garden, annoyed by the presence of the mistress daughter. Standing up, he sneers at Alicia, asking if she's scavenging and telling her to go elsewhere with her commoner blood. Alicia calmly observes his outburst, thinking to herself that this arrogant reaction is exactly what she expected from a nobleman. With a faint smile, she clutches her glowing ring, thinking that his confidence will be short-lived. As the scene pans over the manor, Marquis Figaro's thoughts reveal his fury at being challenged by a repulsive brat while still worrying about the Rohan deal. Alicia watches the distressed Marquis by the fountain and asks if he's in a bad mood, startling him as he realizes she's still there. Tieske, he clutches his head in frustration, wondering if his agitation is the fault of the powder he's been taking. Alicia asks what powder he's talking about, feigning ignorance as he looks up in alarm. She covers her mouth with a gasp, pretending to have a sudden realization. Alicia cleverly implies her knowledge, stating that she overheard him talking to her father about that thing, not long ago. As a flustered Marquise Figaro accuses her of speaking nonsense, Alicia coolly suggests it can't be helped if even he is unaware. Her eyes narrow with determination as she prepares to press her advantage. Feigning fear, Alicia suggests she should consult someone else at the party about this bad thing, causing the Marquis to panic. He frantically wonders if she truly knows about Rohan, his mind racing as he weighs the possibility. Realizing the immense danger to his estate, if the secret gets out, he resolves to talk his way out of the situation. Changing his tone, he addresses her as Lady Alicia, calling the topic special, but she sharply questions who it's special to. The Marquis nervously tries to persuade her to stay quiet, suggesting her father would be pleased if she did. Alicia thoughtfully considers his offer, then decides to stop playing along, stating it would be a problem if her father found out. As she turns to leave, the Marquis desperately promises he won't tell anyone, attempting to strike a deal. Against a backdrop of thorny roses, Alicia turns back and begins to state her own terms. She leans in close to the cornered Marquis and sweetly asks if he will grant one of her wishes in exchange for her silence. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day at a large manor, marking the beginning of a memory. Inside, a maid gently brushes a younger, 7-year-old Alicia's hair as she sits in front of a vanity. The young Alicia recalls that she has been reincarnated and sent back to this moment in her childhood. Remembering how her debilitated mother was always confined to her room, she decides she must go see her in person. With a bright smile in the mirror, Alicia asks the maid if she can visit her mother, surprising the servant. The maid hesitates, mentioning that Lady Mira's condition has improved, but still seems uncertain. Suddenly changing her mind, the maid cheerfully agrees, telling Alicia she can go see her mother after the master gets home. Alicia's expression falls slightly as she realizes the implication of the maid's words. Her thoughts darken as she remembers that man, her father, has been visiting her mother's room. She stands before her mother's door, hesitating before knocking, wondering what lies behind it. Alicia's eyes widen in shock as she hears her mother's voice from inside the room. A gentle voice invites her to go ahead, and Alicia cautiously peeks through the opening door. Inside, her mother, Mira, sits peacefully in a sunlit room with a gentle smile on her face. Overcome with emotion, Alicia stands in the doorway, relieved to see her mother looking well. Mira beams with happiness, her smile lighting up the room. Alicia rushes into her mother's arms for a tight hug, as her mother whispers, "Oh my!" Mira lovingly strokes her daughter's hair as Alicia buries her face in her embrace, surrounded by an aura of pink roses. Sunlight streams through the window, filling the tender moment with a hopeful glow. Outside, two maids carry on with their chores, oblivious to the reunion inside. Alicia recalls her mother's painful story, how her father had forced himself upon her. The memory continues, recounting how her mother, a servant, became a mistress and was cruelly ostracized by the other staff. She remembers believing that her mother's sickness and eventual death were a direct result of giving birth to her. But now she knows the horrifying truth. It was Lillian who killed her mother, though the method remains a mystery. In the memory, her mother gently holds her face, lovingly saying her name. As Alicia looks up, her mother tells her she loves her so much, a precious memory she now clings to. A panel reflects on Alicia's past insecurities when she wondered if her mother secretly held a grudge against her. She had feared her mother resented her for carrying the blood of the man she hated. Holding her hands together, Alicia's ring glows as she asks to confirm if her mother truly loves her. A ghostly image of young Alicia appears as her mother's thoughts apologize for being a frail, filthy mother. Startled, Alicia recalls her mother's resentful thoughts about that man before being called back to the present moment. Reassuring herself that she's fine, Alicia reflects on the intense hatred she just felt from her mother. The scene shifts to a blurry bedroom as Alicia tentatively calls out to her mother. Young Alicia stands before her mother and nervously asks if she hates her. Her mother, Mira, looks back at her with a pained and shocked expression. Mira pulls Alicia into a tight hug, wondering why her daughter would suddenly say such a thing. Holding her close, Mira lovingly reassures Alicia that no matter what, she is her dearest child. Tears stream down Alicia's face as she buries herself in the embrace and whispers that she loves her mother. She clutches her mother's robe tightly, her red gemmed ring shining brightly. The memory shifts to a pleasant meal of soup and bread set for two. Alicia and her mother eat together, with Alicia thinking how happy and surprised she is. The young Alicia beams with pure, innocent joy. Looking at her reflection in her teacup, Alicia remembers that she used to spend more time with her mother when she was younger. A fond memory shows a tiny Alicia and her mother walking happily through a sunny garden full of red roses. In the garden, the two happily pick flowers together, placing them in a small basket. The happy memory is shattered as Mira suddenly grabs Alicia, her face filled with fear. Mira looks off-screen in terror, stammering her daughter's name as the mood darkens. The source of her fear is revealed: Alicia's father, Edgar, glaring down at them with cold eyes. Delighted, young Alicia runs to greet her father, while her mother watches in horrified silence. Her father cruelly shoves her to the ground, coldly ordering her to get out of his way. From the ground, Mira cries out her daughter's name in despair. Edgar looms over his fallen daughter, then heartlessly crushes the rose she dropped beneath his heel. He violently grabs a terrified Mira by the arm and commands her to come with him. As her mother is dragged away, calling her name, Alicia can only sit on the ground and watch in shock. A crushed rose lies on the dirt as Alicia recalls how desperate she was for her father's love back then. A younger, hopeful Alicia enthusiastically declares her desire to see her father. She stands with a butler before the massive, ornate doors to her father's study. The butler coldly informs her that she cannot see her father and orders her back to her room. He closes the grand doors, shutting her out completely. Standing before the closed doors, Alicia reflects that her father never once saw her and never spoke to her. A memory flashes of a happy Alicia holding someone's hand, exclaiming with joy. A maid tries to stop her as she excitedly runs across the lawn, calling out for her father. Her father, Edgar, stands with a companion, his expression stern and unmoved by her approach. Alicia's joyful expression falters as she approaches him, her call trailing off in uncertainty. She freezes in place, watching in stunned silence as another girl, Lillian, runs past her and into her father's arms. Lillian joyfully welcomes him home, and he smiles, warmly acknowledging his return. While Lillian chatters excitedly about all the things she has to tell him, Alicia stands aside, completely ignored. The maid watches with pity as Alicia stands alone and dejected, calling her "Milady." Alicia recalls how seeing these scenes repeatedly reinforced her feeling of worthlessness in her father's eyes. Cruel, taunting words fill her memory, questioning how a mistress's child could ever be loved. The memory becomes a nightmare of thorny vines and insults, reminding her of her place and calling her a filthy nuisance. A young, tormented Alicia covers her ears, wondering why everyone hates her. In stark contrast, she remembers seeing Lillian, who was always surrounded by people and loved by everyone. Standing alone atop a dark pedestal, she clenches her fists, lamenting her miserable and lonely existence. Her eyes burn with righteous fury, realizing the true villain was her father, the man who forced this life upon her mother. The bitter memory fades as the scene returns to the meal, where Alicia cheerfully thanks her mother for the food. Mira smiles gently, stroking Alicia's hair and praising her for being a good child. Alicia is suddenly startled by a sound, her eyes widening as she recognizes the voice. Wham! A furious blonde woman in a purple dress bursts through a doorway, reaching forward. Her arrival startles a pink-haired woman and a small girl at their tea table, with the mother recognizing her as Lady Serena. "Filthy homewrecker!" Serena screams, bringing a club-like weapon down with brutal force. As her mother apologizes to Serena, the little girl throws herself over her, begging the attacker to stop. Her hand glowing with a menacing purple aura, Serena coldly questions the child for daring to command her to stop. Serena viciously grabs the little girl by her long white hair, who cries out in pain. "You filthy child," she seethes. "To whom are you saying that?" After tossing the girl aside, Serena's attention returns to the mother on the floor, who weakly calls out, "Alicia." The relentless beating continues as the child lies helpless on the floor nearby. The scene transitions to a delicate, solitary pink rose. Serena's voice screams vicious insults, calling the woman a whore and saying she's better off dead. Cowering on the floor, the pink-haired woman can only bow and repeatedly apologize. Watching her ailing mother suffer, the young girl is filled with horror and rage. Her small fist clenches as a dark energy swirls around it, vowing she will not forgive this. As Serena raises her weapon for another strike, the girl's powerful, vengeful aura intensifies. With eyes burning with hatred, she swears to make Serena experience a pain worse than death. Alicia turns to her maid, pointedly asking if she saw what just happened. Nearby, two other maids gossip, with one laughing and saying the victim deserved it. Alicia observes the busy staff, a faint, magical glow emanating from the ring on her finger. She begins to hear the maid's thoughts, complaining that Madame is tense over a royal visit and calling Alicia a nuisance. Another thought reveals Madame's desperation to arrange an engagement between the prince and Lady Lillian. Alicia quietly considers if Her Royal Highness is the one with the power to choose the prince's fiancé. A memory surfaces of a royal carriage arriving, with a queen in green being greeted by nobles, including Serena. Alicia recalls that before her regression, her mother-in-law had cruelly confined her to the annex. A framed memory shows the queen, Serena, and another woman standing together. A spark of determination in her eyes, Alicia clutches a glowing object, deciding to do something Serena won't like. In a grand hall, a long line of servants bows deeply as the queen walks down a red carpet. In an opulent room, the queen and Serena share a deceptively warm smile. From behind a desk, a small Alicia peeks out, thinking she must properly greet Her Royal Highness. Looking over the scene, Alicia addresses her mother-in-law in her mind, ready to enact her plan. The queen, Serena, and another noblewoman are seated at a tea table in a magnificent hall. From across the room, Alicia watches as a man approaches the queen's table. She confirms the identity of the woman in green, recognizing her as the queen. A narration describes the queen as a wise and merciful figure, known for hosting salons and funding education. The queen, adored by the nation, is seen up close by Alicia for the very first time. Alicia scoffs inwardly, wondering how such a fine mother could have raised such an incompetent son. Realizing this is her chance to earn the queen's favor, an opportunity she never had in her past life, she prepares to act. The queen smiles and begins the conversation, saying, "Well then." As Serena proudly presents her blonde daughter Lillian, a smiling Alicia thinks, "Let the fun tea party begin." A beaming Lillian greets the queen with unrestrained joy, exclaiming what an honor it is to meet her. The queen kindly responds, prompting Lillian to eagerly state how much she's looked forward to their meeting. Serena boasts to the queen about how much Lillian adores Her Majesty. With a warm and genuine smile, the queen expresses how glad she is to hear it. The queen then brings up the matter of Miss Lillian, suggesting they discuss it properly. Serena's smile widens as she correctly assumes the queen is referring to the engagement. The queen states that it is time for the prince to have a fiancé. She explains that this decision comes from the king himself, as she reveals a stunning crown princess's tiara. Lillian and Serena gasp with delight at the sight of the beautiful tiara. As Serena assures Lillian the tiara would suit her perfectly, the queen quietly observes them, pondering her true opinion. A blonde woman in a green dress smiles knowingly, suggesting there's no need to be in such a rush. The scene reveals a commotion as two guards confront young Alicia, while downstairs, the blonde woman and her guests at a tea party look up in alarm. The woman in green looks on in surprise, murmuring, "Oh my," as a maid stands behind her. Alicia's father, Edgar, stands before her, apologizing and explaining he was unaware they were having guests. With a bow, young Alicia offers her deepest apologies for the disturbance. A blonde woman with blue eyes regards Alicia with a stern and unimpressed expression. The blonde woman coldly orders Alicia back to her room, and Alicia apologizes, calling her stepmother. Flustered by the title, the stepmother hastily apologizes to the queen for Alicia's rudeness and promises to send her away immediately. The queen reassures the madam that mistakes happen, but her words trail off with an inquisitive, but hiding her expression behind a fan, the queen directly asks Alicia if she is another daughter of the Brantford family. Alicia confirms her identity and once again apologizes for interrupting their tea party. With a graceful curtsy, she formally introduces herself as Alicia Brantford, expressing her pleasure at meeting the queen. After a moment's thought, the queen thanks Alicia and invites her to join them, shocking the stepmother. The stepmother tries to object, reminding the queen they were in the middle of an important discussion and dismissing Alicia as, quote, "that child." The queen curtly states she's aware, recalling that she was told Alicia was too sick to attend due to her, quote, "unfortunate circumstances." A maid escorts Alicia to an empty seat at the table beside the other blonde girl. With a pleasant smile, the queen snaps her fan shut and declares her own interest in getting to know Miss Alicia. As Alicia joins the tea party, her father quietly agrees, while she silently expresses her gratitude. Alicia thoughtfully observes the queen, trying to understand what kind of person she truly is. The queen takes a delicate sip of her tea, her serene expression unreadable. Across the table, the stepmother and the blonde girl celebrate, prompting the queen to remark, "Oh my!" A teacup clinks as it's set down firmly on its saucer. The queen turns her head slightly, acknowledging the moment with a knowing, "Oh yes." Seated next to each other, the blonde girl eagerly agrees with the queen, while Alicia offers a more reserved, "Yes, your majesty." The queen presents a velvet box containing a magnificent jeweled tiara and asks the girls to answer her question. A regal crest appears behind a silhouette, symbolizing the weight of the crown. The queen asks the ladies how they would feel, leaving Alicia and the other girl to ponder the mysterious question. Turning her attention to the blonde girl, the queen encourages Miss Lillian to give her answer first. Lillian clasps her hands together and beams, declaring that receiving the honor would be wonderful for the Branford family. The queen acknowledges Lillian's answer as the two half-sisters glance at each other. Alicia stares with wide, troubled eyes, clearly taken aback by her sister's response. The queen now turns her attention to Alicia, asking for her thoughts on the matter. Gazing at her own reflection in her tea, Alicia states that if it were her, she would feel troubled. Surprised by the unexpected answer, the queen covers her mouth and asks why she feels that way. Alicia thoughtfully explains that, while she would be happy, she worries about her ability to properly support the prince as his fiancé. As her stepmother and Lillian listen, Alicia elaborates that the responsibility of the position worries her. She continues, reflecting on the immense duty of becoming queen and acting for the country, questioning if she is capable of such a feat. The queen's eyes widen slightly, genuinely surprised by the depth of Alicia's response. Alicia looks up with newfound resolve and declares that despite her worries, she would do her best for the kingdom if chosen. With a determined gaze, she vows to learn about and support the prince, promising to be a good wife to him. A subtle, impressed smile forms on the queen's lips as she processes Alicia's heartfelt answer. The queen shifts in her seat, her sudden movement startling the other ladies at the table. Startled, a woman rises from her seat and questions the queen's intentions. The queen addresses the stepmother as Lady Serena, announcing she will ask the king to reconsider his decision. As Lady Serena reels in shock, the queen thanks Alicia for her wonderful answer and extends an invitation to her salon. Alicia's face lights up with pure joy as she happily accepts the queen's invitation. Lady Serena panics as the queen begins to leave, desperately calling for her to wait. Filled with fury, Serena grabs Alicia's arm while calling out again to the departing queen. Alicia watches Lillian, wryly noting that it's too bad for them, and wondering if her sister is depressed about losing her chance to be crowned princess. Lillian's face is cast in shadow as despair washes over her, while her mother's desperate plea echoes in the background. As Alicia enjoys a quiet moment, a voice in her head suddenly calls out, "Big sis." The scene flashes to a young blonde girl in a lavish room, thinking to herself, "Please wait, big sis." The blonde girl, Lillian, stands with her head bowed, her face completely obscured by shadow. Thud. Lillian suddenly bumps into Alicia, causing her to drop her macaron in surprise. The small purple treat falls and rolls across the polished floor. Lillian grabs Alicia's hands, smilingly suggesting they have a chat, but Alicia is wary of her true intentions. A flash of a sinister, glowing-eyed Lillian appears as Alicia wonders what her stepsister is truly thinking. Alicia is stunned, realizing with confusion that for some reason, she can no longer hear Lillian's thoughts. Looking down at the floor, she momentarily worries if she dropped her ring but doesn't see it anywhere. Then, with a sudden jolt, Alicia's eyes widen as she has a change of heart. Lillian points out that Alicia, who usually stays in the annex, has been coming to the main building a lot lately. Clasping Alicia's hands affectionately, Lillian says with a pout that she misses their time together. Alicia responds with a beaming smile, claiming it wasn't her intention to make Lillian miss her. Lillian questions her answer for a moment before smiling and deciding to accept it. Alicia looks startled as Lillian gently touches her forehead, wondering what this gesture means. Stroking her hair, Lillian reassures her that it's nothing to be concerned about. Lillian puts on a show of sympathy, asking if their mother hurt Alicia and calling her a poor sister. Her expression twists into a cruel smirk as she declares it's Alicia's own fault for being a nuisance to their mother. Alicia's eyes narrow in silent fury, acknowledging that Lillian's concern is, as always, just an act. She recalls a past incident where Lillian set her up to be punished by their mother, knowing her stepsister was secretly ridiculing her all along. Lillian promises that good girls don't get punished, while Alicia inwardly scorns herself for ever believing such lies in the past. As Lillian expresses her gladness, Alicia internally vows that she will no longer be fooled by that sweet voice or play along with her games. Deciding that Lillian will be her new plaything, Alicia grabs her stepsister and asks with feigned worry if she's okay. Lillian stares back, completely baffled by the sudden change in demeanor. Alicia lays on the sympathy, pretending to be sad for Lillian's disappointment over not being chosen as the prince's fiancé. Lillian looks up, startled, as Alicia gently touches her chin. Lillian happily admits that she was indeed sad she wasn't chosen. She quickly adds that it's all right though, her foot poised near the fallen macaron. Crunch! With a sharp, deliberate motion, Lillian crushes the macaron under her heel. She continues to smile sweetly at a stunned Alicia, as if nothing happened. Lillian cheerfully declares that the prince deserves someone amazing, turning to Alicia for her agreement. Alicia forces a smile and concurs, telling her stepsister she's right. Her private thoughts, however, are dark, envisioning Lillian with the prince and agreeing they suit each other. She inwardly labels the prince an incompetent who executes innocence and Lillian as the girl who will steal everything from her. In a thorny vision of the future, Alicia sees Lillian standing over her and her mother's suffering, thinking they are perfect for each other. Back in the present, Lillian grinds the macaron again and suggests Alicia leave before their mother returns. A maid's voice suddenly calls out for Lady Lillian, startling both girls. The maid relays a message from Madame, summoning Lillian to try on a new dress for the salon. As Lillian gasps in delight, Alicia quietly notes the mention of the dress. Lillian agrees to go at once, and the two sisters walk off together. Lillian waves a final, cheerful goodbye to her big sis. Alicia smiles and waves back, bidding her farewell. As soon as Lillian is out of sight, Alicia's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. The scene transitions to a sunny manor, a few days after the Queen's visit. Alicia sits in her room, thanking Remy for serving her tea. Taking a sip, Alicia feels confident that she successfully made a good impression at the Queen's tea party. A narration explains that Queen Adelia's salon is the pinnacle of high society for the children of powerful nobles. Alicia believes that gaining influence there will secure her much more than just the Queen's favor. She stares down at her ring with unwavering determination. Pondering her strategy, Alicia reaches out, her ring glowing faintly with purpose. A quiet thought reflects that a gem seems a bit cloudy, followed by self-doubt. Seated at a table, Alicia looks up as a maid enters the room and responds to her presence. An elegant announcement declares that an invitation has arrived. A maid excitedly presents an envelope to a delighted Alicia, who asks if the invitation is for her. A close-up reveals the elegant envelope, sealed with a golden bird crest. The maid smiles knowingly while Alicia examines the letter with a confident smirk. Her eyes widen in surprise as she holds the sparkling letter, a red gemmed ring glowing on her finger. A triumphant smile spreads across Alicia's face as she realizes what this means. The Grand Palace is revealed as the destination for the salon invitation. A beautiful blue envelope with the royal seal rests amongst a bouquet of flowers. In a lavish office, Edgar is informed of his wife's arrival and grants her entry. Lady Serena storms into the study, her expression cold and severe. Serena angrily confronts her husband, asking if it's true that that woman's child received an invitation. The butler confirms that Her Royal Highness, the Queen, sent Alicia an invitation. Edgar looks away with a troubled expression, admitting that he heard about it. Slap! Serena slams her hand on the desk, forbidding Alicia from attending and insisting Lillian is enough, but Edgar calmly rebukes her. A voice calls out, "Stepmother," and Serena turns in surprise to see Lillian has arrived. Alicia now stands in the doorway, capturing her father's immediate attention. As Alicia watches, Edgar thinks to himself that he knew Serena would protest the invitation. In a moment of cold calculation, he vows not to let her ruin this opportunity. A close-up shows Alicia's eyes, burning with unwavering determination. Alicia formally greets her father, reflecting that this is the closest she has ever been to him in either of her lives. Smiling brightly, she informs her father of the Queen's invitation and declares her intention to go. Edgar remains silent, his expression unreadable as he studies his daughter. Alicia wonders what her father is thinking as her ring begins to glow, contemplating its use. Edgar notes that Alicia is well-dressed and pretty, just like her mother, Mira. He coldly considers her usefulness, realizing that if the queen likes her, the Branford house will gain more power. Alicia realizes with chilling clarity that her father only sees her and Lillian as tools for his ambition. Facing him, she decides that if the queen's favor is all that matters, she will secure it. Filled with newfound resolve, Alicia clenches her fist and promises herself she will make it work. Father and daughter face each other in a silent, tense standoff. Serena glares at Alicia with contempt, questioning her audacity before begrudgingly telling her to go ahead. Turning to her husband, Serena calls out his name, but he calmly explains that Alicia's attendance is also beneficial for Lillian. Serena scoffs, declaring Alicia useless since they already have Lillian, as Alicia listens with a pained expression. Edgar instructs Alicia to act as a Marquess's daughter should, and his butler affirms the order. As the butler leads her away, Alicia politely excuses herself from her father's presence. From behind the closing doors, Serena's furious shout of "Edgar!" echoes through the hall. Alicia prepares for the salon, determined to make her debut and attract as much attention as possible. As she gets ready, she vows that no one will ever dare to disrespect her again before departing in a grand carriage. In the carriage with Lillian and a male guardian, Alicia quietly reassures herself that she will perform well. Dressed in a beautiful gown, Alicia looks ahead with a determined smile, silently telling her father to count on her. The scene transitions to the magnificent palace where the Queen's Salon is being held. Arriving at the party, it's explained that the Queen's Salon is a tea party where children are the stars. While enjoying snacks, the children socialize and make connections for their future. Meanwhile, the adults stand aside, conversing about their own personal topics. Standing beside Lillian, Alicia observes the gathering, identifying it as a perfect example of a social cycle. She recognizes that with so many influential people present, this is her chance to make a significant move. Beneath a glittering chandelier, a guest begins to share a piece of gossip. A group of young men discusses a strange disease spreading among the commoners, keeping them confined to their homes. Alicia covers her mouth and approaches the group, feigning concern to interject about the story. Her Highness the Queen arrives at the salon, making a grand and elegant entrance. From across the grand hall, the Queen spots and calls out to Lady Alicia. The Queen approaches Alicia with a warm smile, telling her she's glad she could make it. As Alicia thanks her for the invitation, the Queen turns to the group and asks what story they were discussing. A young man with glasses happily explains to the Queen that they were talking about the disease spreading among the commoners. The Queen's expression darkens as she asks with sudden seriousness if they mean the cripple's disease. Alicia's eyes narrow as she privately recalls the horrors of the cripple disease. A dark memory flashes through her mind of people called Rohan addicts suffering from the affliction. She remembers that Rohan is a drug and recalls her own tragic execution in a past life. She learned this grim secret from the soldiers who interrogated her before her death. Returning to the present, Alicia stuns the group by asking if they knew the disease is actually caused by a certain drug. The Queen gasps, "No way!" as the shocking revelation sinks in. Composing herself, the Queen leans in and asks Lady Alicia to provide more details about her claim. From the crowd, two noblemen recognize Alicia and comment that she appears to be doing well. Alicia explains to the Queen that the dangerous illness is caused by a drug called Rohan. She elaborates that it causes hallucinations and exhaustion, and ominously warns that it's also found in sweets. The boys who were just eating snacks recoil in alarm at her words. Other guests dismiss her claims as impossible, whispering that it's just a child's wild imagination at play. The Queen raises a hand, revealing that they are already investigating a possible link between the disease and a drug. Her confirmation sends a shockwave through the stunned and silent crowd. Kneeling to meet Alicia's gaze, the Queen asks where she learned this information, just as a man in a blue cape approaches. Alicia hesitates, about to say she heard it from her father as other children look on. The man, a duke, steps forward and asks Alicia if she was just speaking with her Highness. The duke seems confused as the Queen ignores him and orders an immediate investigation into the matter. Alicia runs to her father, excitedly telling him she and her Highness were talking. With a brilliant smile, she informs her father that they were discussing Rohan. Her father and another man are struck with utter horror at the mention of the name. A man in the crowd stumbles back, spilling his wine as he questions the mention of Rohan. Her father drops his wine glass, shouting her name in a panic. Alicia stands silently, her thoughts racing in the tense atmosphere. With a confident smile, She internally asks herself, I did well, didn't I? The Queen formally requests Lady Alicia's help with their investigation into the crippling disease. Alicia happily agrees to assist Her Highness in any way she can. Suddenly, a hand darts out and grabs her arm with surprising force. Squeeze, her father grips her arm tightly, dismissing her claims as a child's game, while Alicia notes his unexpected strength. He leans in close, whispering menacingly about the trouble she'd cause him if his involvement were revealed. Unfazed, Alicia internally declares she won't let him get away with this, confident in her own power. With a fierce, determined glare, she vows to finish what he started, till the very end. The Queen addresses Duke Branford, stating that, while it's a child's opinion, even irrelevant information could be the key to a solution. She gives the Duke a pointed look, reminding him of the disease's severity, causing him to click his tongue in frustration. The Duke shoves Alicia forward in a panic, as her magic begins to glow around her. Holding out a glowing piece of candy, Alicia reveals to the Queen that this is the true cause of the cripple's disease. The Queen questions her claim, and Alicia confirms it, explaining the drug is disguised and passed around as candy. Examining the treat, the Queen remarks that it looks like normal candy and there have been no reports of a drug in this form. A nearby guard suggests they can ignore it as a child's joke, just as the Duke suggested. Alicia clasps the Queen's hands, pleading with her to believe the truth she has revealed. The Queen contemplates the situation, realizing Alicia knows classified information and has provided physical evidence. Taking charge, the Queen declares they will test the substance immediately and that she will handle it from here. The Queen then looks down at Alicia and asks where she managed to get the candy. Alicia calmly replies that she got it from Marquise Figaro, leaving the Queen utterly stunned. As the crowd watches, a horrified Marquise Figaro realizes he's been caught, and the Queen turns to him, questioning if he was the one who gave the candy to Alicia. In a flashback, Marquise Figaro stammers, unable to believe his plan has gone so wrong. The flashback reveals Alicia confronting the Marquis, offering to keep a secret for him in exchange for a future favor. Sweating, the Marquis thinks to himself that her unnerving demeanor doesn't feel like that of a child at all. Alicia innocently tells him that she's feeling a little hungry and would like some candy. When he offers to call a servant, she grabs his arm and stops him, insisting she's far too hungry to wait. Holding his arm tightly, she looks up and directly asks him if he has any candy with him. She demands the candy, and he panics, realizing with dread that he forgot the Rohan was in his pocket. He tries to offer her a different candy, but she staunchly refuses, pointing to his pocket and demanding that specific one. With wide, pleading eyes, she sweetly asks if he really won't give it to her. The Marquis freezes, realizing the candy is the purest form of Rohan and would be fatal to a child, before having a dark idea. He forces a laugh, admitting he's in trouble, while nervously retrieving the candy from his pocket. Believing he solved his problem, he gives in to her insistence and drops the poisoned candy into her waiting hand. Alicia beams with joy, thanking the Marquis profusely and promising to keep his secret safe. As she skips away, she discreetly drops the candy into a nearby flower bed, her mission accomplished. The Marquis watches her leave, callously thinking that a dose that large will kill the illegitimate child by morning, and Edgar won't even care. Confident in his victory, he takes a drink, certain that a dead girl can't reveal the truth. Back in the present, the Marquis stares in disbelief, wondering why she never ate the candy, as the Queen asks him what's wrong. Shocked by the turn of events, a panicked Marquise Figaro points a trembling finger at Alicia. He furiously accuses Alicia of setting him up, but the Queen sternly cuts him off, commanding his silence. Snap! The Queen sharply closes her fan, her patience clearly at its end. With a cold glare, she informs the Marquis that it seems he is the one she needs to question. The Queen orders her guards to seize him, and as he's dragged away screaming, she instructs another to have the candy investigated immediately. As the frantic Marquis is removed from the hall, the guests can only watch in stunned silence. Her father, Edgar, is bewildered, wondering how the child knew the candy was a drug, and just what exactly she is. The tense events of the salon conclude as the family's carriage departs from the palace. A servant opens the door to welcome the family home from the party. As they step out of the carriage, a butler rushes to greet them, but stops short in shock. Lillian watches in fear as her father Edgar explodes in fury, yelling that he shouldn't have expected anything from Alicia. Alicia stands before him, her dress dirtied but her gaze unwavering and her eyes glowing with defiance. TSK. Edgar's face contorts in rage at her silent insolence. He violently grabs Alicia by her hair and shoves her to the ground. Staring down at her defiant eyes, he slaps her hard across the face. Edgar furiously declares she made an unnecessary scene and orders a maid to lock her in a room. As she's led away past her father and a worried Lillian, Alicia thinks to herself that such wounds are meaningless. Alone and victorious, Alicia smiles, knowing everything is going according to plan and that now she just has to wait. After Alicia surrendered the candy, Marquise Figaro was interrogated, and the investigation into the drug Rohan was resolved with shocking speed. The merchant ships and warehouses Marquise Figaro used for his illegal drug imports were all seized. His fleet sits captured at the now guarded docks. His entire operation dismantled. One by one, all of the people involved in the smuggling ring were arrested by the authorities. The Royal Knights were, of course, central to the operation, and now those same knights have arrived at the Branford estate. The scene shifts to the Grand Branford mansion, now the center of the investigation. Inside, Alicia is alerted by the commotion outside. Peeking from her window, she sees the knights and smiles, knowing they have finally arrived for her father. The knights have assembled in the courtyard, their presence causing a stir among the household staff. With a cheerful wave, Alicia silently bids a final farewell to her father. In her room, Alicia is startled by a knock and calls out, assuming it's her maid, Remy. The maid enters, followed by a royal knight who announces he is an escort from Her Royal Highness, Queen Adela. Facing her visitor, Alicia calmly thinks to herself, confirming her own identity with resolute confidence. The royal knight explains that Her Royal Highness has ordered him to escort Alicia to the palace. Alicia calmly agrees, placing herself in the knight's care. With a bright smile, she takes the knight's hand and says goodbye to her worried maid, Remy. As she walks down the hall, Alicia spots her mother peering out from a doorway. Her mother looks on in surprise, calling out Alicia's name. Alicia is escorted by two royal knights to a magnificent carriage waiting outside. Inside the carriage, she recalls a painful memory of her mother screaming at someone not to touch her. The memory shows her mother and a young Lillian being forcefully taken away by knights as Alicia thinks, "We're leaving now." Gazing at her ring, she reflects on being reincarnated as her 7-year-old self and how quickly time has passed. With a sinister smile, Alicia vows to slowly dismantle the Branford estate, one piece at a time. Her thoughts turn to a worried-looking Lillian. Alicia promises to take everything away from her sister. Arriving at the Grand Palace, noble women in the crowd recognize the Branford carriage and murmur about her arrival. Alicia stands inside the Grand Hall, a picture of calm confidence. She walks through the crowded ballroom, drawing the attention of every guest. Her stepmother and sister Lillian watch her approach with anxious expressions. The scene shifts to the throne room, where her father, Duke Edgar, is kneeling before the king. The king confirms with a guard that Alicia is the girl in question. Alicia stands silently before the assembled nobles, a serene expression on her face. The king begins his address, reminding the court of the devastating, crippling disease epidemic. He announces that a strong lead in the investigation was recently discovered. The king reveals the disease was caused by drugs and that the culprits have been apprehended, as Edgar looks on in despair. He grimly declares that Duke Edgar was the mastermind behind it all and strips him of his knighthood. Edgar, his wife, and Lillian are all struck with horror at the king's proclamation. The king further declares that the Branford estate will be confiscated, challenging anyone to object. With his hands now bound, Edgar remains kneeling as Lillian and her mother watch in shock from the crowd. The king gives the final order to have Edgar taken away. As her father is led away, Alicia recalls that in her past life, she was framed for this crime and silently bids him farewell forever. Alicia stands perfectly still, observing the dramatic conclusion of her plan. The king announces his intention to thank the one who guided them to the truth. He summons Alicia Branford to come forward. Alicia approaches the throne, politely acknowledging the king's summons. With a graceful curtsy, she formally introduces herself to the court. The queen takes her hands, warmly thanking her and explaining that her evidence solved the case with incredible speed. The king joins in, commending Alicia for her courageous act in exposing the truth. As the crowd murmurs in admiration of her bravery, Alicia thinks to herself that no one will ever despise her again. She glances at her distraught stepmother and Lillian, noting their shock with a detached coldness. A courtier spots the prince and then questions the identity of the black-haired boy beside him, a rarity among the nobility. Alicia's eyes meet those of the mysterious black-haired boy across the hall. The king declares that good deeds must be rewarded, and offers to grant any wish she desires. With a kind smile, the queen encourages her to speak her mind without fear. Alicia bows deeply, thanking their majesties before preparing to state her request. Her eyes narrow with focus as she begins to speak. A wide, determined grin spreads across her face as her eyes gleam with ambition. She boldly states her wish to take her place as heir to the dukedom of Branford. With unwavering confidence, she formally requests to be named the successor to the dukedom. Her audacious demand sends a shockwave through the entire throne room. Lillian and her mother are stunned, wondering how there can be a successor to a disgraced and abolished house. The king gently reminds her that the Branford family is now bankrupt, offering a new title instead, but Alicia simply thanks him for his consideration. She looks up, her face beaming with a confident smile, clearly not finished with her argument. Alicia calmly agrees to a title-only succession, stating it's only right for their wealth to be returned to the royal family for her father's sins. Bowing before the king, Alicia humbly asks if she might be granted one more wish. She asks that the confiscated Branford wealth be used to aid the people who suffered from the Rohan drugs' devastation. With heartfelt sincerity, she declares her only wish is to make amends for the suffering her foolish father caused. The king rises from his throne, clearly moved by her selfless request. Bam! The king strikes his scepter against the floor, commanding the attention of the entire court. He beams with admiration, loudly praising Alicia's noble heart and declaring her the very model of nobility. The queen gently helps her stand, formally addressing her as Lady Alicia, daughter of the Duke. The king proclaims he will grant both wishes, vowing to preserve the Branford estate and its assets for her until she comes of age. The queen smiles warmly, telling Alicia she looks forward to the day she will stand before her again. The king clarifies that he looks forward to her return as the official head of the family. Overcome with emotion, Alicia bows deeply and thanks His Majesty for his profound grace. She clasps her hands together, inwardly celebrating with a quiet laugh that everything went well. A triumphant, dark smile crosses her face as she thinks to herself, "With this, the Branford family is finally mine." Back at the Branford estate, the butler, Hans, reads the royal decree in utter shock. As Alicia descends the grand staircase, Hans prepares to make the official announcement to the household staff. With a victorious smile, Alicia announces that by the king's decree, she is now the successor and acting head of the Branford family. The maids are stunned into silence, one of them stammering to ask if she's joking. The maids turn to the butler in confusion, calling out his name, "Master Hans?" Alicia confidently tells Hans she will be counting on him, and he immediately pledges his unwavering loyalty to his new lady. Getting straight to business, Alicia requests a full review of the estate's affairs, and Hans agrees to lead her to the office. Suddenly, the stepmother storms in with Lillian in tow, furiously declaring that she is the one in charge of the household now. Consumed by rage, she screams at Alicia, questioning how an illegitimate child could become head of the duchy and calling her the daughter of a mistress. Hans calmly steps between them, informing the stunned stepmother that the roles of lady and successor are vastly different. Alicia coolly reminds her stepmother of the king's words, reaffirming that she is now the official successor of the Branford duchy. Struck speechless, the stepmother can only whisper that this is absurd and impossible. Two loyal maids rush to their madam's side, shouting that this must be a mistake, and that an illegitimate child could never be the successor. The tense standoff continues as the stepmother and her maids stare in open defiance. Unfazed by their outrage, Alicia simply shrugs her shoulders and says, well. She calmly lays out her first steps, selling off all unnecessary assets now that the family's property has been seized. Her cold gaze sweeps across the assembled staff as she adds that they no longer require so many servants. Pointing directly at the two defiant maids, she fires them on the spot and orders them to be gone by the end of the day. As they gasp in shock, Alicia issues a final ultimatum. Anyone who disagrees with her status as successor will be dismissed immediately. The butler turns to the two fired maids, Rona and Anne, and coldly instructs them to pack their things and leave at once. As her stepmother protests that this is too much, Alicia pauses on the stairs with one last thing to add. She turns her gaze upon her stunned stepmother and a frightened Lillian. She orders them to hand over all their unnecessary dresses and jewelry for sale, causing her stepmother to erupt in fury. With a cruel smile, Alicia taunts her stepmother, wondering aloud how she'll manage her social life now that she must live as a commoner. The scene shifts to the Duke's office, where Alicia now sits at the head desk with Hans standing before her. She informs Hans that she will personally interview the remaining servants before making any further decisions, and he obediently agrees. Hans clears his throat and politely asks if he should prepare a chair of a more suitable height, as she can barely see over the enormous desk. Now, sitting comfortably in a much more appropriate chair, Alicia gratefully accepts his consideration. The maid, Remy, wheels in a cart with refreshments, asking if her lady would like to take a break. Alicia's serious demeanor vanishes as she lights up, cheerfully calling Remy's name and accepting the snacks. A quiet moment passes as she's served a cup of tea and a plate of fresh cookies. She happily nibbles a cookie, her face beaming as she exclaims how delicious it is. Remy watches her with a warm, fond smile, thinking to herself how nice this peaceful moment is. Looking up from her tea, Alicia calls out to Remy, who turns to her with a gentle expression. A young, white-haired girl looks utterly bewildered, questioning what is happening. Suddenly, a brilliant, magical light bursts forth as her hands are held, leaving her stunned. Her golden eyes widen in pure astonishment at the magical phenomenon. She realizes the incredible power is coming from the small, glowing object in her hands. Enveloped by a sparkling, warm light, she wonders what this strange, comforting energy could be. A memory surfaces, taking her back to a time when she was younger, sitting with a kind maid. A gentle voice praises her as a lovely girl, their hands holding hers tenderly. In the memory, her mother lies in bed, admiring her as a newborn held by the maid, calling her adorable. Her mother gratefully tells the maid, Remy, that she was able to bring Alicia into the world thanks to her help. Holding baby Alicia, her mother reaches out a frail hand, calling for Remy. Remy looks on, her face filled with concern for the woman reaching out to her. The memory shows the tender joining of hands over the swaddled baby Alicia. Her mother confesses her fears, citing poor health and an issue with a man named Edgar as reasons she won't be able to stay by Alicia's side forever. The maid, Remy, holds her mother Mira's hand and makes a solemn promise to ease her worries. Through the window, Mira is seen thanking Remy from her bedside. A gasp escapes Alicia's lips as the full weight of these memories hits her. In another memory, a man's voice calls to Remy in a garden, but Remy's kind attention is focused solely on young Alicia. She identifies the scene as another memory, this time taking place in the mansion's garden. Remy suddenly stops, her expression turning wary as she senses something amiss. She instinctively shields young Alicia as two other maids approach them in the garden. One of the approaching maids offers a condescending greeting, her tone masking her true intent. The maids sneer, mentioning how busy they've been since the birth of Lady Lillian. The blonde maid cruelly taunts Remy, asking how it feels to be demoted from head maid to the annex. Alicia is stunned to learn Remy was once the head maid, wondering why she was ever demoted. The maids sneer that Remy's mistake was siding with Mira, an arrogant woman who dared to have the master's child. Agreeing that the child should be left alone, the maid's cruelty makes young Alicia turn to her protector, calling out Remy's name. Remy stands firm, her hand over her heart as she declares that Mira has nothing to do with their scorn. Looking down at the child, she declares that Lady Alicia is the most important person to her. She confronts the other maids, demanding they treat Lady Alicia with the respect due to a lady of the duchy, just like Lady Lillian. The maids scoff at her lecture, claiming they are doing her a favor, before one viciously points and calls Alicia a filthy little girl. One maid venomously calls it disrespectful to compare the lovely Lady Lillian to an illegitimate child, while the other brandishes a bucket, telling Remy to mind her own business. The blonde maid lunges forward, shouting that Remy is just a lowly servant. Splash! She hurls the bucket of water directly at Remy, screaming at her for acting high and mighty from the rundown annex. As the empty bucket clatters to the ground, a voice mocks the poor, foolish Remy, ordering her to clean the mess. The maids depart, leaving a soaked Remy to immediately check on Alicia, who can only murmur her name. Unaware of the malice, young Alicia laughs brightly with outstretched arms, simply exclaiming that Remy got wet. Despite her own state, Remy's first thought is to keep Alicia clean, gently pushing her away so she doesn't get dirty. Overcome with emotion, Remy breaks down in tears, pulling the small child into a tight embrace. Holding the innocent, smiling girl, Remy worries about the inevitable malice Alicia will face simply for being a mistress's child. With Mira bedridden, a tearful but determined Remy resolves that she is the only one left to protect the small child. The Duchess vows to protect her own child, promising that no matter how harsh the world is, she will be there for her. Overwhelmed by these revelations, Alicia thinks with deep regret, "Remy, I didn't know." Alicia realizes the full extent of Remy's sacrifice, how she protected her in a hostile home while tirelessly caring for both her and her ailing mother. A voice calling her name snaps Alicia out of the painful flood of memories. Remy, now older, looks at her with concern and asks if she's all right, but Alicia is still lost for words. Composing herself, Alicia takes Remy's hand and insists she's all right, blaming her distraction on being lost in thought. Seeing she needs a moment, Remy offers to open the window for some fresh air, and Alicia agrees. Remy pulls back the heavy curtains, letting a brilliant ray of sunlight flood into the opulent room. She returns with a vibrant bouquet of roses, her smile as bright as the flowers she carries. Overcome by Alicia's words, Remy closes her eyes as a tear of gratitude runs down her cheek. Alicia gently calls out to Remy, who turns and asks what her lady needs. With a serious expression, Remy holds a document titled Text of Dismissal Notice with her name on it, signed by Alicia Branford. With an unexpectedly cheerful smile, Alicia announces that she's afraid Remy will have to resign as a maid. The shock of the dismissal washes over Remy, who can't believe what she's hearing. The official notice in her hands confirms the termination, leaving no room for doubt. Her head bowed in disbelief and confusion, Remy wonders why this is happening. Alicia calmly holds out the dismissal letter, offering it to a hesitant Remy. Remy's eyes are wide with shock as the reality of the situation sinks in. Alicia maintains a gentle smile as she presents the official notice of dismissal. The termination notice clearly names Remy as the dismissed employee, effective on the specified date. Holding the notice, Remy looks up at Alicia and quietly confirms her understanding. Alicia then explains that the Grand Branford Mansion requires a truly capable person to manage it. Looking directly into her eyes, Alicia declares that the person the mansion needs is Remy herself. Alicia reveals her knowledge of Remy's past, asking if it's true she was once the head maid. When a stunned Remy asks how she knew, Alicia just giggles and playfully says it's a secret. Alicia praises Remy for being extremely skilled and the most trustworthy person in the entire mansion. Stating that Remy understands her best, Alicia formally offers her a position far greater than a maid and asks if she will accept. Tears well up in Remy's eyes, her heart overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. Overcome with emotion, Remy gives a deep and formal bow, accepting the new role with silent gratitude. The scene shifts back to the Duke's office, where Hans reports that, with only the mansion and lands remaining, the family's finances are very tight. To raise funds, the stepmother and Lillian's unnecessary furniture, dresses, and jewelry were sold off. Under Hans's watchful eye, movers carry away the last of the lavish furniture. With her incredible skill, Remy was able to efficiently manage the newly downsized staff. Under Remy's management, the atmosphere inside the mansion became much brighter and more pleasant. A month passes peacefully, until one day Alicia receives a summons to the royal castle. The scene transitions to a bustling street in the capital. Remy, now acting as Alicia's aide, expresses her delight at finding such a lovely new dress for her lady. While Remy notes that custom-made dresses are still too expensive, Alicia smiles, happy with her purchase. Alicia happily states that Hans and Remy had agreed the dress was a necessary expense for her as the heir. Remy agrees, declaring that from now on they need to buy more suitable clothes for her lady. While waiting for their carriage by a fountain, Alicia asks Remy to buy a newspaper for her. Sitting alone on a bench, Alicia's eyes drift to a nearby alleyway, recalling it was where many victims of the Rohan incident were found. She remembers the horrifying sight of the drugs victims lying unconscious in the city's dark alleys. As Remy returns, Alicia wonders if things have settled down since the victims were taken to rehabilitation facilities. She opens the newspaper and reads that there have been no major disturbances for the last few days. However, she recalls the chaos that erupted right after the scandal broke, as the citizens' anger towards the nobility exploded. Her thoughts are interrupted by a disheveled man who approaches and aggressively asks if she's a noble. Clutching a bottle, the man seethes with rage, blaming the nobility for the death of his son. Crash! He swings the bottle, but Remy throws herself in front of Alicia, who realizes he's a victim of the Rohan incident. A powerful blow lands, stopped just short of its target. A red-haired boy suddenly appears, grabbing the attacker's wrist and stopping the assault. The young man is revealed to be Ridan, a determined look on his face. Ridan struggles to restrain the grieving man, telling him to calm down and let go. A concerned Remy quickly checks on Alicia, asking if she is all right. Ridan reminds the old man that they all agreed not to cause disturbances, regardless of their anger towards the nobles. He takes the bottle, warning the man that he'll be arrested by soldiers if he causes a scene. As the man breaks down in tears, Ridan offers to listen to his woes at their usual tavern. Ridan sends the distraught man on his way, promising to meet him there shortly as Alicia and Remy watch. The red-haired boy watches the old man depart before turning his confident gaze toward the plaza. Ridan turns from the old man, his attention now fully on Alicia and Remy sitting on the bench. With his cap held to his chest, Ridan bows deeply and apologizes for having frightened them. Alicia understands the attacker's rage, realizing he was a victim of the Rohan incident who lost someone precious. Alicia turns to Remy, her expression filled with concern after the tense encounter. Alicia graciously tells Ridan to raise his head and thanks him for his timely intervention. She reassures him that she is unharmed and will not hold a grudge against the distraught man. Ridan's face lights up with relief and gratitude as he thanks her profusely. As their carriage arrives, Ridan continues to speak with Alicia and Remy by the bench. With Remy now holding their packages, Alicia quietly acknowledges Ridan's words as she prepares to leave. Suddenly, Ridan's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the crest on their carriage. He urgently calls for them to wait, asking in disbelief if they are from the Branford Duchy. As Remy stands by her side, Alicia calmly turns and confirms her identity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ridan clutches his chest and begins to make a desperate plea. He bows deeply before the two women, earnestly asking Alicia to let him work for her. Alicia's eyes widen in surprise at his sudden and passionate request. From a distance, Ridan can be seen bowing low as he repeats his plea to work for her. He begs her again, his voice filled with desperation, leaving Alicia and Remy stunned. A bit taken aback, Alicia admits she is troubled by such a sudden request, causing Ridan to look down in disappointment. As Ridan's hopes seem to fade, Alicia quietly considers his request, remembering that he did just save her. Alicia questions his motives, asking why he is so insistent on working for her and the Branford family specifically. Grasping her hand, Ridan passionately declares that she is a benefactor to his entire family. He looks at her with fervent eyes, vowing to repay the debt he owes by serving her. In a flashback, he explains his brother was bedridden and near death until soldiers arrived and took him to a facility for proper treatment. The memory shows a younger Ridan watching with hope as his sick brother is carried away on a stretcher. Ridan correctly deduces that the life-saving facility was established by Alicia's decree, which she quietly confirms. Alicia recalls a moment in the throne room, thinking to herself that she never intended to save anyone. Ridan grabs her hands, startling her, and explains that commoners like him could never afford doctors for their loved ones. He tells her that because of her actions, his family and his brother were saved. With his fist clenched, he declares with fierce determination his desire to repay her for saving them. Kneeling before her, Ridan expresses his heartfelt wish to return the kindness she has shown him. Alicia looks down at him with a complex expression, acknowledging that she understands his feelings. In a dark and thorny vision, she reminds him that she is the daughter of the man responsible for his brother's suffering, questioning if he still wants to serve her. Ridan's fist clenches with conviction as he states that the former Duke alone was responsible for the incident. He looks up with a bright, unwavering smile, insisting that his father's crimes have nothing to do with her. He praises her as a hero who exposed her own father's evil and saved the citizens. Ridan remains kneeling, looking up at Alicia with hopeful expectation. Having made her decision, Alicia turns toward the carriage and says that she understands his position. She glances back at him, mentioning that the mansion is currently short-handed. With a brilliant and welcoming smile, she invites him to join them if he is truly motivated. Ridan's face erupts in pure joy as he eagerly accepts her offer with a resounding, "Yes." Remy watches the scene unfold with a warm and knowing smile. The scene transitions to the magnificent and sprawling Branford estate on a bright day. Back in the office, a tired Alicia stretches at her desk as Remy presents the last of the documents and suggests a short break. Alicia happily agrees, ready for a respite from her duties. As they walk, Remy turns to Alicia to bring up another matter. Remy gives a glowing report on Ridan, the new butler in training, noting that even the stern head butler has praised his competence. She adds that Ridan's good personality has allowed him to quickly befriend the other staff, as shown by a panel of him laughing with them. Alicia listens with a pleased smile, glad to hear that her new recruit is fitting in so well. Alicia's attention is drawn to the window, where she sees her stepmother departing in a carriage once again. She watches her stepmother leave, wondering where she could be going so frequently, as it doesn't seem to be for a simple tea party. The white-haired girl worries that it's difficult to investigate someone who is frequently out, prompting her concerned maid to ask if something is wrong. Turning to her maid, the girl asks if her stepmother has been going out a lot recently. The maid confirms the stepmother is regularly meeting someone in town, but admits that no one knows who it is. The girl rests her chin on her hand, contemplating this troubling new information. She recalls Hans mentioning someone knowledgeable in town affairs who also finds gossip intriguing. A name comes to mind, Lidana, as she remembers he originally lived in town. Thinking back to his time at a commercial guild, she decides his access to information makes him perfect for the job. Having made her decision, she instructs her maid to summon Lidan to her office. When Lidan arrives, she apologizes for interrupting his work and tells him she has a favor to ask. Lidan beams, surprised and delighted that she is personally asking a favor of him. She gets straight to the point, asking the red-haired butler if he has ever met her stepmother. Lidan confirms he knows whom she means, clarifying that she is referring to Lady Serena. Alicia sadly reflects that her stepmother, Serena, has hated her for a very long time. She explains that her stepmother has been going to town regularly and asks Lidan to find out why. Alicia formally tasks him with discovering what Serena is doing and who she is meeting, adding that any small detail will help. Lidan eagerly accepts the mission, confidently declaring that this kind of work suits him perfectly. He boasts that gathering information is his specialty, as he knows the town's public face and its hidden shadows like the back of his hand. With a determined smile, Lidan places a hand over his glowing pendant, making a silent vow. He declares he will prove himself useful to Lady Alicia, as a glimpse shows her stepmother entering a building. Thorny purple roses fill the screen, hinting at the beautiful but dangerous secrets about to be revealed. The scene transitions after a brief promotional notice. Following another notice, the view settles on a sturdy wooden door at night. Inside, a man assures a blonde woman, Serena, that it's fine for her to have the mining rights document he's giving her. He scoffs internally, thinking an uneducated girl can't do anything about it, as Serena happily agrees. The two laugh together, clearly pleased with their successful and malicious scheme. As a token of thanks, the man tells Serena he has a gift for her to accept. He presents a stunningly ornate purple perfume bottle, leaving Serena gasping in shock. As they admire the gift, he explains it's a rare and exquisitely decorated perfume from a neighboring country. He leans in close, whispering that he imported it just for her, as it isn't even sold in the country yet. Overjoyed, Serena asks if he's truly giving such a precious item to her. She embraces him from behind, declaring her happiness and that he's the only one for her. The scene shifts to the bustling, noisy interior of a local tavern. An acquaintance spots Lidan and invites him over for a drink, which he casually accepts. Lidan finds a seat among the patrons, blending into the lively atmosphere of the tavern. A hooded man cynically calls him a noble's henchman, but Lidan corrects him, preferring the term informant. As he passes the man a drink, Lidan states that he has come seeking information. The informant mentions that the lady of the Branford family has been seen in town recently. Lidan leans in with a sly grin, placing a few coins on the table and asking the man to sell him the details. The informant accepts the payment and slides a note across the table in exchange. Lidan is shocked by the note's contents, which state that Serena is smitten with the son of a certain household. Recognizing the seal of the Withslow Trading Company, Lidan scoffs at her poor taste, identifying her lover as Viscount Witslow's vain son. Clink! Lidan stands to leave, promising to be back and leaving the coins as payment. Walking away through the crowd, Lidan quietly processes the shocking revelation, an affair. He recalls that the Withslows are a nouveau riche family, running a small import company. A grim memory surfaces. For the last 3 years, the family has been rumored to be involved in tax evasion and illegal trade. His friend's question about the son's age prompts Lidan to reflect on the sheer boldness of having an affair with a high-ranking noble. The friend then asks Lidan how his new job working at Lady Alicia's estate is going. Lidan responds with a playful, secretive smile as another friend offers him some snacks. While one friend complains about snobby nobles, Li Dan simply eats and listens intently. His sharp eyes scan the room, and his focus lands on a man he recognizes as a delivery driver. Li Dan's focus shifts as he overhears the delivery driver discussing his noble clients. Seeing the driver looks troubled, Li Dan's friend throws an arm around him, asking if another noble client caused a problem. Eager for gossip, the friend offers to buy him a drink in exchange for the story, asking which family it was this time. Hesitantly, the driver answers that it was the Withslow family, catching his friend's attention. The driver's frustration boils over as he complains to Li Dan that the Withslow son constantly makes impossible demands. As the driver laments about the effort required for his deliveries, Li Dan listens with a thoughtful, serious expression. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand, sunlit mansion. Li Dan's thoughts confirm he has verified Lady Serena's visits to Viscount Withslow's company and has gathered intel on her son. Now dressed in his butler uniform, Li Dan strides forward with purpose, ready to present his findings. Arriving at an ornate door, he thinks this is the place, noting that a letter he holds is a perfect excuse to enter while the lady is out. A passing maid recognizes Li Dan, asking if he has business with the lady. Li Dan explains he's delivering a letter and asks if the lady is out. The maid confirms she is and tells him to simply leave it on her desk. The maid sighs wearily, complaining that the lady gets rowdy almost daily, leaving them to clean up the mess before she returns. Li Dan kindly offers to help her clean, but she declines, reminding him he's busy assisting the head butler, who is shown calling for Dan. Thanking him, the maid asks for a recommendation for a cake shop, and Li Dan promises to find the best one for her. Now alone in the disheveled room, Li Dan observes the mess with sympathy, thinking the maid has a difficult job. He scans the room, his keen eyes noticing jewelry that doesn't appear on the estate's official purchase records. His gaze lands on a very specific purple perfume bottle, recognizing it as a crucial piece of evidence. A sly, triumphant smile spreads across Li Dan's face as he realizes he's found exactly what he was looking for. He beams with delight, overjoyed by his successful infiltration and discovery. Filled with excitement, Li Dan leaps into the air. This scene briefly shows a young Alicia standing with her maid and another man in a sunlit garden. Li Dan lands dramatically from his jump, startling a very surprised Alicia who was standing nearby. Alicia looks at him in disbelief, asking where he came from, while he sheepishly claims he just happened to spot her. He gives her a cheerful, slightly embarrassed smile. His expression turns serious as he prepares to report on the matter she assigned to him. Alicia listens intently, asking if he's found anything useful, with the son of a viscount, as a flashback shows Serena in a passionate embrace with a man. Alicia, Li Dan, and a maid walk together down a spacious hall. The group approaches a grand, golden-trimmed door, leading to an office. Inside, Hans greets Alicia, apologizing for the interruption and stating he has a matter to discuss with her. Li Dan peeks in from the doorway, offering to leave and come back later. Alicia firmly tells Hans to stay, insisting he should listen as well. Smiling, she explains that she was just about to hear Li Dan's investigation report concerning her stepmother. Hans looks taken aback, questioning if the report is truly about Lady Serena. Li Dan formally presents a folder to Alicia, ready to deliver his full report. As Alicia reads through the document, her expression is grim as she utters, "An affair." "I see." Hans gasps in shock, while Li Dan explains that Lady Serena visits Viscount Withslow's establishment every time she goes to town. Li Dan continues his debriefing for a stunned Hans. He reveals his findings. Her room contains jewelry not logged in the mansion's records and perfume not yet available in the country. Alicia examines a sketch of the unique perfume bottle within the report. A map highlights a neighboring country as the source of the rare perfume, leading Li Dan to suspect these gifts were from her stepmother's lover, a suspicion he confirms with a simple yes. Li Dan confidently identifies the lover as Mr. Joseph Withslow, son of the Viscount. Looking up from the report with sharp eyes, Alicia demands to hear his reasoning. Li Dan and Hans sit opposite her as he begins to lay out the evidence, starting with the perfume. Citing information from the Commercial Guild, he states that the Withslow Trading Company was the first to import that perfume. He then reveals that he obtained statements from employees at the jewelry store where the suspicious items were sold. Li Dan concludes his report, stating that the quantity and distinct details of the jewelry perfectly match purchases made by Mr. Joseph Withslow. Reviewing a report on a secret lover, Alicia acknowledges its contents with a sharp look. She notes with surprise how thoroughly compiled the report is. Alicia is impressed by the quick and impressive work, completed only 2 days after her request. Sitting with two men, Alicia smiles and thanks the red-haired one, Laidan, for his excellent achievement. She candidly expresses her surprise at how capable they are. Laidan beams with pride, overjoyed that Lady Alicia is pleased with his work. Alicia then turns her attention to the man with glasses, asking for Hans's opinion on the matter. Hans confirms this is a serious matter, explaining that an affair is a severe offense in their society, as a vision of Serena and a man appears. He bows and apologetically clarifies that Lady Serena has not yet initiated her divorce. The man explains that because she is still married to Duke Edgar, an affair would tarnish the family's reputation if exposed. Taking a calm sip of tea, Alicia resolves that they must handle this crisis themselves before it can escalate. The red-haired man Lidan presents another document, suggesting Hans take a look at it as well. He asks Hans if he recognizes the document, prompting a look of shocked realization from him. Alicia holds up the paper, identifying it with a stunned expression as the mining rights certificate. Hans explains that this certificate is a missing Branford family asset, the very document he was waiting to discuss. He clarifies that they were in the process of compiling a list of all the family's assets. While preparing to return assets to the royal family, they discovered the certificate under Lady Serena's name was unaccounted for. Laidan reveals that he discovered the document in the back channels of the commercial guild, pending a change to the registered name. Alicia questions this, knowing the certificate was supposed to be kept securely within the mansion. She then wonders how it could have ended up at the commercial guild. The explanation begins with a mention of an acquaintance. Lion reports the certificate was delivered by a servant of the Witslow family on behalf of a client named Joseph Witslow. Hans jumps in shock, exclaiming that a legal name change requires the transferor, transferee, and a notary to all be present. Laidan calmly confirms that Hans is correct about the standard legal process. However, he reveals that through illicit back channels, all those legal procedures can be bypassed with enough money. Hans pales, finally understanding the true nature of the certificate's situation. With a confident smile, Laidan assures him there's no need to worry. He explains they were incredibly fortunate to have intervened just in time, leaving Hans speechless with relief. Overcome with gratitude, Hans grabs Laidan's hand and thanks him profusely. He shudders at the thought that they nearly allowed royal assets to be illegally transferred to another party. Alicia clutches the certificate, admitting that just imagining that outcome is unbearable. She correctly deduces that her stepmother gave the certificate to Joseph and begins to plot her next move. Laidan agrees with her conclusion, while Hans covers his face in exhausted disbelief. With a relieved smile, Alicia states that, in the end, it's a good thing they were able to stop it. Unwilling to let the matter slide, Alicia asks Laidan when her stepmother and Joseph Witslow plan to meet next. Laidan considers their frequent meetings and confidently predicts they will see each other again tomorrow. With a brilliant, determined smile, Alicia confirms her plan for the following day. She asks Laidan to accompany her, and he gladly agrees as the scene shifts to a town setting. From a discreet alleyway, two cloaked figures watch a carriage pull into a cobblestone street, announcing that their targets have arrived. A cloaked blonde woman hurries from the carriage towards a nearby building. A cloaked man gestures for Alicia to enter through a side door. With a chilling smile, Alicia prepares for the confrontation, thinking, "Serena, prepare yourself." Inside, Serena and Joseph embrace, unaware that Alicia has declared this to be her last day as Duchess. As the lovers share an intimate moment in a messy room, Serena whispers Joseph's name. Crash! The door is kicked open, and Alicia's cloaked companion announces he's there about the mining rights document. Kaya! Serena screams as Joseph shields her, angrily demanding to know if the intruders are from the guild. Alicia pulls back her hood, revealing a wide, triumphant smile as she greets her stepmother. Stunned, Serena can only stammer Alicia's name, as Alicia coldly scolds her for her affair while the family is in crisis. Alicia stares down at the caught couple with an expression of utter disappointment. Clutching their disheveled clothes, both Serena and Joseph stare back in absolute shock, demanding to know how and why she is there. Alicia looks down on her disgraced stepmother, questioning why else she would be there. With cold determination, Alicia declares she is there to confront Serena about her affair, finding the situation laughable for a duchess. Alicia presents a glowing magical item as evidence, reminding a shocked Serena of the seriousness of adultery while Serena stammers in denial. Standing over the defeated couple, Alicia remarks that the scene is obviously that of an affair. Alicia internally confirms that with witnesses present, she has all the proof she needs to proceed as she wishes. Puff! Alicia uses a magical device to project an image of the lovers, asking Serena if she received these gifts from Joseph. Panicked, Serena's eyes dart to the side as she internally plots to escape through the back door. Alicia calmly informs her that soldiers are already waiting, having completely surrounded the building. As Joseph panics and stumbles, an order is given to the guards waiting outside to secure the back door. Lidan steps forward, presenting a document and declaring that Serena's greatest crime is this very deed. He explains that illegally transferring the mining rights certificate is equivalent to tampering with royal property, a severe offense. Alicia stares down at her stepmother with piercing eyes, demanding to know if she understands the gravity of her actions. Cornered and desperate, Serena denies everything, claiming she knows nothing about the certificate. As Joseph tries to interject, Alicia hears Serena's hateful thoughts, finding her stepmother's true nature disgusting and creepy. Serena is stunned, wondering how the girl could possibly know what she is thinking. Alicia turns to her stepmother and coldly asks which one of them is the real monster here. Flashing back to painful memories, Alicia recalls the violence Serena inflicted upon her and her sick mother. Alicia takes a deliberate step forward, accusing Serena of being the one who regularly abused them. She calls her stepmother a small-minded monster, whose lack of self-awareness makes her pathetic. Alicia concludes that Serena's weak character is precisely why she was so easily deceived by a man like Joseph. Presenting the ornate bottle, Alicia tells Serena to take a good look at the gift from her lover. With a grim expression, Alicia reveals the devastating truth. The bottle is laced with poison. Serena denies it, turning to Joseph for help, but he only curses, realizing he's been caught. Joseph furiously snaps at Serena, wishing she had died before this, blaming her for the soldiers' arrival. He cruelly admits his love was a total lie, causing Serena to collapse in utter despair. Alicia reminds the weeping Serena of her promise to take charge of the Duke's family. Looking down with contempt, Alicia questions how Serena ever planned to rebuild the family with such a mess. With soldiers waiting, Alicia declares herself the rightful successor and orders her stepmother to surrender. Alicia vows to restore the household herself in a new world free from Serena's influence. She turns to Lidan and orders him to call in the soldiers waiting outside, which he readily accepts. Looking at her defeated stepmother, Alicia coldly thinks that this outcome is all Serena's own fault. Lost in her misery, Serena blames everything on Alicia, calling her a wretched curse from the moment she was born. With a final, desperate scream, Serena lunges with a knife, shouting that she should have killed Alicia long ago. Lidan cries out Alicia's name in alarm as the attack unfolds. As the poison bottle shatters, Lidan throws himself in front of Alicia, taking the stab for her while she cries out his name. The soldiers rush in to restrain the screaming Serena, who struggles furiously and demands they let her go. Alicia rushes to Lidan's side, asking if he's hurt, but he smiles through the pain and insists he's fine. Lidan then asks if she is injured, but Alicia, tending to his bandaged hand, assures him she is all right. He beams, expressing his gladness at having protected her and vowing to continue being of service. Alicia looks away for a moment, her expression turning serious. Ow! She suddenly squeezes his injured hand, telling him to get stronger if he wants her to keep relying on him. Serena and Joseph are led away by the Imperial Guard, officially charged with adultery and embezzlement. As punishment, the former Duchess is sentenced to confinement in a frozen monastery for the rest of her days. Sometime later, Lidan reports to Alicia that her mother has been successfully moved into the main estate. In a bright, sunlit room, Alicia's mother rests comfortably while a maid attends to her. The narration confirms that with Serena gone, Alicia and her mother have officially moved into the main estate. Alicia shares a moment of pure joy, smiling brightly as her mother caresses her face. Watching from a darkened hallway, Lillian thinks of her own mother and hopes her health will improve now. Lillian continues to watch from the shadows as Alicia and her mother enjoy their peaceful new life. A maid suddenly runs down the hall, urgently calling out for Lady Lillian. A young blonde girl looks up with a smile, noticing someone holding a small blue bottle and asking if something is the matter. A maid's voice explains that a letter has been left in her room and asks if she would like to read it. The young blonde girl agrees and asks for tea, which her maid readily agrees to prepare. The girl's expression becomes serious and thoughtful as the scene shifts. Two maids serve the young girl a slice of cake and a cup of tea, offering cookies as well. One of the maids gently encourages the girl to cheer up, and she offers a small smile and thanks. In the grand, sunlit room, the maids watch from a distance as the lone girl quietly sips her tea. The maids share a look, thinking that it must be truly hard for the young lady after everything she's been through. The two maids look on with expressions of deep sympathy and concern. The blonde girl's eyes narrow as she acknowledges their unspoken sentiment, thinking, "You're right." Her thoughts turn cold, wishing they would be quiet instead of chattering endlessly about pointless things. A brief stylistic image shows a white-haired girl with golden eyes reflected in a cup. The blonde girl sips her tea, thinking she'll see her sister soon enough and that this will have to do for now. She turns to the maids and reminds them about the letter, prompting them to remember. A pair of hands presents the letter to her on a formal tray. The girl's face lights up with pure joy as she recognizes the letter is from Prince Nathan. An image of Prince Nathan appears on a letter signed by Lillian, in which he expresses his worry and asks if he may come visit. One of the maids leans in, asking who the letter is from. The blonde girl beams, clutching the letter to her chest and cheekily declaring that it's a secret. Her expression turns sly as she realizes she's just had a wonderful idea. A few days later, a young Lillian in a red dress rushes down a hallway, followed closely by a red-haired man. Her butler, Hans, hurries outside, shocked to find young Lady Alicia standing with Prince Nathan and a royal carriage. Lillian is taken aback, realizing Leiden's urgent summons was a pretext for the prince's sudden arrival. From the carriage, Prince Nathan greets his sister, as a smiling Alicia on his arm smugly tells Lillian she's late. Gasp! Lillian looks completely stunned by the unexpected scene before her. Prince Nathan greets Lady Alicia, holding her arm and cheerfully asking if this is their first time speaking. Lillian internally panics, realizing that despite the rudeness of an unannounced visit, she must be polite to a prince. A fiery memory surfaces of Alicia with the prince, as Lillian's thoughts burn with resentment, refusing to bow to the man who had her executed. Pushing down her anger, Lillian gives a reluctant curtsy as Alicia introduces herself as Alicia Branford. Prince Nathan thanks them for the welcome, explaining he was worried about Lady Lillian and wanted to see her. Lillian internally scoffs at his supposed concern, noting she never sent an invitation, while Alicia flashes a triumphant grin, delighted by his presence. Lillian's eyes narrow in fury, understanding that Alicia invited him without her knowledge. With a sharp turn, Lillian walks away from the group for a moment to compose herself. She turns back with a gracious smile, formally thanking the prince for his concern for her sister. From a wide angle, Lillian welcomes His Highness to their estate and comments on the beautiful weather. She instructs her staff to set the scene while their guests enjoy the grounds. Prince Nathan happily agrees to her offer, holding onto Alicia's arm. He and a gleeful Alicia walk off together, as a boy with dark hair and red eyes watches them go. Prince Nathan pauses, looking back at the other boy with a questioning expression. He casually explains that the boy, Roland, insisted on coming along. Prince Roland offers a polite, if reserved, apology for the intrusion. Prince Nathan drapes an arm around a flustered Roland, laughing that he wanted to teach the uptight boy a thing or two as Lillian watches from a balcony. As the group departs, Lillian muses on the prince's surprisingly composed demeanor before noticing her butler approaching. Lillian turns to face the spectacled butler, Hans. She asks him about the dark-haired boy, recalling that he was present in the audience chamber that day. Her mind races as she questions if the boy is merely one of the prince's attendants. From a distance, an attendant stands guard, while Prince Nathan and Alicia enjoy tea in a garden gazebo. Lillian reflects that thanks to Remy and Lidan, they were able to provide at least a basic level of hospitality. She thinks grimly of their financial difficulties, which forced them to sell most of the estate's furnishings, making it nearly impossible to host guests. Lillian sighs, wishing the prince would refrain from making such sudden, inconvenient visits to their struggling estate. A long-haired girl in a red dress hurries down a sunlit palace corridor. With a determined look, she stops, seeing a dark-haired boy in a gray uniform walking away down the hall. As they face each other, she wonders why he is there, while he identifies her as Alicia Branford, daughter of the Duke. With his hand over his heart, the boy earnestly explains that he came here to meet her. He stands before her in the grand hall, reiterating that he came specifically to see her. The boy explains he heard about the drugs through his family's letters and thanks her for her actions. Staring at his back, Alicia wonders if this polite young man could be the prince's attendant, The dark-haired boy with striking red eyes looks at her intently. Alicia internally compares his refined demeanor to that of the foolish prince, who she recalls messily stuffing his face with cake. She notices the unfamiliar crest on his uniform, realizing she has never seen it before. The boy realizes he forgot to introduce himself. He formally presents himself as Roland Raymond. Alicia is stunned by the revelation, realizing he's the prince of the neighboring kingdom. She quickly curtsies and apologizes for her discourtesy, but he tells her to rise as it's not a formal occasion. With a gentle smile, Alicia thanks him for his understanding. Impressed, she mentally notes how calm and dignified he is, unlike her own foolish prince. Still, she finds it strange that a prince of a great nation would travel so far just to say thank you. Alicia asks if he truly came all this way just for that, and he confirms it was something he needed to do in person. She reflects that all she did was expose the crimes within her own family. She continues her thought, acknowledging that her actions coincidentally saved his country. But that's all it was. Roland insists that even so, the fact remains that her actions greatly benefited his country. Alicia watches him, thinking to herself that he seems to have very strong principles. Announcing his business is concluded, Roland turns to leave, but Alicia offers to see him off. He pauses and turns back, asking if by chance there is someone ill in the mansion. Huh? Alicia looks up, confused by his sudden question. He explains that he smelled a familiar scent of medicine while walking the estate, causing Alicia to wonder if he passed her mother's room. He then asks directly if her mother is unwell. Alicia wonders why he's so invested, while he internally confirms his suspicions about the scent he detected. Roland's eyes narrow as he admits to himself that he is not yet certain. He apologizes for the odd question, claiming he was just lost in thought for a moment. Clasping her hands, Alicia internally chides herself for missing the chance to ask him something important. Roland explains that his country emphasizes pharmacology, which is why he is so sensitive to the scent of medicine. He offers his help with anything that may be troubling her, stating his grandfather taught him to repay debts of gratitude. He begins to ask about her mother again. With a bright, sharp-toothed smile, Alicia politely thanks him for his kindness. As he walks away, she thanks him once more and wishes him a safe trip back. Alicia watches him depart, a thoughtful expression on her face. A red-haired man rushes down the hall, informing Alicia that Lady Mira is waiting for her. Surprised, Alicia turns to the man and asks about her mother. The red-haired man leans in conspiratorially toward a slightly wary Alicia. Acknowledging the message with a warm smile, Alicia readily agrees to go. As Alicia walks away, the scene shows Roland looking back with a determined fist. The scene shifts to a grand, glittering castle beneath the starry night sky. In a memory, a brown-haired man encourages a blonde girl to cheer up as a maid thinks he seemed to be so deeply cared for. The maid muses while brushing the young lady's hair. The blonde woman looks on sadly as 2 bottles of blue medicine sit on a nearby table. A man's hand presents a bottle, explaining he ordered more since she was running out. He hands over the glowing blue bottle of medicine. The man instructs a tearful blonde woman to serve the medicine with Lady Mira's tea, hoping for her quick recovery. The maid clutches the vial and happily agrees to follow the instructions. A maid discreetly pours a powder from a folded paper into a steaming teapot, asked if she will keep it secret. In a mirror's reflection, the maid Remy tearfully affirms her loyalty, while a young blonde girl watches. The blonde girl, Lillian, laughs and downplays the act as nothing grand, with Remy smiling behind her. In a dark and thorny vision, a woman with pink hair thinks she only wants her sister to be able to focus peacefully. Remy promises to follow the instructions precisely while Lillian smiles, as a voice thanks her for her help. Lillian imagines her glamorous future as a prince's wife, envisioning herself as the happiest lady in high society. She coldly dismisses something as unnecessary, thinking she has no need for shabby decorations. Surrounded by thorny roses, Lillian concludes that for her perfect future to be realized, all obstacles must be eliminated. Sometime later, the white-haired Alicia walks down a sunlit hall, followed closely by the maid Remy with a service cart. Knock knock, a sound echoes as someone raps on a set of large, ornate bedroom doors. Entering the room, Remy announces that it is morning, and asks if the person in bed is still resting. Remy smiles and comments on the beautiful weather outside as Alicia approaches her mother's bedside in the background. Alicia panics, desperately shouting at Remy to call a doctor for her mother, who is in distress. Alicia's mother, Mira, is shown unconscious, her form seeming to dissolve into a dark abyss. A doctor watches over the ailing Mira while Remy tends to her, as a young Alicia looks on worriedly. The doctor explains to Alicia that, strangely, her mother had appeared to be recovering significantly over the last 2 weeks. In bed, Mira rests peacefully with a cool compress on her forehead. Alicia argues that her mother's sudden decline is impossible, but the doctor simply states he has prepared her usual medicine. Alicia and Remy watch silently as the doctor and his associate depart from the room. Remy mentions that Mira had seemed to be enjoying herself lately, and Alicia quietly confirms it. A memory shows a happy Mira, wrapped in a shawl, accepting a basket of fruit from a young boy and his father. Alicia recalls her specific instructions. Remy is to manage the medicine, keeping it locked securely so Lillian cannot access it. As Remy prepares a tray, Alicia trusts that with the proper precautions, no poison could have been mixed in. Alicia happily greets her waking mother, who apologizes for having worried her. Mira smiles brightly, insisting she is fine and asking her daughter to keep smiling. Alicia watches her mother rest, softly saying her name while Remy observes from a distance. As her mother sleeps, Alicia sits by her bed, wondering if the medicine is truly working. She flashes back to her first life, recalling that her mother passed away when she was only 10. A twisted memory shows a laughing Lillian admitting, "It was all me," contradicting a past claim of innocence. Alicia considers that it has only been 3 years since those events. Looking at the ring on her finger, she strengthens her resolve, thinking, no. She becomes determined, deciding she must check for the truth herself. The scene transitions to the beautiful, sun-drenched gardens of the estate. A young, blonde Lillian runs happily through the grounds, followed by a maid. Alicia stands waiting and calls out to Lillian, stating that she wants to talk. Lillian rushes to Alicia and grabs her hands, expressing pure joy that her older sister was looking for her. Looking up at Alicia, Lillian excitedly says she heard the news about their mother. She proudly presents a basket of fresh-cut roses to a surprised Alicia. Lillian explains the flowers are a gift from the garden, and Alicia offers a quiet thank you. Alicia thinks to herself, cynically noting how good Lillian is at pretending to be a sweet girl. Taking the basket, Alicia resolves to use her power to discover whether Lillian made her mother suffer. She closes her eyes and concentrates, activating her ability. A dark vision floods her mind, revealing Lillian's disgusting thoughts about her composed facade. The true thoughts are revealed. Lillian wishes for bothersome people like her mother and sister to disappear. Crash! The basket of roses slips from Alicia's grasp and falls to the stone path. Alicia stumbles back, letting out a horrified gasp as the truth sinks in. Lillian points with feigned concern, exclaiming that her older sister's face is turning pale. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lillian tells her sister to pull herself together. Her innocent act drops as she looks up with a menacing grin, calling out to her older sister. Alicia's eyes widen in horrified realization, confirming her deepest fear. Her little sister was behind it all. With a bright, innocent smile, the blonde Lillian waves and greets her older sister. Walking with a maid who asks if she's all right, Alicia quietly affirms she is, while inwardly acknowledging that her sister's heart is filled with complete darkness. Recalling Lillian's sinister smile, Alicia knows her sister poisoned their mother, but she still doesn't understand how it was done. Alicia looks down at her ring, realizing with alarm that the gem has broken faster than ever before, fearing she will be unable to read hearts again. Clenching her fists with resolve, Alicia decides she cannot continue to rely on the ring's power. As she walks down the hall, she wonders if she should find a more skilled doctor, perhaps one who specializes in poisons. A thought strikes her, that's right. She recalls the dark-haired prince, realizing that he might be the one who knows about poison and can help. In a sunlit bedroom, Lady Mira stirs from her sleep as a voice asks if she is awake. Sitting up in bed, Mira weakly reassures the maid Remy that she's fine. Remy places a tray on the bedside table, announcing that she has brought afternoon tea. As she presents the elegant teapot, Remy mentions that Lady Alicia was also worried. Remy wishes her a quick recovery while Mira offers her thanks. Beneath the pleasantries, a hand secretly pours a powder into the teacup. Mira peacefully lifts the cup to her lips, about to take a drink of the tea. Suddenly, a desperate shout echoes through the room. "Mother! Wait!" Alicia bursts into the room with a look of pure terror, closely followed by the dark-haired prince. A startled Mira looks up as Alicia rushes to her side, apologizing profusely to her mother. Roland calmly takes the teacup, inspects the dark liquid, and brings it to his nose, his expression hardening with suspicion. After a tense moment of observation, Roland confirms Alicia's fears with cold certainty. There is no doubt this tea is poisoned. A recruitment notice for Sorajima appears, seeking translators, proofreaders, and editors. The scene flashes back to a few hours ago in a grand, ornate library where someone announces their arrival. Roland sits at his desk, diligently writing as he studies a book. An attendant informs Roland that an urgent letter has arrived from the Duchess of Brantford. Roland's eyes widen with concern as he reads the contents of the letter. Springing from his chair, he quickly grabs his coat and asks for his medical bag. Without a moment's hesitation, he throws on his coat and prepares to leave. With a look of firm resolve, Roland declares they will head to Duke Brantford's residence immediately. Roland's carriage arrives at the magnificent estate, where Alicia and her attendants await him. Roland reassures a worried Alicia, stating that he doesn't mind as he was the one who promised to repay the favor. He turns and calls for a man named Ledan, and the red-haired attendant quickly responds. As Alicia watches anxiously, Roland carefully examines her mother's medical records and prescriptions. Roland finds it strange, recalling a distinctive scent from his last visit that doesn't match any herb listed in the prescription. He thanks Ledan and returns the book, his suspicions growing. He explains to Alicia his grave concern. The poison might be slowly accumulating in her mother's body. Roland elaborates that some herbs can become toxic with prolonged use, a realization that dawns on Alicia. Alicia wonders if Lillian used such a herb, and questions how her sister could have possibly administered it. With newfound urgency, Alicia decides her mother needs to be examined as soon as possible. As they approach her mother's room, Alicia is startled to hear voices from behind the partially open doors. She stops in her tracks, confused and alarmed as to why people are talking inside. Standing before the door, she recalls giving strict instructions that only she and Remy were allowed to enter. In a rush of panic, Alicia bursts through the doors, shouting for her mother to wait. A close-up shows her desperate expression as she rushes to stop her mother from drinking the tea. Roland calmly takes the teacup and brings it close to examine its contents. With a grim and certain look, Roland declares that there's no doubt the cup contains poison. Alicia trembles, horrified by the definitive confirmation of her worst fears. The maid Remy turns in shock, stammering about the poison, as the Duchess is addressed by another staff member. Roland turns his attention to Alicia, holding the poisoned cup as she looks back at him. Alicia takes her mother's hand, smiling reassuringly as she tells her that Roland will heal her. A stern-looking maid confronts a terrified Remy, furiously demanding to know why she was serving tea in Lady Mira's room against orders. The red-haired attendant Li Dan stands grimly beside a nervous Remy and the tea service. Remy looks absolutely petrified, sweating and clasping her hands as the accusation sinks in. Alicia stares down at the terrified maid, who can only stammer out her name in shock. Remy desperately insists the tea isn't poison, her hands clasped in panic as Alicia looks on with a pained expression. Now kneeling on the floor, Remy is surrounded as Alicia quietly asks why this is happening. As Ledan sternly asks if she can answer, the cornered Remy struggles to find her words. Remy cries out that she has nothing to hide and simply wants Lady Mira to recover. Alicia turns to Roland, holding the poisoned cup, and formally addresses him as Your Highness. Holding the teacup, Roland eyes the contents grimly, confirming his dark suspicions. Roland questions Remy, asking who gave her something so precious, and she nervously admits she received it from someone. With her arms crossed, Alicia watches the interrogation with a cold, calculating gaze. Alicia calmly interrupts, stating they have guests and that she will get the details later, asking Remy if she understands. Alicia orders Ledan to take Remy away, and the red-haired attendant immediately complies. Ledan leads a devastated Remy out of the room. Under the watchful eyes of Alicia and Roland, the scene shifts to an opulent carriage, guarded and ready for departure. As Roland prepares to leave, he promises Alicia he will return to check on her mother, and she offers her sincere thanks. Alicia quietly watches as the prince's carriage drives away from the grand estate. Standing alone, Alicia clasps her hands, her expression firm with resolve after the day's events. In a grand hall, Alicia reaffirms her certainty that there is no mistake about the culprit. Looking at her ring, she acknowledges she can't use its power yet, but decides it's fine for now. A butler leads the way as Alicia and a maid walk down an ornate corridor. An urgent shout of, "Lady Alicia!" suddenly breaks the silence of the hallway. Ledan rushes toward them in a panic, and when Alicia asks what's wrong, he reveals it's about the maid. With a burst of urgency, he shouts that the maid has disappeared. Alicia's eyes widen in absolute shock as the startling news sinks in. The word disappeared echoes through the now empty hall, a testament to the maid's escape. The scene darkens, transitioning to a later time. A recruitment notice for Sorajima appears, seeking translators, proofreaders, and editors. In a sunlit room, a new line of inquiry begins. Sitting at her desk, Alicia asks Lian if the maid has been found, but he reports that even the kingdom's soldiers have failed. Lian adds that they have confirmed she moved to the border town. However, he concludes that her trail went cold after she reached the town gates. Alicia listens gravely to the disappointing report. She thinks desperately that capturing the maid is the only way to corner Lillian, praying she is found. A formal notice arrives, officially declaring that the investigation of the maid has been terminated. Alicia quietly reads the notice, her hope beginning to fade. Her thoughts drift to the target, the maid who disappeared in the border town, her fate now unknown. Realizing the country has issued a warrant but ended the search, Alicia sits frustrated at her desk. She reflects on how things could have been different, flashing back to Lillian asking with feigned innocence, "Do you suspect me?" The memory continues, with Lillian asking if Alicia thinks she poisoned Lady Mira. Alicia recalls explaining that since the maid was assigned to her, it was a possibility, only to be interrupted by her sister. In the flashback, Lillian stands abruptly, defensively claiming she didn't know anything. Lillian tearfully insists that questioning that girl will prove her innocence as she clings to another maid. Returning to the present, Alicia remembers informing her sister that the maid had disappeared, rendering her testimony impossible to get. Alicia sits at her desk, her expression grim as she recalls the frustrating confrontation. She thinks back to the terrified face of the captured maid, still questioning her actions. Alone at her desk, she wonders why the maid, who seemed to hold no malice, would run away. Alicia concludes that while the poison was part of a scheme, a 7-year-old child couldn't have orchestrated the entire plot alone. A chilling realization dawns on her. There might be someone else besides Lillian involved in the conspiracy. Her eyes widen as she processes the terrifying implication of a hidden accomplice. As a maid serves her tea, Alicia stares at the notice and thinks back to the one person who seemed truly loyal, murmuring her name, Remy. She remembers Remy's kind smile and her gentle words, telling her not to make such a sad face. While recovering in bed, Alicia apologizes to her maid for the trouble caused by the investigation. The maid encourages a somber Alicia, reminding her that she will see her mother today and should smile for Lady Mira's sake. Offering a kind and encouraging smile, the maid asks Alicia if she understands. Finding a moment of peace after the turmoil, Alicia closes her eyes and calmly sips her tea. She thinks back on her mother's serene recovery, relieved that she was able to protect her this time. The scene focuses on a grand crest, its golden scales balancing a flower and a large diamond. Alicia's expression hardens with conviction as she strengthens her resolve not to waver no matter what happens. The scene shifts to a candlelit room where Lillian sits as a letter is sharply torn open before her. Lillian reads that the maid and her mother are being protected, scoffing in disgust before crumpling the note, annoyed that her adversaries protected the maid. Holding a lantern, she muses that while she no longer cares about her mother, she finds the Winslow family's actions to be careless. She glares into the lantern's flame, frustrated that even the poison meant to get rid of that thieving cat was thwarted. Thinking back on the failed plot, she bitterly concludes that in the end, her sister was the one who got in the way. In a memory, Lillian dances with a dark-haired man, dreaming of becoming queen, while another man walks away, dismissing her as a mere tool from a Viscount's family. The memory continues, recalling an offer to join forces to take over the Kingdom of Astrain, a plan she considers with cold indifference to the country's fate. With a smug smile, she concludes that if they're willing to support her bid to become queen, she has no reason to refuse their help. Looking at a map displaying the crests of 2 powerful houses, she declares she will make full use of her new allies. The alliance is revealed to be with a noble from the formidable Raymond Kingdom. The scene shifts to a dark, secretive meeting place, lit by a single lantern. A man confirms that the maid from Brantford is secured in a hidden room. She appears confused but remains quiet. The man gives an order to treat the captive maid with great care, as she will soon be assigned to a visiting duchess. Laughter echoes in a lavish room, as one conspirator drinks while another lies passed out on a couch. The conscious man takes a sip from his glass, musing that since they're receiving help, their allies will just have to tolerate their behavior. The other man stirs, getting up with a dismissive HMPH as his companion looks on. Holding up a ring, the man reveals his dark ambition to turn that country into his personal puppet. He throws darts onto a map of a strain, declaring this to be an important part of his preparations. The man sternly warns his subordinate not to be careless, even with the smallest details, and the younger man obediently agrees. His subordinate confirms he understands, his eyes on a sketch of Prince Roland that has been pinned to the wall with a dart. In a much brighter scene, a recovered Mira takes a pleasant stroll through a sunny garden with Remy. From a large window, a butler with sandy blonde hair and glasses watches them quietly. The red-haired attendant Leiden joins him at the window, smiling as he expresses his happiness at seeing Lady Mira looking better. The butler offers a small, genuine smile, truly relieved to see the Duchess well again. Outside, Mira and Remy continue their walk, sharing a moment of warm laughter together. Leiden remarks on the butler's deep devotion, recalling how he stayed up all night researching when she was ill, and wonders why he went to such lengths. The butler turns to Leiden, asking to speak with him for a moment, and Leiden eagerly agrees to listen. Looking out over the estate, the butler begins his story, explaining that for years he had to watch Lady Alicia suffer in silence before she was named heir. He recalls the day Duke Edgar abruptly dismissed his entire family, his father, the head butler, his mother, a maid, and his younger brother. He continues, revealing he was then appointed head butler himself. Despite only being an apprentice at the time, he describes how the Duke desired a butler doll, someone who would silently comply with his wicked deeds. And that person was him. He reflects on how young and inexperienced he was, too afraid to defy the Duke's orders. He confesses with deep regret that he ignored the suffering of Lady Mira and young Alicia, wishing he had been strong enough to intervene. Overcome with guilt, he concludes that he became a mere puppet, and in doing so, caused them both great pain. Leiden quickly interrupts the butler's self-reproach, firmly telling him, "You're mistaken." Alicia suddenly appears before them with a knowing smile, causing the butler to whisper her name in surprise. She approaches the two men, calmly stating that she is already aware of everything he has just confessed. The scene flashes back to a simple meal of a roll and tea being served. The memory shows a much younger Alicia eating the humble meal with her mother in a Spartan room. In the flashback, a young Alicia looks up with a bright, innocent smile, catching the butler by surprise. Alicia remembers how the butler risked punishment by confronting her father to help protect her and her mother. Returning to the present, she addresses the butler directly by his name, Hans. Standing before him, Alicia offers Hans a warm, understanding smile, full of gratitude. With quiet determination, Leiden agrees to his lady's wishes. Hans bows deeply before Alicia, pledging his lifelong service to her as Leiden watches on. Alicia smiles warmly, saying she's looking forward to their future together. As they walk toward the main entrance, Alicia instructs Leiden to have her mother and Remy prepare a room for Prince Roland's imminent arrival. Leiden and Hans bow in perfect sync, acknowledging Lady Alicia's command with a smile. Alicia grins, her golden eyes gleaming with confidence and anticipation. In a bright hall, Alicia has tea with a young, dark-haired boy, as a maid confirms an event will take place in 3 days. The boy sips his tea, reassuring Alicia that her mother should be recovered by then. He explains that he has provided extra medicine to aid her recovery. Alicia addresses him as Your Highness, sincerely thanking him for helping her mother. Overcome with emotion, she expresses her profound gratitude. The prince looks away, humbly stating that he should be the one thanking her. He reflects on his studies, realizing that being able to use his knowledge to help someone has given him newfound confidence. A dark memory surfaces of faceless adults belittling him, dismissing his extensive knowledge as worthless. He recalls their cruel words, telling him he would never amount to anything. Returning to the present, he looks at Alicia with gratitude, telling her she helped him realize their judgment was wrong. Alicia listens intently, her gaze fixed on the young prince. The prince observes her candid nature, calling her a straightforward person. He casually reaches for a plate of cookies on the tiered dessert stand. From behind her chair, Alicia asks the prince if he is 10 years old. She smiles and enjoys her tea, while the prince snacks on the cookies. A thought seems to cross Alicia's mind as she pauses mid-sip. The prince takes another cookie, thoughtfully wondering aloud if his grandfather could make them. Alicia looks up, with sudden concern, her teacup rattling slightly. Noticing her reaction, The prince asks if something is wrong. Alicia quickly dismisses his concern with a calm smile, and he accepts her answer. She then calls for Remy, asking her to include the cookie recipe with something she's preparing. As Remy departs, the two children are left alone at the table again. With a serious expression, the prince announces that he has a proposal for her. He glances at her, waiting to see how she will react to his proposition. Alicia considers his words, questioning what kind of connection he means. He explains their mutually beneficial alliance. As a future duchess, her support would be invaluable to him, a prince. She completes his thought, realizing that his rise as a prince of the Raymond Kingdom would also benefit her. A clatter sounds as Alicia stands abruptly, accepting the proposal with a simple yes. The prince extends his hand, formally addressing her as Lady Brantford and expressing his hope for their future relationship. Alicia reaches out with a bright smile, eagerly agreeing to their new partnership. As they shake hands to seal their political alliance, Remy watches with a gentle smile from the doorway. The scene transitions to a beautiful, sunny day in a lush garden. Remy wipes her brow with a triumphant smile, proudly declaring her work is done. She presents a new dress to Alicia, who wonders if its luxurious design is too much. Alicia examines the fine details of the red and black gown, deciding to indulge just for today. With a confident smile, she reaffirms that the luxurious dress is perfectly acceptable for the special occasion. Remy, however, passionately disagrees, exclaiming that the dress isn't overly luxurious at all as she admires Alicia's reflection. She clenches a fist in excitement, beaming with pride at her creation, while Alicia laughs. Holding a bouquet and beaming with excitement, Alicia is ready to make her entrance. The narrative explains that time has passed. Alicia is now 12, and the mansion is hosting its first birthday party in 5 years. She recalls her 7th birthday party, a lonely affair where she was completely ignored by the guests. With a confident smile and Remy by her side, Alicia knows this time will be different. At the top of the stairs, Hans greets Alicia, now in a lovely purple gown, announcing her arrival to the crowded party. Leiden gestures enthusiastically toward the large crowd of nobles, exclaiming that many guests have come to see her. In a warm, glowing memory, a smiling Alicia with white hair reaches out her hands. A woman in a shimmering purple dress embraces Alicia, calling out her name. With her hands clasped, the woman tells Alicia she'll be watching from the sidelines. The scene shifts to a grand party, where Alicia stands with her butlers, Hans and Leiden, as the queen watches from a distant balcony. At the bustling party, guests raise their glasses in a toast. Voices from the crowd wish a happy birthday to Lady Alicia. Holding her glass, Alicia beams and offers her thanks to the well-wishers. 2 older noblemen approach, complimenting her remarkable business success at such a young age. Unfazed, Alicia elegantly redirects their business inquiries to her butlers standing nearby. Suddenly, Alicia's eyes widen in surprise as she turns toward the crowd. The party guests part to make way for an esteemed guest making her entrance. A guest announces the arrival of Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen smiles warmly, wishing Alicia a happy birthday and noting how much she has grown. Alicia gracefully thanks the Queen for attending, who replies that she was delighted to receive the invitation. The Queen reminisces, noting that 5 years have passed since a significant incident. A dark flashback shows a younger, terrified Alicia as the Queen marvels at her success in reviving the Brantford house. The Queen smiles, informing Alicia that His Majesty was very pleased with her accomplishments. Alicia humbly gives credit to her capable butlers and servants for their hard work. A gentle smile plays on Alicia's lips as she gazes into the distance. From behind her fan, the Queen privately praises Alicia for being wise and humble. Alicia looks up, seemingly caught off guard by the compliment. The Queen continues to smile knowingly behind her fan. Changing the subject, the Queen asks Alicia if she plans to participate in this year's debutante. Alicia maintains a polite and pleasant smile in front of the crowd. The scene illustrates the debutante, with a line of young ladies on a grand red staircase. A caption explains that the debutante is typically part of a grand royal ball hosted by the Queen. The Queen smiles warmly at Alicia, her fan held gracefully. With a sly look, the Queen leans in to speak to Lady Alicia more privately. She suggests that it might be time for Alicia to consider an engagement. The image of a dark-haired young man appears, along with a prominent blue and gold royal crest. Alicia is visibly stunned by the sudden proposal, stammering out a, "What?" The Queen offers her own son as a potential match if Alicia is willing. The two women face each other, the weight of the royal proposal hanging between them. A cheerful voice rings out as a young blonde woman, Lillian, arrives arm in arm with Prince Nathan. Lillian beams with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my!" Lillian curtsies before the queen, greeting her formally, and the queen returns the greeting. Prince Nathan considers thanking Lillian for guiding him. His thoughts are cut short as his eyes widen in sudden shock. Across the party, Alicia stands alone, a faint rainbow aura shimmering around her. While Lillian tries to direct him, Prince Nathan suddenly rushes past her. He strides past the queen and makes a beeline for Lady Alicia, surprising everyone as he grabs her hand. Leaning down, Prince Nathan gently kisses Alicia's hand and greets her. A powerful shockwave of emotion hits Alicia, who stares in horror, while Lillian smirks victoriously in the background. Prince Nathan continues to hold Alicia's hand as Lillian looks on with delight. Flustered, Alicia bows her head, stating that receiving greetings from His Highness is too great an honor. Internally, however, she grimaces, thinking how she's tried to avoid him for 5 years and desperately wants him to stay away. The prince smiles brightly, dismissing her modesty and telling her not to worry. With a snap of his fingers, Prince Nathan remembers something important. He announces that he has prepared a gift, and a servant promptly brings a wooden box forward. As the servant opens the gift box, the prince, Alicia, Lillian, and the queen all look on in anticipation. In an ornate box, a beautiful silver and pink tiara sparkles, presented as a gift. Both Lillian and another noblewoman look on in absolute shock as the crowd gasps at the sight. A dark-haired prince in a white uniform smirks as a furious thought calls him a foolish prince. Blushing with frustration, Alicia internally questions if the prince even understands the gravity of his actions. The narrative explains the deep meaning behind a royal man giving a lady an ornament. It symbolizes courtship. Alicia stares in disbelief at the tiara, realizing the implication of such a specific gift. As an attendant presents the tiara, she bows her head, thinking that a tiara is no different from a marriage proposal. A noblewoman with a fan watches from afar, noting that Her Majesty the Queen is completely unaware of this development. With quiet resolve, Alicia decides she must protect the Queen's trust in her, regardless of the foolish prince's fate. She puts on a brilliant smile, remarking on how thoughtful the prince was to prepare such an expensive gift. The prince, however, looks utterly bewildered by her reaction, only able to utter a confused, "Huh?" Facing him with a knowing smile, Alicia pointedly asks if he was testing her to see if she was a fool. Her sharp gaze lingers on him, as she considers that if this isn't a test, then... She reasons that the prince, who is always seen with Lillian, would never give her a tiara. Leaning in close with a menacing smile, she whispers to the flustered prince that it's impossible. Thump! With a decisive move, Alicia snaps the gift box shut, startling both the prince and his attendant. She maintains a dazzling smile as the prince begins to stammer his protests. His attempt to explain himself dissolves into panicked stuttering. A regal woman arrives, praising Prince Nathan for his admirable gesture and calling him a wise prince as he greets her as mother. Alicia offers a polite, serene smile and simply says, "Thank you." Lillian rushes to Prince Nathan's side, eagerly pulling him away as Alicia and the queen watch. As Lillian leads him away, Prince Nathan glances back at Alicia with a worried expression. Later, a man with red hair approaches Alicia in the courtyard with a serious look. The scene transitions to the garden, where staff are busy preparing for the ongoing party. The day ends as the view shifts to a quiet, elegant study illuminated by a starlit sky. Back in her room, an exhausted Alicia sits before a mirror as her maid, Remy, congratulates her on a job well done. As Remy begins to undo her hair, Alicia's eyes fly open with a sudden start. Lillian barges into the room, furiously demanding to know when her big sis managed to seduce Prince Nathan. Unfazed, Alicia calmly tells Lillian to knock first and flatly denies the strange accusations. Lillian presses on, accusing Alicia of secretly meeting with Nathan to get him to offer her a tiara. While brushing her hair, Alicia coolly dismisses the notion, claiming she is far too busy with household duties. Her expression hardens as she declares she doesn't have time for such trivial matters. The two sisters lock eyes, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air between them. A dark memory flashes of Prince Nathan screaming in despair, refusing to accept marrying the one who killed him. A sly smile plays on Alicia's lips as she thinks that if the prince has a use, she might delay his execution. While Alicia smirks with cunning, Lillian expresses reluctant agreement with her sister's words. Surrounded by thorny roses, Alicia muses that an alliance with Nathan might actually benefit the duchy. Lillian stares in horror at her sister's calculated words, crying out, "Big sis." Turning her back, Alicia dismisses them both, stating the conversation is over and she wishes to rest. The maid with glasses, Lena, gently addresses a distraught Lillian by name. Lillian flees the room as Alicia watches her go with cold indifference, her arms crossed. Slam! Alicia's sharp eyes are reflected in the glass as the doors are shut. Outside the room, Lillian stands with her maid Lena, stewing in her anger. Walking down the hall with Lena, Lillian reaffirms her own ambition. She will be the queen. She clenches her fist, vowing that she will not be dismissed as a person of low status. She stops abruptly in the hallway, her mind made up. Looking out at the duchy, Lillian resentfully thinks that while she intended to give it away, it has now become a hindrance. Turning to her maid, Lillian gives a chilling order. Contact those people. Lena adjusts her glasses, her expression unreadable as she replies, "Understood." A sinister smile spreads across Lillian's face as she makes a final, deadly declaration. She must die. In a lavish room illuminated by the moon, the curtains sway gently in the night breeze. As Alicia rubs her tired eyes, Remy observes from behind, thinking she looks exhausted. Remy smiles warmly, offering to prepare some tea for her. Alicia gives a small, grateful smile and accepts the offer. Sitting down, her attention is drawn to a black gift box on the table beside her. She carefully lifts the lid to see what's inside. A gentle smile graces her lips as she pulls out a letter resting on top. The letter is a birthday wish from His Highness Roland Raymond, sent along with a box of fine sweets. A memory surfaces of a young, dark-haired Roland asking to continue their relationship. In the memory, Alicia readily extends her hand, thanking him for the proposal. They held hands then, and the narrative explains he has sent a gift every year since. Back in the present, Alicia examines this year's gift, a tin of herbal tea from the Kingdom of Raymond. She smiles, appreciating the thoughtful gesture from His Highness. Peeking inside the gift box again, she notices something else hidden beneath the tea. She pulls out a second, smaller envelope that was tucked away. Her eyes widen slightly with curiosity as she inspects the mysterious letter. She recalls Roland's youthful face as he said a simple, "See you." The image of his younger self transitions to the back of a man in a formal, modern-day uniform. Leaning back with a contented sigh, Alicia holds the letters close. A look of determination crosses her face as she recognizes a good opportunity. She sits alone in the quiet room, considering that perhaps she should go and greet him. Her expression shifts to one of pure dread as she realizes something is happening again. Remy remarks on the endless stream of gifts and letters that have been arriving daily since the party. Holding an invitation, Alicia's face darkens as she internally fumes about the troublesome, foolish prince. Surrounded by a mountain of presents, Remy agrees to handle the influx of gifts. The scene shifts to a business meeting where a man informs Alicia he will submit their contract to the commercial guild. As a butler serves tea and a deal is finalized, it's clear Alicia is deeply involved in managing the duchy's affairs. Over a spread of desserts, one of the visiting men notes that Alicia is heading home. As her guests prepare to leave, Alicia has a passing thought. The older man with a mustache turns, mentioning he heard something interesting recently. He recounts a rumor about Lady Alicia being courted by Prince Nathan, much to his colleague's shock. The man laughs heartily, teasing Alicia about being so loved. With a composed expression, Alicia calmly denies the rumor, stating there's nothing between them. The man waves off her denial, reminding her of the public display at the party in the capital. A flashback shows the sparkling tiara being presented, shocking the party guests. Alicia grows visibly irritated as the man says it's no wonder the prince is enamored, while she's just fed up with the topic. Wham! A red-haired attendant slams his hand down, pointedly interrupting the gossiping man. The red-haired man smiles smoothly, announcing that the carriage is now ready for the guests. Bidding farewell, the older man departs, and Alicia sees him off with a polite smile. Her attendants escort the men out of the grand hall as she wishes them a safe journey. The moment they're gone, Alicia's composure breaks, and she bows her head in silent exhaustion. Spinning away in frustration, she sighs that she's had enough already. She dramatically flops onto a nearby sofa, complaining that all anyone talks about is Nathan. The red-haired man admits with a smile that he's even heard the rumor spreading in the local tavern. Alicia covers her face in despair, wishing it would all stop as Remy brings her a soothing cup of tea. She takes a moment to compose herself, sipping the warm drink. Setting her cup down, Alicia calls for Remy, a new resolve in her eyes. Holding a pocket watch, she announces their plan. Once she finishes her tea, they are going out. Her expression is firm as she declares it's time to shift gears. With a determined look, she states that today is the day they will go greet their important patron. The scene opens on the grand and elegant detached palace in the Kingdom of Astrain. Walking through a sunlit hall, Alicia makes her way through the palace, flanked by attendants and guards. As she and her retinue approach a magnificent set of doors, her arrival is formally announced. Lady Alicia Branford has arrived. Glancing at a palace guard, Alicia internally notes with a faint smile that he's gained so much strength. With a graceful curtsy, Alicia introduces herself and thanks her host for allowing the visit. She is greeted by a young man with dark blue hair, who looks down at her as she offers a bright smile. The blue-haired man places a hand to his chest, humbly replying that the honor of meeting again is all his. Addressing her as Duchess Branford, he gestures for her to join him inside. He suggests they sit down to talk, and Alicia happily agrees. Now seated for tea, Alicia finds herself surprised by the turn of events. The blue-haired young man calmly sips his tea, maintaining a composed demeanor. He initiates the conversation, remarking that he has heard of her business's recent success. Alicia offers a knowing smile, silently acknowledging his praise. She speaks of a research facility she knows he personally established, as a vision of the busy lab appears. Alicia mentally observes that with the facility developing new drugs, the nobles of her country are desperate to get close to such a promising prince. She remarks aloud that the tendency for people to seek power is the same in any country. The young man quietly agrees, adding that it is no different in his own country. He internally expresses his distaste for dealing with untrustworthy people driven only by ambition and ulterior motives. Alicia astutely points out that many people must want to get involved in the distribution of his valuable new drugs. The prince reflects that perhaps his title is the reason so many flock to him. Clenching his fist, he firmly resolves that he has no intention of partnering with anyone untrustworthy. Seeing an opening, Alicia directly asks what he plans to do with the valuable new drugs he's developing. The prince reveals his plan to entrust them to a reliable party, gesturing subtly in her direction. His internal thought makes his intention clear. He is referring to the lady right in front of him. A jolt of shock runs through Alicia as she realizes the implication of his words. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she processes the silent offer. She internally questions his unspoken proposal, wondering if he wants to team up with her. The prince presents a folder, formally stating that he considers her to be both thoughtful and trustworthy. The scene pulls back to show them meeting in a sunlit garden gazebo, surrounded by their respective staff. An elegant spread of desserts sits on the table between them, beside the folder containing his business proposal. The prince lists his reasons for the partnership. He finds her trustworthy, her business acumen excellent, and her backing strong. With a confident smile, Alicia thinks that if he puts it that way, meeting him at the palace is no problem at all. As the prince watches her, he muses that the product development in that particular dimension seems to be proceeding well. Their meeting is abruptly interrupted by an attendant's warning as Prince Nathan crashes the party, beaming as he shouts for Miss Alicia! Alicia and her maid look on in horror as an attendant identifies the boisterous newcomer as His Highness Prince Nathan. Slumping with irritation, Alicia internally apologizes to her host, confirming his name is His Highness Prince Roland. As she starts to rise, Prince Roland raises a hand, silently signaling for her to remain seated. Prince Nathan kneels dramatically, grinning as he declares that he just wanted to see her. Prince Roland stares coldly at the intruder, his expression unimpressed by the spectacle. Alicia looks between the two men, her mind racing as she identifies Prince Roland and the disruptive Prince Nathan. Prince Roland coolly notes that he wasn't informed of Nathan's visit, but Nathan waves it off, claiming he's only there for Alicia. Prince Nathan eagerly tries to pull Alicia away, suggesting they go talk somewhere else. Tap. Prince Roland decisively steps in front of Nathan, blocking his path to Alicia. With a firm tone, Roland tells Nathan that Alicia is in a business meeting and he must come back another time. Nathan angrily argues that business is no obstacle, and that Alicia would have more fun with him than a stiff like Roland. Alicia icily cuts in, calling his idea ridiculous and stating that time with him is anything but fun, while Roland simply refuses to move, frustrating Nathan. As the princes argue, Alicia looks down at her hand in surprise, noticing a strange purple energy beginning to glow around it. Prince Roland realizes this must be why Alicia has seemed so worn out lately, confirming rumors that Nathan has been forcing his affections on her. He resolves that as her new ally, he must step in and prevent this situation from interfering with her work. The focus shifts to the now-forgotten teacup on the table, a silent witness to the disrupted business meeting. Prince Roland coolly suggests that if Nathan truly wants to talk to Lady Alicia, he should study economics first. Enraged, Prince Nathan points accusingly at Roland and screams for him to shut up. He furiously declares that Alicia is his partner for the debutante ball and warns Roland to stop interfering. Alicia looks on in complete shock, murmuring Prince Nathan's name in disbelief. Prince Roland calmly replies that he's heard nothing of such plans, but Nathan smugly retorts that, of course he hasn't. Nathan arrogantly explains that as a duchess's daughter, only he is a suitable partner for her, leaving her no reason to decline. Internally, Alicia admits she saw this coming, acknowledging her status requires a partner of equal rank, like a prince. She recalls once considering asking the queen for an introduction, picturing a younger Nathan beside the monarch. Resigned, she thinks that while she'd rather avoid it, there really is no one else suitable for the role. A sudden spark of realization hits Alicia as an idea forms in her mind. Looking from Prince Nathan to Prince Roland, her eyes light up as she thinks, "That's it!" Contemplating her next move. She quietly wonders to herself what to do. She observes the two princes, one smug and the other composed, as she weighs her options. Addressing Nathan, Alicia states she assumed he'd be Lillian's partner and reveals she's already asked someone else to accompany her. Both Prince Nathan and Prince Roland react with shock at her sudden announcement. Prince Roland watches the unfolding drama with a neutral, slightly intrigued expression. Stunned, Prince Nathan demands to know who on earth could be a more fitting partner for her. He stares expectantly, awaiting her answer as an attendant stands watchfully in the background. As Nathan watches, Prince Roland calmly steps forward, placing a hand on the back of Alicia's chair. Locking eyes with Nathan, Prince Roland confidently declares, "That would be me." Standing behind a slyly smiling Alicia, Roland explains that he has accepted the role of her partner for the ball. Prince Nathan is left utterly speechless by the revelation, his mind struggling to process what just happened. While Alicia enjoys her victory with a smirk, a defeated Prince Nathan can only grit his teeth in frustration. Seething, Nathan glares at Roland, before reluctantly giving in with a strained, "Fine." In a childish tantrum, Nathan declares he'll just tell his mother that Alicia will be his partner instead. He puts on a false smile, telling Alicia she can visit him anytime and promising yet another gift. After one last glare at Prince Roland, Nathan storms away with his attendant. Alicia watches him depart, her expression one of weary contemplation. As a maid serves him tea with a clack, Prince Roland offers a simple "thank you." Alicia turns her attention back to her host, addressing him as Prince Roland. With her head bowed, she offers her deepest apologies for the disruptive scene. Prince Roland dismisses her apology with a simple number. He then formally extends an invitation, asking if she would be willing to be his partner. Alicia beams, happily accepting his offer and looking forward to his guidance, much to his mild surprise. Her hand rests decisively on the business folder he had presented to her earlier. Alicia reflects internally on her unexpected new partner, realizing that their combined presence will be excellent promotion for her business. She triumphantly concludes that with this new development, the baseless rumors spread by Nathan should finally die down. The scene transitions to the evening of the highly anticipated debutante ball. Amidst the splendor of the ballroom, guests whisper about a particularly rumored lady attending the event. A close-up reveals the immaculate formal wear of a nobleman adjusting his red sash. A polished dress shoe takes a purposeful step onto the grand ballroom floor. The gossiping nobles continue to wonder about the mystery lady's partner until someone spots their arrival. The crowd turns in unison, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. A guest identifies the esteemed arrival, the Prince of the Kingdom of Raymond, as Roland looks out over the crowd. In a dark room, a beautiful red dress is violently torn apart. With a grim look, a maid with glasses tosses the ruined dress into a blazing fire. A blonde woman sitting nearby asks if that was the dress Prince Roland had prepared for the ball. The blonde woman smiles with satisfaction as she watches decorative jewels being cut from the dress's remnants. In a flashback, Alicia politely denies a close relationship to a monarch, simply saying, "No, Your Majesty." She clarifies that she and Prince Roland only exchange formal greetings for holidays and birthdays. A short-haired woman with glasses examines a golden invitation with a quiet, "Oh." At a lavish ball, guests congratulate a beaming Lady Lillian on her debut as she stands beside Prince Nathan. Surrounded by admirers, Lillian and Nathan are the center of attention as someone begins to ask a question. Lillian stands confidently with Prince Nathan, enjoying her moment in the spotlight. Two ladies whisper amongst themselves, wondering where a certain person is, with one noting that she should be there, but isn't. One of the ladies touches her face in concern, voicing her worry that something might have happened. A friend tries to console a smiling Lillian, telling her to cheer up. While thanking a well-wisher, Lillian internally wonders with amusement what her big sister is doing, her thoughts flashing to the burnt dress. Her inner monologue reveals her scheme. If Alicia fails to wear the gifted dress, it would be a grave insult to Prince Roland, causing a huge issue. Lillian muses that the fallout would cancel Alicia's business deal with the prince, solidifying her own position. Suddenly, guests gasp as they spot the Prince of the Kingdom of Raymond making his grand entrance, admiring his handsome appearance. As Lillian smirks, a guest wonders aloud about the prince's partner for the evening. A close-up captures Lillian's smug, triumphant expression, certain her plan has succeeded. A beautiful red and black gown, adorned with lace and sparkles, elegantly fills the frame. Pa! The crowd is stunned as Alicia makes a spectacular entrance, wearing the gorgeous dress on Prince Roland's arm. The new power couple gracefully proceeds into the ballroom, leaving an impression of floral elegance in their wake. Prince Nathan and Lady Lillian stare in absolute shock, with Lillian internally screaming, "Why is she here?" All eyes are fixed on Alicia and Roland as they descend the stairs, completely upstaging a horrified Lillian. A regal woman in a green gown raises her glass, welcoming all the guests to the event. She officially begins the celebration for the debut of the new young ladies into society. With a poised flourish, the orchestra conductor signals for the music to begin. Prince Nathan tries to get a stunned Lillian's attention, asking if she's ready to dance. With downcast eyes, Lillian reluctantly agrees as the orchestra begins to play. As other couples take to the floor, Prince Roland and Alicia begin their dance. The two dance closely together, prompting onlookers to murmur about what a beautiful pair they make. Admiring guests watch them, calling the sight of them dancing truly picturesque. Prince Roland looks down at Alicia with a soft, pleased expression as they continue to dance. In stark contrast, Lillian wears a furious scowl while being held stiffly by an oblivious Prince Nathan. Later, on a quiet balcony, Alicia formally addresses Prince Roland to thank him. The two share a quiet moment together, sipping champagne under the moonlight. She expresses her sincere gratitude, specifically for the two beautiful dresses he gifted her. Prince Roland takes a thoughtful sip from his glass, listening to her. In a flashback, Alicia recalls her shock that morning upon discovering her burnt dress. She concludes that it was most likely Lillian who tried to sabotage her relationship with the prince. Recalling the timely arrival of a second dress, Alicia gratefully thinks that Lillian's plan failed because of him. Back in the present, Alicia rests her head against Roland's arm in a moment of quiet contentment. Prince Roland asks if she likes the dress, and Alicia responds with an enthusiastic, "Yes, very much." He replies, "That's good," looking satisfied as they share a comfortable silence. Alicia tentatively asks the prince a question that's been on her mind, why he sent her two dresses. He simply responds with a knowing ah. Prince Roland flashes back to seeing a stunning red and black dress on display in a shop. He then recalls seeing Alicia happily arranging red flowers of a similar color. A memory of the delicate red flowers fills his thoughts. In the shop, he is seen giving instructions to his butler to purchase the dress. He explains he thought the new color would suit her better, so he rushed to have it adjusted and was relieved it arrived just in time. Looking at her fondly, he tells her that, just as he thought, the dress looks wonderful on her. Alicia is left speechless, touched by his incredibly thoughtful gesture. Changing the subject, Prince Roland says he would like to ask her something as well. He asks about the ring she always wears, causing her to look down at her hand in surprise. A brilliant red gem on a golden ring sparkles on her finger. As they stand on the moonlit balcony, Alicia questions Prince Roland's words. A magic stone? She stares at her ring in shock, her mind reeling as she wonders what he just said. The red gem on her finger sparkles brightly as the weight of his revelation begins to sink in. From a distance, their quiet conversation on the balcony continues, with the words, magic, stone, echoing in her thoughts. Looking at her hands, she realizes the ring she's always worn might be a powerful magic stone. Alicia examines the familiar ring on her finger with a newfound sense of awe and confusion. Roland asks if she wore it unknowingly, and when she asks if he knows what it is, he simply replies, yes. Holding her hand up, Alicia listens as he begins to tell her a story from long ago. Prince Roland explains that in the past, there were people who could wield magic, and they were called magicians. He describes how these ancient magicians sealed their power into objects, creating what we now know as magic stones. The tale concludes that these incredibly rare stones allow anyone who possesses one to use the magic stored within. While Alicia always thought such things were fairy tales, the narration confirms magicians truly existed in the past. However, their bloodline has long since died out, leaving only magical artifacts behind in the present day. Stunned, Alicia admits to Prince Roland that she has never heard this story before. It dawns on her that if her ring is a magic stone, it would explain the mysterious power she has been experiencing. She wonders if its power is mind reading, or if it could even be the reason she returned to the past as a child. Overwhelmed by the possibility, she can only manage a hesitant, Their moment is shattered by an angry voice demanding to know why they are alone together. Prince Nathan stands nearby, glaring at them as Alicia recognizes him with a sigh. Thump! Nathan dismissively shoves Roland, accusing him of being overly serious and only talking business, even at a party. He then turns to Alicia with a smile, reaching out to touch her hair and telling her she looks beautiful. Nathan smugly declares that she is the only one worthy of standing by his side. Alicia tries to pull away, but he violently grabs her wrist with a sudden grip. His demeanor changes as he calls her name, expressing disappointment that she isn't as wise as he thought. His face darkens with anger as he tightens his hold, calling her foolish for her resistance. He yanks her forward, angrily demanding to know why she thinks she can reject him, the sole prince of Estrain. As Alicia struggles against his strength, he rants that any other woman would dream of being in her position. Stop making excuses and come with me, he yells, trying to drag her off the balcony. As guests begin to notice the commotion, another hand suddenly stops Nathan in his tracks. Prince Roland intervenes, calmly telling a startled Nathan to let Alicia go. Enraged, Nathan snarls at Roland, insisting that Alicia is his partner. When Roland asks him to stop, Nathan explodes in fury, accusing Roland of always getting in his way and knocking over a table. As onlookers stare, Nathan insults Roland, calling him a gloomy bookworm who could never be a match for Alicia. Alicia inwardly panics at his foolishness as Nathan tells the foreign prince to go play with other women. Stepping forward, Alicia bows and reminds Prince Nathan that Roland is the prince of the kingdom of Raymond. With a grave expression, she explains that his insults are a disgrace to their entire nation, shocking Nathan into silence. The three of them stand in a tense standoff on the balcony as the gravity of the situation settles in. Alicia continues her rebuke, reminding Nathan that as a prince, his behavior reflects on their country's future. Prince Roland watches her impassively, taking in the scene. The commotion draws the attention of the party guests, who begin to whisper among themselves. A blonde noblewoman looks on with a shocked expression. Humiliated, Prince Nathan lashes out, demanding to know how Alicia dares to lecture him in front of everyone. Alicia calmly states that she is simply correcting his mistakes, but before a furious Nathan can reply, a new voice commands, "That's enough." The queen makes her grand entrance, flanked by guards, as the crowd murmurs in recognition. Prince Nathan's anger turns to glee as he runs toward his mother. He begins to complain, but the queen cuts him off with a sharp order to hold his tongue, stunning him. Turning her back on him, she expresses her disappointment, remarking that she thought he was favored but now sees he is just foolish. Gripping her fan tightly, the queen coldly informs her son that she is deeply disappointed in him. She faces him directly, her tone icy as she warns him that this time, she will not forgive his behavior. Prince Nathan can only stare back in stunned, fearful silence. The queen, radiating a powerful aura, demands to know what is happening. A tense, stunned silence falls over the grand ballroom. Teask! A flustered Prince Nathan tries to blame Prince Roland, but his mother cuts him off with a thundering silence. Looking down at her son in disappointment, the queen asks how much more disgrace he plans to bring upon himself. Prince Roland and Alicia silently observe the royal reprimand. The queen reveals she witnessed the entire confrontation, seeing everything her son has done. With a heavy heart, The queen sentences Prince Nathan. He is strictly forbidden from leaving the castle. She continues his punishment, banning him from all events and assigning a tutor to re-educate him on being royalty. What? Prince Nathan cries out in disbelief as his mother states the punishment will last until she deems him fit. Ignoring his desperate plea of "Mother," the queen tells him to prepare himself for his confinement. A shocked Lillian and other nobles look on, with Lillian thinking the punishment is far too severe. Alicia watches the unfolding drama with a serious, unreadable expression. Taking the opportunity, the queen prepares to make another momentous announcement. She declares that for the kingdom's sake, they can choose a future where Prince Nathan does not become king. Prince Nathan's face contorts in absolute horror at his mother's devastating words. The guests erupt in shocked whispers, wondering if the prince might truly be disinherited from the throne. Thud. Prince Nathan collapses to his knees in despair, muttering that it's impossible, as Alicia watches him passively. Turning to Prince Roland and Alicia, the queen begins to apologize for her foolish son's behavior. With a bow of her head, the queen offers her deepest and most sincere apologies for the incident. Prince Roland graciously asks the queen to raise her head, accepting her apology. Deciding it's time to depart, Prince Roland tells Alicia, "Let's go," and she readily agrees. As the couple leaves, the queen watches them go, while her son remains defeated on the floor. The queen coldly orders her guard to escort the disgraced prince back to his chambers. Lillian and the other guests stare in stunned silence, processing the incredible royal drama they just witnessed. The scene transitions to a peaceful, starry night outside the palace after the tumultuous party. As they prepare to part ways, Alicia formally thanks Prince Roland for accompanying her. Alicia smiles warmly, saying she looks forward to their next meeting, to which he quietly agrees. In a gentlemanly gesture, Prince Roland helps Alicia into her carriage, their hands briefly touching. Prince Roland stands back and watches as Alicia settles into her carriage. Looking out the window with a bright smile, Alicia asks, "Yes," catching Roland's full attention. Prince Roland's eyes widen, captivated by her radiant expression in the moonlight. He softly tells her she must be tired and encourages her to get some rest. Alicia returns the sentiment from her carriage, wishing him a good rest as well. As the carriage begins to roll away, Prince Roland watches it depart into the night. Just as he turns to leave, a surprised voice exclaims nearby, catching his attention. Prince Roland's expression turns serious as he looks toward the source of the unexpected sound. An older man in a blue suit, Count Harfell, approaches with a smile and greets Prince Roland. Prince Roland acknowledges Count Harfell, who explains he was invited to the party by a friend. The Count glances at a carriage, recalling his friend's name is Withslow. Prince Roland remains quiet, his gaze steady and watchful as the Count speaks. Count Harfell theatrically exclaims to the prince that he could hardly believe his eyes tonight. With a sly smirk, the Count mentions Lady Alicia, remarking on how beautiful she is. He pauses for a moment, stroking his chin before changing the topic to something more malicious. The Count begins spreading rumors, bringing up the Branford family's drug scandal and Alicia's rumored parentage. Leaning in, he sneers that it's shocking for a woman with such a tainted background to be the prince's partner. As he questions the king's opinion of the match, Prince Roland cuts him off with a single, sharp harfle. Radiating a cold fury, Prince Roland commands silence, his voice stopping the Count in his tracks. Terrified, Count Harfell immediately apologizes, blaming his behavior on alcohol and attempting a hasty retreat. Before the Count can escape, Prince Roland stops him, offering one last piece of advice. Prince Roland leans in with a chillingly calm demeanor, warning the Count to be careful about the company he keeps. Prince Roland cryptically advises the Count to consider who is truly worth being his friend, adding that such advice is likely unnecessary for someone so wise. Count Harfell bows hastily and says he looks forward to their next meeting as he takes his leave. As the Count departs, Prince Roland watches him go with a serious, contemplative expression. The scene transitions to a bright cityscape, establishing that it is the morning after the debutante party. A cheerful, red-haired attendant holds up a newspaper featuring a drawing of Alicia and Prince Roland, wishing her a good morning. He enthusiastically presents the morning paper to Alicia, who is seated at her desk. A close-up reveals the newspaper article, which illustrates Alicia and Roland dancing gracefully, with a small portrait of a scowling Prince Nathan nearby. Amused by her attendant's energy, Alicia calmly acknowledges the paper with a simple, "I see." She calmly dismisses the article as an exaggeration, explaining to her attendants that they were partners only once. Privately, however, Alicia worries that such a prominent article might cause trouble for Prince Roland. A glimmer of hope emerges, as she thinks that perhaps this news will actually help ease some of his troubles. Alicia hands a document back to her red-haired attendant, simply saying, "Here you go." Elsewhere, Prince Roland looks out a window, his thoughts beginning with, "I too." A blonde man arrives with a large bouquet of flowers, causing the red-haired attendant to gasp and wonder if it's a sign of passionate love. Alicia smiles, explaining that the flowers are merely a courtesy from His Highness as she holds up a small card. The card from Roland Raymond thanks Lady Alicia for the previous day. Holding the card, Alicia smiles warmly at the formal but kind address. The blonde man then presents a neatly wrapped package, explaining it arrived with the flowers. Alicia takes the package, her curiosity turning to wide-eyed surprise. She opens it to find a book about ancient heritage and magic stones, leaving her utterly shocked. Startled by her abrupt movement, the blonde man, Hans, asks if she is all right. Composing herself, Alicia thanks Hans, realizing Prince Roland lent her the book they discussed and plans to read it after work. That evening, Alicia sits on her balcony and begins to read the book Prince Roland sent. She thoughtfully considers the text as she delves into the secrets of the ancient world. Her thoughts drift to Prince Roland and their conversation under the starry sky at the party. A brief flashback shows their moment together on the balcony. She places her hand over the cover, contemplating the research book on magic stones he thoughtfully provided. She reads that magic stones are unrecognizable to those without magic, realizing this must be true as her ring faintly glows. A memory surfaces of her as a 7-year-old child, wondering why no one ever noticed the strange ring she suddenly started wearing. She reflects on how unaware she was back then, admitting that, in hindsight, the lack of comments was very strange. She knows for certain that her stepmother, Serena, and stepsister, Lillian, would never have stayed silent if she wore a new jewel. Holding the book, she concludes there are many strange things about her ring that don't add up. She continues reading, learning that magic stones are highly valuable for one main reason. The book reveals their value comes from the fact that they are disposable, one-use items. Looking at her own ring, she questions this as she has been using its power for 5 years. The book contains illustrations of magic stones turning black after use, and she recalls her ring has done the same many times. She remembers the numerous times she used its power, particularly to read Lillian's mind. Staring at the vibrant red gem on her finger, she wonders why it isn't black now if it's been used so much. Pondering at her desk, she questions how she obtained an ancient heritage item like a magic stone in the first place. Sitting alone on the balcony, she admits there are still too many things she doesn't understand. With newfound determination, Alicia holds her ring up to the moonlight, examining it closely. She recalls the two powers she knows it possesses: reading people's minds and seeing their past. She confirms her belief that her ring is a magic stone with these two specific abilities. A sudden, thrilling idea strikes her as she reaches toward the book. If it can see the past, maybe it can do more. She wonders if, just as she can view the past, she might be able to see her own future. A vision of her tragic death in her previous life flashes in her mind, fueling her desire to avoid that miserable fate. Her determined face is reflected in the gem of the ring as she contemplates her next move. She clasps her hands together tightly, focusing all her intent on the ring. With desperate resolve, Alicia closes her eyes and pleads for the ring to show her the future. To her horror, dark, thorny tendrils of energy erupt from the ring, ensnaring her hands in a painful backlash. A violent backlash of dark red energy erupts from the magical ring. The vision begins, pulling her down a dark, ominous cobblestone alleyway. In the vision, Alicia stumbles and falls to the ground with a cry of surprise. She lands hard on the cold stone, groaning in pain and looking up in fear. A mysterious hooded figure appears before her, raising a sword against the night sky. With a swift, powerful motion, the figure's attack flashes through the air. Snapping back to reality, a maid with brown hair enters Alicia's room with a lantern, asking if her lady is still awake. Peeking inside, the maid finds Alicia slumped over her desk and wonders what's going on. Opening the balcony doors, the maid calls out to Lady Alicia, warning her that she'll catch a cold. Her expression shifts to one of pure shock as she sees what has happened. The maid screams in terror upon finding Lady Alicia collapsed and unconscious on the floor. Rushing to her side, the frantic maid drops her lantern and desperately asks what happened. A voice calls out, "Alicia, as she lies unconscious, her face serene despite the chaos. Time passes as the scene transitions from a rainy night to a quiet, sunlit room. Alicia slowly awakens in her bed, groggily wondering if she's in her room. Her memory begins to return as she realizes something important. A flash of red, chaotic energy reminds her that she was trying to use the ring to see the future. Her eyes fly open with alarm as she thinks of the ring. Lying in bed, she stares at her hand in shock. She sees that her ring has turned completely black, just as the maid, seeing her awake, cries out her name in relief. The maid expresses her immense relief, telling Alicia that she has finally woken up. Alicia recognizes her maid, Remy, who is standing by with a service cart. Remy gently checks Alicia's temperature, asking if she is in any pain. Overcome with emotion, Remy holds Alicia's hand and confesses how worried she was. Alicia offers a weak smile, reassuring her concerned maid that she is fine. Remy offers her a glass of water, which Alicia gratefully accepts. As Remy pours the water, she informs a tired Alicia that she has been unconscious for 3 days. Alicia sits up in shock, exclaiming, "3 days?" Thinking that's a seriously long time, she tries to get out of bed, but Remy quickly stops her. Remy gently pushes her back into bed, insisting she rest. Holding a glass of water, Remy reassures her that Hans is handling her meeting with Prince Roland. Remy explains that the doctor's diagnosis was simple. She collapsed from overwork. Alicia listens quietly, her expression thoughtful as she processes the information. She calmly accepts the explanation, taking the glass of water from Remy. Remy mentions that Prince Roland sent some tea specifically to help with her fatigue. Alicia agrees to have the tea, and Remy promises to bring a change of clothes and some light food as well. Alone for a moment, Alicia sits in bed, her gaze distant as she contemplates her situation. Clutching her ring, she realizes her long sleep was the price for trying to see the future. She vividly recalls the terrifying vision of the cloaked figure raising a sword to kill her. The horrifying truth sinks in. The vision showed her own impending death. She wonders if this means she can change the future where Lillian kills her, since she hasn't avoided death yet. A new chilling thought occurs to her. Perhaps her killer isn't Lillian after all. She stares at the ring on her finger, lost in silent contemplation. She continues to hold her hand, a sense of uncertainty clouding her thoughts. With a determined look, she decides to stop trying to see the future and to be wary of more than just Lillian. Looking out her window, she resolves to be careful, also keeping her business ventures in mind. She recalls a memory of Prince Roland sitting by her bedside, gently reminding her not to overexert herself. She remembers that he has since departed, returning to the research institute in his own country. The scene shifts to a bright, bustling town, where Remy joyfully tells Lady Alicia that her first store looks wonderful. Remy praises the new store's convenient location and affordable prices, declaring it will definitely be popular. Alicia thinks about the high quality of the prince's products, hoping they'll be well received by citizens, not just nobles. As a carriage clatters nearby, she hopes the citizens will accept the new items. Remy agrees wholeheartedly. As they walk through the lively town, a young man with brown hair approaches them from behind, asking them to please wait. He offers a handkerchief to a bewildered Remy. Alicia's eyes widen in alarm as she spots a runaway carriage hurtling toward them. Amid cries of panic, the young man pushes both Alicia and Remy out of harm's way. He quickly shields Remy on the ground as the powerful horses stampede past. Protected by his arm, Alicia watches the chaotic scene with terrified eyes. Onlookers gather around the crashed carriage, remarking on the near-fatal accident. The man checks if Remy and the lady are safe, while Alicia shakily confirms she's okay. Realizing he saved them, Alicia thanks him, but wonders if the incident was truly a coincidence. As the crowd discusses the runaway horse, the sinister hooded figure from Alicia's vision watches silently. The scene transitions to a quiet, moonlit estate. Elsewhere, an older man addresses a young man with dark blue hair as young master, who tells him to stop. The young man reads a letter and learns of a runaway horse accident. Immediately concerned, he asks about Miss Alicia, and the butler reports that she was unharmed. He quietly absorbs the news, his gaze fixed on the letter in his hand. He recalls someone questioning whether Alicia is a suitable friend for His Highness. A flash of anger crosses his face as he crumples the note. He turns to his butler, apologizing for being away so often. The butler silently holds out a formal jacket for him. His butler offers a piece of advice regarding the protection of the lady. He then mentions the name Harfell and warns against letting him harm the young master's friend. Dressed in formal attire, the young man vows he will not stay silent if his friend is threatened. A blonde woman with blue eyes calls out to someone off-screen. Lillian asks her maid, Lena, about a paper she's holding, and Lena replies that it's a regular report. Lena elaborates, stating that her master is currently in the country, completing the work. Lillian's expression turns thoughtful as she remembers the name of Lena's master, Harful. She rests her chin on her hand, quietly contemplating this piece of information. Looking out her window, she spots Alicia's carriage returning home. She smirks, calling her older sister foolish for going out while knowing her life is being targeted. Meanwhile, a large crowd gathers outside Alicia's new, elegant shop. The store is bustling with activity as customers fill the aisles. Inside, two women enjoy elegant desserts at a small table. Alicia's red-haired attendant stands beside her, proudly thanking her for their success. He beams, filled with pride over their successful opening day. The customers are overjoyed, remarking that they never imagined such a place would be available to them. From a balcony, Alicia and her attendant overhear the citizens' grateful words. Alicia approaches Hans and her red-haired attendant, asking for an update. Hans smiles, reporting from his ledger that some items are already starting to sell out. Pleased Alicia thanks him for the good news. She decides to send a letter to share the progress with His Highness, catching her attendants by surprise. A man in the crowd suddenly calls out, joyfully identifying her as Lady Alicia Branford. Alicia and her attendants turn toward the voice as she wonders who the man is. She studies him for a moment, thinking he carries himself like a nobleman. After she asks who he is, the man apologizes for his sudden approach. He introduces himself with a charming smile as Douglas Harfell from the Kingdom of Raymond. The mention of the Kingdom of Raymond piques Alicia's interest. Douglas Harfell states that, as the person with his country's prince, he wanted to greet her. He recalls his shock upon seeing the daughter of a lowly criminal standing beside the prince. Harfell stands with open arms, welcoming Alicia and her attendants. With a sneer, he tells Alicia she has nerve, prompting her to dismiss it as a cheap provocation while wondering about his motives. Alicia thinks that even without her ring, she can see the despise in his eyes. Her realization is swift and certain. This man is an enemy. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air as Alicia considers her response. With a serene smile, she remarks that the prince is a truly wonderful person. She continues her thought, contrasting the prince with people like Harfell, who judge others by their origins. Smirking confidently, she asks if there isn't a big difference between them, catching a twitching Harfell off guard. As Harfell suggests they end their conversation, Alicia excuses herself, her mind on the strange occurrences of late. She walks past him, silently pondering the series of odd events happening around her. Harfell leans in with a sinister smile, ominously adding that these things happen even by her side. Alicia coolly thanks him for the warning, while her red-haired attendant glares at him protectively. The carriage wheel rattles as they quickly depart from the tense encounter. Inside the carriage, Alicia sits with her eyes closed, as her attendant brings up the man they just met. Her attendants conclude that Harfell must be behind the recent incidents, and Alicia wonders why a foreign noble is targeting her over the prince's medicine. Hans urges his red-haired companion to calm down, but the attendant is furious that Lady Alicia was insulted. Hans cryptically replies that it's not that simple. The red-haired attendant turns to Hans, waiting for an explanation. Hans asks his red-haired colleague to investigate the man, an order he accepts with a determined yes. The red-haired attendant vows to gather information immediately, and Hans says he'll be counting on him too. Their elegant carriage continues down the sunlit road. Alicia decides she must also inform His Highness about Harfell. Her attendant calls her name, reaching out and asking for her hand. Alicia takes his offered hand as she prepares to exit the carriage. Stepping down, she looks up in confusion, asking, "Huh?" She finds Prince Roland holding her hand and cries out his name in shock. The prince greets her, and a bewildered Alicia asks why he's here instead of at the research institute. She stands before him, wondering when he could have possibly arrived. The prince glances over his shoulder at his attending butler. Turning back to Alicia, he grips his own hand and sincerely apologizes for dragging her into his problems. Over tea, Prince Roland explains that Harfell is a noble who opposes the royal family. He reveals their plot, to overthrow him and the king to establish a new dynasty. Because of his collaboration with her, his power has grown, making him a threat to them, and now Harfell's assassins are targeting her. The single, chilling word echoes in Alicia's mind: assassins. With her attendants watching worriedly, Alicia realizes this must be the future she saw through the ring. Prince Roland promises to protect her, and a grateful Alicia thanks him, telling him he's very reliable. Her focus shifts as she responds to an unheard question with a curious, yes? The prince looks downward, lost in thought for a brief moment. Alicia watches him intently, her expression serious as she awaits his next words. Surveying the grand estate, Alicia worries the accommodations are too modest, but the prince assures her they are sufficient. She graciously offers him free use of the annex, which he gratefully accepts. The prince begins to bring up the matter of servants for his stay. Hans steps forward, ready to address the prince's needs. The older butler with a mustache thanks them for their consideration on the prince's behalf. He places a hand over his heart and declares that he will personally handle all of His Highness's needs. Hans politely tells the butler not to hesitate if he needs anything, receiving a thank you in return. With a kind smile, the mustached man introduces himself as Prince Roland's personal butler. With a determined, "Here we go!" an attendant lifts a heavy crate of fresh vegetables. Alicia's red-haired attendant cheerfully carries the crate into a bustling kitchen where the prince's butler is already overseeing preparations. In the kitchen, the red-haired attendant rushes to help the prince's mustached butler, Mathis, with heavy crates, but Mathis effortlessly lifts them himself. Mr. Mathis confidently states it's no problem at all, leaving a nearby kitchen assistant in awe of his strength. The scene focuses on the crates overflowing with fresh, sparkling vegetables. Alicia's attendant marvels at Mr. Mathis's strength, who reveals he was formerly a knight in the service of the previous king. Shocked by the revelation, the attendant asks if Mathis is also serving as His Highness's bodyguard. Mathis confirms this, stating he has been protecting the prince all this time, flashing back to Roland at his desk. The red-haired attendant is deeply impressed by the idea of someone being both a bodyguard and a butler. He gushes over the concept to a winking Mathis, while Hans watches from a doorway. Inspired, the attendant declares his desire to become an excellent butler capable of protecting Lady Alicia. He eagerly grabs Mathis's hands, pleading to be taught, as Hans shouts in the background. With his hands held tight, Mathis agrees to the training request. Elsewhere, Prince Roland asks two maids about his butler's whereabouts before descending a staircase, musing that attentiveness is a key trait. The prince discovers Mathis giving a formal lesson to his two pupils from a chalkboard on the butler's code of conduct. The scene transitions to a peaceful, sunlit garden with an elegant white gazebo. An off-screen voice calls out, "Excuse me, Lady Alicia." At her desk, Alicia praises the good work and asks her attendant about the annex, who assures her everything is fine. Alicia acknowledges his report with a simple, "Oh." Her attendant happily presents Prince Roland, who he brought along because the prince wished to see her. Roland apologizes for interrupting. Alicia rises from her desk, assuring him it's no bother as she has just finished her work. Seeing the prince and his entourage, she asks if his visit is related to business matters. Prince Roland gently clarifies that his visit is not for business. He presents a cloth-covered basket to her. The prince shyly explains that his butler baked some sweets for her. Alicia is visibly touched by his thoughtful gesture. A moment of silence passes as the prince awaits her reaction. They face each other awkwardly, a background of little birds highlighting the cute moment. The prince's butler wonders to himself if His Highness has invited a lady to have tea. Prince Roland holds the basket forward, extending his invitation. He and Alicia stand opposite each other, framed by a decorative floral background. He clarifies his intention, hoping to simply talk as friends about nothing in particular. The three watching attendants, including Mathis and Remy, smile warmly at the sweet scene. A beaming Alicia tells the prince that his sentiment makes her very happy. She agrees that a casual tea time sounds lovely, since they are good friends. Looking toward the window, she suggests they have it arranged in the garden. Alicia glances outside with a soft, pleased smile. The prince gives a gentle, "Ah!" in response. Alicia asks her red-haired attendant and a maid to prepare everything in the garden, and they agree. Suddenly, Lillian appears and gasps, realizing that the rumors were true and Prince Roland is indeed visiting. As Lillian approaches, Prince Roland's attention is drawn to her, and he thinks her name. Lillian curtsies, introducing herself as Lillian Branford and noting that her sister is always indebted to him. A close-up shows Lillian's calculating blue eyes. She places her hands over her heart, repeating her sentiment of gratitude on her sister's behalf. A title card announces the end of the chapter. Lillian faces the prince and Alicia, formally introducing herself as Lillian Branford. Against a floral background, she reiterates that her sister is always indebted to him. Prince Roland formally introduces himself in return, then politely asks if he is intruding. Lillian cheerfully insists he isn't intruding at all, welcoming him to visit any time. She offers to show him around the estate, an idea he immediately shuts down with a firm no. The prince politely tells her not to worry about him, stating he'll simply ask Lady Alicia if he needs anything. Lillian smiles graciously, apologizing to her sister for the sudden interruption. A blonde woman relays a message from the queen, inviting a pensive Alicia to tea tomorrow afternoon. Alicia calmly accepts the invitation with a simple yes, much to the blonde woman's delight. The blonde woman cheerfully suggests that, for such a special occasion, Prince Roland should join them as well. Prince Roland and his attendant listen to the invitation with a thoughtful, attentive expression. A grim vision flashes, warning that an assassin group trained by someone named Harfell is now targeting them. In the wake of the dark premonition, a silent, heartfelt vow echoes. "I'll protect you." Prince Roland gazes at Alicia with unwavering resolve, his silent promise clear in his eyes. Alicia turns away with a subtle, knowing smile, a hint of understanding in her expression. Thrilled by the acceptance, the blonde woman declares she will inform Her Majesty right away. The blonde woman bids them farewell, promising to see them both at the palace tomorrow. As she exits the grand room, a maid with dark hair and glasses waits for her by the door. The maid's stern expression is contrasted by Roland's silent, piercing gaze, hinting at unspoken concerns. Alicia gently asks Roland if something is wrong, but he quietly dismisses her concern. Roland then apologizes for intruding, explaining that he has a serious request to make. He then insists on accompanying them, warning that they don't know what might happen. With a warm, appreciative smile, Alicia graciously thanks him for his concern. She turns to her maid, Remy, and instructs her to make new preparations for their guest. In a reflection, the queen fans herself thoughtfully, wondering if something unexpected has occurred. The scene shifts to a majestic palace, where two white doves soar under a brilliant blue sky. Arriving in the grand hall, Alicia and the blonde woman formally thank Her Majesty for the invitation. The queen smiles graciously, also thanking Prince Roland for taking the time to join them. She explains that she hoped to meet Lady Alicia, but saw Lady Lillian the day before. Taking the opportunity, the queen clarifies that she simply asked Lady Lillian to convey the message for her. Alicia looks surprised by this, questioning if that was truly how the invitation came about. Internally, Alicia muses on the blonde woman's persistence in finding excuses to see the foolish prince. Suddenly, an exclamation of, "Oh!" interrupts the gathering, causing Alicia and Roland to turn in surprise. A brown-haired man approaches, expressing his pleasant surprise at encountering Prince Roland in such a place. The man's gaze sharpens as he silently calculates his next move. Turning to Alicia with a grand gesture, the man welcomes her as the special guest, noting it's been a while. Alicia's eyes widen in terror as she recognizes the man, Harfell, and questions his presence. After a moment of stunned silence, Alicia quickly composes herself and offers a polite apology. Putting on a pleasant smile, Alicia coyly asks if they have met before. He calmly reminds her that they just greeted each other at her shop. Alicia turns away sharply, offering a curt, dismissive, "Ah." The blonde woman offers a non-committal response that his story might have happened, while Alicia looks down. Prince Roland watches the man with a serious, calculating expression, sensing something is amiss. The scene transitions to a beautifully arranged tea table, laden with an array of delicate desserts and fine china. At tea, the queen announces a new trade agreement with Harfell, who will now supply goods from the kingdom of Raymond. As the others react with polite enthusiasm, Alicia sips her tea in quiet contemplation. Seated across from each other, both Roland and Alicia appear lost in serious thought. Her hand trembles slightly as Alicia wonders about Harfell's true motives for trading with the Australian royal family. She glances at the cloudy gem on her ring, deciding it is not the right time to use its power. The queen rises from her seat as a servant brings forth a large, ornate mirror. With an enigmatic smile, the queen asks her guests if they would like to see something. As she begins to explain the truth, the view pans to a sunlit window overlooking a lush rose garden. She reveals she invited Alicia because she wanted her opinion on a serious matter. She confides in Alicia that while the prince trusts Harfell, she has a very bad feeling about him. Leaning in close, the queen shares a shocking secret. Harfell belongs to the criminal underworld. The queen concludes that Harfell's approach to the king must be part of a larger, sinister scheme. Just as the queen realizes the danger, the doors burst open and royal guards storm in, interrupting the tea party. A sudden commotion interrupts the gathering as a voice demands to know what's happening, startling the queen and her companions. A group of knights kneels before the queen, their leader apologizing for the intrusion and explaining they are acting on the king's orders. The queen questions if the order is truly from the king, while Alicia and Prince Roland watch the unfolding scene. The knights surround the group, and their leader steps forward to directly address the white-haired girl, asking, "Are you Alicia Branford?" He declares that by order of the king, she is under arrest and must be brought before his majesty, much to Alicia's shock. The declaration is repeated as the knight formally places Alicia Branford under arrest by order of the king. Alicia stares back, her expression a mixture of shock and defiance in the face of the sudden accusation. As the knights close in, Alicia wonders about the meaning of the king's order, just as one of the men reaches out to grab her. A white-gloved hand firmly stops the knight's arm as a voice sharply tells him to wait. The queen admonishes the knight for his reckless behavior, declaring that she will accompany Alicia to see the king. Prince Roland steps forward, requesting permission from the queen to accompany them as well. Prince Roland and Alicia exchange determined glances, united in the face of the sudden royal summons. The queen offers the young prince and Alicia a reassuring smile before they depart. Escorted by the royal knights, the group makes their way through the grand hall. The scene briefly flashes to a tranquil memory of the king and queen sharing tea together. The atmosphere darkens, focusing on the worried eyes of a man and the intense, determined gaze of Alicia. The party is led through the palace grounds towards the main royal building under the watchful eyes of the knights. Prince Roland tells Alicia he sees no problems, but privately worries about the king's sudden summons after years of illness. Alicia recalls the queen mentioning that a certain man had been in contact with the king, adding to her unease. Arriving at a grand, guarded door, the lead knight announces to the king that he has brought Alicia. A voice from within commands them to enter as the heavy doors slowly creak open, revealing a dark chamber. Alicia gasps in shock at the sight that greets her upon entering the king's chambers. She sees a haggard and disheveled king, clutching a bottle and glaring menacingly from his seat. Through the king's eyes, the group appears distant as he internally questions what has happened to him. The queen rushes to the king's side as he erupts in a violent coughing fit, while Prince Roland watches grimly. With rage in his eyes, the king glares at Alicia and struggles to utter her family name, Branford. Prince Roland swiftly pulls Alicia aside as the enraged king hurls a bottle, which shatters violently on the floor. The queen struggles to restrain the king as he lunges toward Alicia, accusing her of betraying him just as her father did. Standing beside Prince Roland, Alicia calmly addresses the raging monarch. When she asks what he means by betrayal, the king explodes, accusing her of trying to ruin the country with inferior products. The queen desperately tries to reason with her husband, insisting that Alicia would never betray him. The king shoves a cosmetic jar forward, angrily asking if this is the product she's been selling. He furiously scatters a box of her cosmetics across the floor, claiming there are reports they cause health issues. Leaning forward with a wild expression, the king demands she confess to her scheme and answer him immediately. The king doubles over in another severe coughing fit as Alicia and Prince Roland watch the chaotic scene. Alicia is bewildered by the accusation, having heard absolutely no reports of health issues related to her cream. As Alicia tries to address the report, the king silences her with a furious roar. He grips his collar, declaring that he won't listen to the words of a criminal. The king vows to execute Alicia alongside her father for their perceived betrayal, ignoring the queen's pleas. Realizing a rational conversation is impossible, Alicia panics, wondering what she should do as orders to arrest her echo in her mind. A gloved hand calmly picks up one of the scattered cosmetic jars as a voice asks for permission to speak. Prince Roland holds the jar, calmly composing his thoughts before addressing the king. His eyes snap open with resolve as he calls out to King Estrain, ready to defend Alicia. The king pauses his tirade, momentarily distracted by the prince's intervention. The knights look on as Prince Roland stands protectively beside Alicia, one of them thinking, "Your Highness." Prince Roland holds up the cosmetic cream, declaring that the business is a joint venture between himself and Lady Alicia. He states that all products are made in his research facility and that he will take full responsibility for any investigation. Prince Roland and Alicia stand together, a united front against the chaos and accusations. Looking at the king, Prince Roland calmly argues that executing a noble without a proper investigation would be a hasty decision. The king seems to calm slightly, listening to his son's words as the queen continues to tend to him. The king seethes with rage, questioning how the young prince dares to give him advice. He furiously threatens to execute the prince as well, but the queen holds him back, pleading for him to stop. The queen desperately warns him that executing Prince Roland would mean starting a war, a thought that gives the king pause. "Ha!" the king gasps, collapsing into the queen's arms and weakly insisting this is his country. As Prince Roland and Alicia watch, the king's panicked thought about war echoes in the air. Alicia observes the queen comforting the distraught king, finding his extreme reaction strange and wondering if a simple illness could cause such a change. The queen gently reassures her husband, promising that she will not allow a war to start. Alicia's thoughts race as she finally understands why the queen kept his condition a secret. The country would descend into chaos. Stepping forward, Alicia resolves to address the king directly for the time being. With newfound fire in her eyes, Alicia declares that she is not like the person who betrayed him and vows she will not break his trust. She announces her intention to investigate the matter personally alongside Prince Roland. Clutching his chest, the weakened king weakly acknowledges Lady Alicia as the queen watches with concern. The king's gaze hardens as he warns Alicia not to go back on her words. He points a trembling finger, threatening to execute Alicia Branford if she fails to produce satisfactory results. Leaving the palace, Prince Roland and Alicia ride together in a carriage through the rain, as his butler laments not knowing the king's true state. Alicia sits in stunned silence, still processing the shocking state she found the king in. Prince Roland breaks the silence, stating plainly to Alicia that the king did not seem sane. He recalls the queen's wariness of a man named Harfell, concluding that the king's condition is undoubtedly connected to him. Alicia agrees, remembering the king's manic expression and suggesting they consider it part of that man's plan. Catching his attention, Alicia begins to address the prince. The prince's butler, Mathis, reports that their investigation has identified the target's base of operations as a casino. Prince Roland looks at Alicia with a comforting expression, promising he won't allow her to be executed. His expression hardens with determination as he looks out the window. Vowing to uncover the scheme, the scene transitions to a lavish casino where a man laughs among hooded figures. Alicia smiles confidently, certain that they will definitely succeed in uncovering the truth. Elsewhere, a brown-haired man apologizes to a white-haired man he calls Your Grace. The man reports that their asset has proven to be far more useless and cowardly than they had anticipated. The white-haired man sips his wine, coldly reminding his subordinate of the significant time and effort they have invested. The subordinate confirms he understands, privately recalling that while they can manipulate the drug king, he has become unstable. He finishes his thought, noting the king's inherent cowardice makes him useless at critical moments, which his master dismisses as acceptable. The white-haired man stands, announcing that he is heading back to the palace. He turns, sternly reminding the man named Harfell not to forget his purpose. With a final command to acquire that, the white-haired man departs, leaving Harfell to bow and accept the order. Harfell watches as his master seamlessly rejoins a bustling, high-society party. A cloaked figure appears in the now empty room, and Harfell immediately asks for a report. After receiving the report, Harfell swirls his drink and inquires about the status of Alicia Branford. He decides to leave Alicia alone for now, confident that public opinion will be enough to crush her. Taking a sip of wine, he instructs his agents to instead focus their efforts on the country's foolish nobles. He issues a chilling final order to corner their targets carefully and finish them off decisively. The cloaked figures quietly acknowledge his command. The scene shifts to the exterior of a stately building, with a closed sign hanging on the door. Inside the clothes shop, Prince Roland sighs in relief after overseeing the inspection of their products. An inspector holds up one of the cosmetic jars, confirming that there is no anomaly in the cream. He continues his report to Alicia, stating that if the items in this store are fine, then the issue must lie elsewhere. Prince Roland looks on, confirming that the result is just as he expected. The investigator concludes that the problems are only occurring in products not sold at this location, a fact Prince Roland affirms. The team discusses their next steps, focusing on the remaining destinations for their products. Alicia's red-haired attendant spreads a map on the table, pointing out the other two locations. The red-haired attendant suddenly pauses, looking up from the documents with a confused, "Huh?" As he frantically flips through a ledger, Alicia looks at him with concern and asks, "Leiden, wham!" Leiden slaps a ledger on the table, pointing to a page and urgently shouting for everyone to look. With a worried expression, Li Dan explains his discovery. The transport route in question is handled by the Withslow Trading Company, connecting both businesses. Prince Roland contemplates the name Withslow Trading Company as he pictures an older man with a mustache. Prince Roland asks Alicia if she's familiar with the company, and Li Dan eagerly echoes the question. Alicia gives a slight smile, confirming she doesn't know them well, but begins to recall an incident from a few years ago. In a painful flashback, she remembers her distressed parents, explaining that her family had trouble with that same company. Taking in her words, Prince Roland says her story reminds him of something he saw. He recalls seeing Harfell at the debutante ball and notes that the carriage he used bore the Withslow Trading Company's crest. A dark realization washes over them as the pieces of the puzzle begin to connect. Putting it all together, Alicia looks at Prince Roland and states grimly that Harfell is connected to Withslow. Her thoughts race, linking the man from Serena's affair to Harfell's alliance with the trading company. Concluding this can't be a coincidence, her expression hardens, and she calls for her butler. The butler promptly appears before Prince Roland and Alicia, answering her summons. Prince Roland immediately gives an order, instructing his butler to secure evidence on each of the transport routes. Li Dan eagerly volunteers to help, promising to search the commercial guild's records, and Alicia tells him she's counting on him. Alicia's eyes narrow with fierce determination. Back in the shop, the butler suggests extending the store's closure while looking at a newspaper detailing health issues caused by imported cream. Another article mentions harm to citizens, implicating the Branford family, though Alicia observes no official reports have been published yet. To prevent more chaos, an inspector advises Alicia to suspend all business operations for the time being. Prince Roland watches Alicia closely as she considers the difficult suggestion. With a heavy heart, Alicia lowers her gaze and agrees that it's the right thing to do. Acknowledging the frustrating but necessary decision, the butler reminds Prince Roland that it is getting late and they should return home. Prince Roland closes his eyes, quietly processing the day's events. He agrees, and the group prepares to depart from the stately building for the day. As they leave, a voice rings out, "Are you Alicia Branford?" causing Alicia to turn in surprise. A crowd of concerned and grim-faced townspeople approaches them on the street. Alicia and her companions stand their ground as the crowd gathers before them. The crowd erupts with accusations, yelling that she intended to deceive commoners from the very beginning. Crash. A jar of her cream is thrown to the ground and shatters as someone screams, "Villain." An angry finger points directly at Alicia as a man yells that she's just like her father. The accusations escalate as they question if she mixed poison into the products, declaring that nobles can't be trusted. As the crowd demands she take responsibility, one of Alicia's guards asks if they should intervene, but is told to wait. Alicia understands their anger, realizing they must have read the newspaper and that their fear is natural. Li Dan quickly ushers Alicia towards the carriage, telling her to get inside while he and the others handle the mob. But just as she is about to go, Alicia comes to a sudden halt, surprising her companions. She turns to face the angry crowd, calmly telling her worried friends, "I'm fine." Alicia stands alone before the volatile crowd, her companions watching anxiously from behind. A serene yet determined expression settles on her face as she prepares to speak. Li Dan and the others call out her name in concern as she steps forward to confront the townspeople alone. She gently picks up the shattered pieces of the cosmetic jar, her expression calm as she reassures everyone that it's okay. The crowd grows quiet, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected composure. Alicia begins to speak, sincerely apologizing for causing them to feel anxious. She addresses their fears head-on, informing them that they are already investigating the issues with the cream. Her words are met with skepticism as the crowd murmurs, questioning her claim of an investigation. Alicia gestures to her shop, assuring them that the cream sold there is safe, but an angry man yells back, "How can I possibly believe that?" As others shout their distrust, Alicia realizes words alone won't convince them, and wonders how she can possibly reassure them. Her resolve hardens as she recalls her promise to the king, to uncover the truth no matter what. Looking the crowd in the eye, she makes a solemn vow, declaring that she will accept any punishment. Her bold declaration silences the crowd, who stare at her in stunned disbelief. The moment is broken when a man points and screams, "Liar! Are you trying to deceive us?" A man in the crowd holds up a newspaper, accusing Alicia of being connected to the suspicious deaths of several nobles. The accusations intensify as the crowd claims she's just like her father, planning to make them suffer for her own profit. As her butler advises her to step back, Alicia stands her ground and tells him to wait. A voice rings out, shouting, "Wait!" A young man in a dark cloak steps between Alicia's group and the crowd, surprising everyone. The young man confronts the accusers, who nervously deny that they came to blame Lady Alicia. Lidan watches in confusion, wondering about the men's sudden change of heart. A flashback shows the intervening man and his friends drinking cheerfully with Lidan at a tavern. The young man turns and addresses the entire crowd, loudly asking if they have forgotten Alicia's past kindness. In another flashback, commoners are shown receiving medical care, a service made possible by Alicia. He passionately declares that Lady Alicia is the benefactor who saved their loved ones. An older man in the crowd reluctantly concedes that what he's saying is true. Another man speaks up, reminding everyone that Alicia asked for their patience and pleading with them to wait a little longer. Alicia looks on, moved by their support, and softly addresses them all. With renewed determination, she turns to face the crowd once more. She promises the townspeople that she will resolve the situation soon. With a final, heartfelt plea, she asks them to believe in her and wait. Having calmed the crowd, the group makes their way to a waiting carriage. Inside the carriage, Prince Roland's butler asks Alicia about the people who defended her, and she confirms they are acquaintances. Alicia explains that they are patrons she knows from the local tavern. Prince Roland listens intently, reflecting on the turn of events. A few days later, a person studies a building layout, noting that their plan will begin tomorrow. Prince Roland sits alone at his desk late at night, poring over documents. His butler enters, reporting that Lidan was upset that Lady Alicia still hadn't taken any time to rest. The butler advises the prince that neither he nor Alicia should overwork themselves and should rest for the day ahead. Prince Roland acknowledges the advice while holding a cup of tea. He sips his tea, closing his eyes as his thoughts turn to Alicia. He recalls her courage, seeing her stand alone against the angry crowd. He reflects on her strength, noting how she faced the public directly without fear, despite her young age. His mind flashes back to other times she showed incredible composure, like when she knelt before the king in the throne room. He remembers how she always remained calm, even when confronted by hostile nobles. Inspired by her resilience, he sets down his cup, resolving that he must learn from her example. The butler smiles, agreeing that Lady Alicia was truly admirable in that moment. The butler adds that her strength is a source of relief for him. His expression turning serious, the butler places a folded letter on the prince's desk. He delivers a report from an investigator, revealing that their target is attempting to acquire something from the kingdom. Prince Roland wonders what their enemy could be after, as an image of a sinister-looking Harfell flashes in his mind. Remembering the casino, he asks his butler to get a list of the items being sold at the upcoming auction. The butler agrees to have the list by noon, while the prince reaffirms his focus on the new intelligence. He clenches the report, declaring that preventing Lady Alicia's execution remains their top priority. The prince gives his final order for the night. They will act tomorrow with her safety paramount, and the butler confirms. Prince Roland gestures toward a small wooden box resting on his desk. The butler asks if the prince intends to take the box with him. Opening the box to reveal an ornate dagger, Prince Roland confirms that it may be necessary. He closes the box, his thoughts turning to his grandfather as he looks at the weapon. The next day dawns over a magnificent estate where a carriage awaits. Dressed in formal attire, Prince Roland thanks his butler for waiting. Alicia and Lidan appear, also dressed in matching formal red and black outfits, ready for the mission. Alicia takes the prince's arm, and they share a look of resolve before heading out. Arriving at their destination at dusk, the group is greeted at the door by two men who welcome them. Prince Roland and Alicia share a look of grim determination as they prepare for their mission. Together with Lidan and the butler, they walk resolutely into a brightly lit hall. The team proceeds down a grand, red-carpeted corridor, their faces set with purpose. Inside a glittering underground casino, Alicia observes the scene, realizing this is the illicit auction house. Surveying the crowd, she recognizes many nobles and identifies one man as Marquis Argus. Her thoughts continue as she notes that even the king's most trusted aides are in attendance. Alicia and Prince Roland watch the nobles mingle, with Alicia concluding that their host has deep connections. Lidan points out the auction venue, and Prince Roland agrees that it's time to proceed. The elegant hall is filled with nobles, gathering before the grand double doors of the auction room. Lidan, Prince Roland, Alicia, and the butler walk in a line, a unified and formidable front. In a planning session, the group learns that their target, Harfell, is expected at tonight's dark auction. The briefing continues, revealing that the prince's knights have already successfully infiltrated the casino. Furthermore, palace knights dispatched by the queen are stationed outside the building, ready to act. Alicia steals her resolve, thinking that all they need to do is find Harfell, whose sinister face flashes in her mind. With the goal to present evidence and capture him, Prince Roland clenches his fist, his expression firm. Leiden and the butler stand ready to open the large double doors as Prince Roland and Alicia wait just behind. As the doors swing open, the group stands together, poised to enter the auction hall. Crash Alicia stares in shock as they find the auction room completely empty and in disarray. The team looks on in stunned silence, wondering what could have happened to the event. A voice calls out, welcoming Prince Roland and Lady Alicia and remarking on their tardiness. The voice belongs to Harfell, who sits alone, smugly informing them that the auction is already over. The group glares at their adversary as Alicia recognizes him by name. She realizes he must have known they were coming and thinks his audacity is impressive. Stepping forward, Alicia greets Count Harfell and silently vows he will regret ever crossing them. With a confident smirk, Alicia declares it's a lovely night for a villain like him to be judged. As they approach, Leiden asks Harfell if he's prepared for the consequences, since he clearly waited for them. Harfell feigns ignorance, asking what she means by villain, but Alicia meets his gaze without flinching. Prince Roland and Alicia stand side by side, their expressions serious as they confront their foe. Leiden announces their intent to capture him, revealing they have already investigated and found evidence of the creams being switched. He continues, stating they also have information regarding the assassination of nobles, flashing back to a crime scene. Prince Roland takes over, directly accusing Harfell of being responsible for all the recent suspicious deaths. Stroking his chin, Harfell reacts with feigned surprise, simply asking, "Oh." Roland lays out the motive, explaining Harfell specifically targeted nobles who support Queen Adelia. He concludes that Harfell's goal was to destabilize the kingdom by weakening the queen's authority. Harfell dramatically spreads his arms, mockingly impressed that the prince investigated so thoroughly. He dismisses Roland as a bookish prince, but Roland coolly tells him to say whatever he likes. Standing with his allies, Prince Roland declares that his duty is to expose Harfell's crimes and ensure he pays. Alicia suddenly senses something is amiss, a strange feeling putting her on edge. Her eyes are drawn to a strange magical energy emanating from a glowing ring on someone's hand. Her perception of the room shifts, revealing an eerie overhead view with skull-like apparitions at the tables. Understanding dawns in Alicia's eyes as she pieces together what the vision is showing her. Alicia calls out to the man beside her, addressing him as Mr. Mathis. Startled, Mr. Mathis turns and questions her observation about the paintings and cushions. Alicia's heightened senses reveal shadowy figures lurking in the room on the balcony and in a doorway. Another dark silhouette is spotted, partially hidden by a plush red sofa. Mr. Mathis compliments Alicia's keen eye, admitting that even he hadn't noticed the hidden figures. With a soft clack of her heel, Alicia understands they are not alone. She turns back to Harfell, asking if the others hiding in the room are his friends. Harfell sneers at Mathis, mocking him for being outsmarted by a child, as shadowy figures emerge. Leiden steps protectively in front of Alicia as Harfell stands flanked by a dark, cloaked figure. Prince Roland calmly assesses the situation, noting there are 3 hidden enemies, but confidently thinks his butler alone could handle them. Mathis smugly agrees, thinking that since they're dealing with him, the late King Raymond's right-hand man, their plan is flawed. As the prince's butler watches, Mathis's sinister thoughts conclude that 3 people won't be enough. Mathis laughs condescendingly, questioning if children can capture him, while Alicia wonders at the source of his overwhelming confidence. Suddenly, the room is flooded with armed, cloaked figures who surround the team in a surprise ambush. One of the prince's infiltrated knights appears, asking if they are all right amidst the chaos. Leiden stares in shock at the sudden turn of events. The hall erupts into a vicious battle as the prince's knights clash with Harfell's numerous soldiers. A knight reports that they were overwhelmed when enemy soldiers suddenly emerged from a commotion. Alicia realizes with horror that Harfell had hidden his soldiers among the casino's employees and guests. Her mind flashes to Harfell's smirk, finally understanding the reason for his confidence. As the team stands ready, more cloaked assassins emerge from the shadows behind them. 2 masked assassins draw their short swords, preparing to strike the group from behind. Leiden moves to shield Alicia, both bracing for the imminent attack. Prince Roland steps forward, his expression resolute as he declares he will handle the situation. The butler expresses concern for His Highness, while Alicia begs Roland to step back. In his gloved hand, Roland reveals a shimmering silver cross pendant on a golden chain. He calmly surveys the raging battle down the hallway. Clutching the pendant tightly, his resolve hardens. He focuses his gaze on the chaos, preparing to intervene. A confused Alicia and Ladin question Prince Roland, wondering what he is about to do. Prince Roland stands his ground, the pendant held ready as his companions watch from behind. The pendant bursts into a brilliant flash of light as it begins to transform. Harfell watches in disbelief, exclaiming that it can't be possible. The light subsides to reveal Prince Roland in a new white uniform, wielding a magnificent glowing blue sword. Lidan and Alicia stare in astonishment, with Lidan asking if that is truly a sword. He takes a closer look, focusing on the blade's intricately designed hilt. Lidan wonders if the source of its power could be a magic stone. Brandishing the radiant blade, Prince Roland declares he will pass judgment on Douglas Harfell and all who follow him. Harfell flinches in alarm at the prince's declaration. Prince Roland raises the glowing sword high above his head. With absolute authority, he utters a single, powerful command. "Obey me." He thrusts the sword into the floor, unleashing a blinding wave of magical energy. The radiant blue light explodes outward, engulfing the entire hall. In the blink of an eye, all of Harfell's soldiers are frozen in place, their fighting coming to an abrupt halt. Bam! The magical force slams into Harfell, sending him flying backward. He crashes to the floor, stunned and overpowered. The glowing magic ring on Harfell's finger cracks and shatters into pieces. A bewildered knight looks on as Harfell's forces lie moaning on the ground, wondering what just happened. From a balcony above, the butler observes the neutralized assassins below. Lidan and Alicia are awestruck, with Lidan remarking on the incredibly powerful magic. Alicia marvels that a magic stone with such a massive area of effect exists. The glowing sword dissolves back into its pendant form, which Prince Roland catches. He explains that the spell will keep their enemies immobilized for a while. Alicia looks at the prince, her thoughts racing as she processes what she just saw. Harfell sits defeated amidst the shards of his shattered magic ring. A slow, manic grin spreads across his face as he recognizes the weapon, the missing king's sword. The legendary king's sword is shown in its full, majestic glory against a royal crest. Staring up at the prince, Harfell cedes, realizing Roland possessed the national treasure all along, and mockingly praises the former king's generosity. In another part of the hall, the prince's knights finish securing the now helpless cloaked assassins. Defeated on the floor, Harfell scoffs, thinking a powerful magic stone is useless in the hands of a child. As Prince Roland watches, Harfell taunts him as a brat with no skill, laughing at the idea of being judged by them. Pointing an accusatory finger, Harfell shouts that neither the prince nor the lowly girl will get away with interfering. Alicia, Prince Roland, and Lidan stand united, their expressions firm in the face of his threats. A stern, caped knight tells the defeated Harfell that since his guards are down, he'd be wise to stop shouting. Alicia turns to the knight and gives a simple, authoritative command. Restrain him. As the knight seizes him, Harfell sneers defiantly, boasting that even if they capture him, the king is still his puppet. Alicia calmly approaches, warning him not to underestimate the kingdom of Astrain. She directly accuses him of drugging the king, flashing back to an image of the ailing monarch. She continues, calling him a heinous criminal responsible for the deaths of many nobles as a grim funeral scene appears. With a determined gaze, Alicia prepares to list his final, unforgivable crime. She reveals he also harmed countless innocent citizens, recalling the pained faces of the common people. An image of protesters shouting in outrage flashes by as Alicia concludes her thought. Truly despicable, she declares with cold fury, as Lidan watches with concern, floating gracefully before him. Alicia announces that Her Majesty the Queen will punish him severely for his crimes. Ha! Harfell laughs maniacally, dismissing the Queen's power and asking what a woman like her can possibly do. He smugly challenges them, questioning if the Queen found any evidence of his crimes or his manipulation of the king. He screams that without proof, they can't judge a noble from another country. But Alicia remains perfectly calm. Alicia agrees that methods and motives are important, adding that if such details were uncovered, his fate would be sealed. Leaning closer, a faint magic glowing around her. She challenges him to tell her everything. As a ball of magical energy forms in her hands, she demands to know how he managed to drug the king. Stunned, Harfell refuses to answer, privately thinking he has disposed of all evidence and dealt only with Argus. He thinks that questioning a high-ranking noble like Argus is impossible, but Alicia simply responds, "Ah, I see." With a knowing smile, Alicia reveals his entire plan, correctly identifying Marquise Argus as his accomplice. "WH what?" A shocked Harfell stammers, demanding to know how she could have possibly known that. She towers over him, asking if he foolishly thought the country's chancellor was above suspicion. "Too bad," she says. A glowing red gem materializes as Alicia reveals there is more to uncover, a matching ring shining on her finger. Leaning over the terrified Harfell, she states that she has many more questions for him. Her power intensifies as she demands to know his plots with a man named Withslow, vowing to expose all of it. Harfell's eyes widen in sheer terror as his deepest secrets are forcibly pulled from his mind. Alicia is shocked by what she discovers in his thoughts. Withslow was behind Serena's actions and gave instructions to Lillian. As Harfell collapses, Alicia reels, wondering why Serena and Lillian's names are linked, and realizing Harfell was backing Lillian. Prince Roland checks on her as Alicia, her face shadowed, realizes Harfell's connection to Lillian and questions the girl's true plot. Grabbing the unconscious Harfell, she furiously demands to know what he is planning to do with that girl. A close-up shows Alicia's eyes wide, with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. With red energy crackling around her, she again demands Harfell reveal his plans for the girl. Under her spell, Harfell begins to speak the truth, revealing his ultimate goal, to take over the entire kingdom of Estrain. A sudden burst of red energy erupts from a magic ring on Harfell's hand, throwing Alicia backward. Lidan and Prince Roland rush to her side, with Lidan shouting her name and telling her to get back. Alicia looks on in disbelief, processing the shocking revelation that a noble from Raymond intends to seize control of her country. As the immobilized assassins begin to stir, Prince Roland notes that the effect of his magic is wearing off. "Wait," Alicia protests, insisting she has more questions, but Lidan firmly holds her back. The Caped Knight steps in, apologizing and stating that their priority now must be to escort her to safety. He declares his intent to imprison Harfell before he recovers, as the other palace knights move to secure the assassins. The knight assures Alicia that his order will take over the investigation, using the statements she extracted from Harfell. Prince Roland gently tells Lady Alicia to leave the rest to them, his gaze falling on a ring on his own hand. Alicia falls silent, closing her eyes as she processes the flood of troubling new information. The palace knights lead a bound and defeated Harfell away from the scene, their mission complete. Harfell is unceremoniously loaded into the back of a barred prison wagon. And so, the scene shifts to a majestic estate, where a butler and maid await the arrival of a carriage. Reflecting on their survival after a long and dangerous night, a brown-haired woman warmly comforts a still pensive Alicia. A tender memory unfolds of a woman in a pink dress walking down a hall before warmly embracing a smiling younger girl. The narration confirms that Harfell and his soldiers have been captured as a guard stands watch in a dark stone dungeon. In a dark cell, a prisoner lies defeated. As the narration states, they will all face harsh questioning under the Queen's supervision. To manage the aftermath, they begin preparing evidence, writing reports, and arranging newspaper articles to reveal the truth to the public. A man with reddish-brown hair smiles as he hands over the prepared documents, ready for publication. In his office, Lidan carefully reviews a letter, his expression focused. The scene pulls back to show Lidan in his spacious, sunlit office, with the butler standing attentively nearby. The scene shifts to a majestic palace, its grandeur on full display. Inside, Alicia, Lidan, and the butler formally greet the Queen of Estrain. After the formalities, a table is prepared with tea and cakes as a new conversation begins. Lidan declares his intent to visit the King of Estrain, his expression serious. In a bright parlor, the Queen and her maid face Alicia, ready to begin their discussion. Alicia offers a gentle, understanding smile in return. Seated across from Alicia, the Queen thanks Lady Alicia for coming to meet with her. Alicia graciously accepts the thanks, dismissing any inconvenience. The Queen smiles warmly, noting that she is happy to help since this is a consultation requested by Alicia. Clink. As the Queen reaches for her teacup, She confirms that she has read the letter. Alicia looks at the queen intently and simply confirms, yes. The queen looks distraught, lamenting Harfell's attempt to drag the young Lillian into his crimes. As a maid serves tea, Alicia reports to the queen that the investigation found no evidence implicating Lillian. Alicia quietly processes this information, thinking to herself. As an image of Lillian is reflected in her tea, Alicia confirms her private thought. She couldn't find any evidence of Lillian's involvement. The queen recalls the extensive investigation, which frustratingly yielded no suspicious findings on Lillian. Recalling the information forced from Harfell, Alicia is certain of a connection between him, Lillian, and Serena. Alicia thinks of Lillian's cunning smile, frustrated that without crucial evidence, they cannot put her on trial. Clenching her fist, Alicia resolves that she cannot let Lillian remain free and decides there are other ways to handle her. The queen reaches for Alicia's hand with a proposal, and Alicia confidently agrees to take on the task. Sunlight streams through an elegant window, symbolizing a new plan taking shape. The queen outlines her plan. Bringing Lillian to the palace for etiquette training will keep her under strict security and away from Harfell's allies. With the plan set, the queen formally asks Alicia to please take care of Lillian. Alicia knows she can't leave Lillian unsupervised, and accepts that under the queen's constant watch, Lillian's life is about to get much harder. With hardened eyes, Alicia vows that she will not allow Lillian to act as freely as she did in her past life. The queen sets her plan in motion, instructing a maid to send a letter to Lady Lillian. Turning back to Alicia, the queen smiles and says she has something for her. She hands Alicia a document, explaining that it is official proof of her innocence and a full withdrawal of the execution order. With the king still incapacitated, the queen hopes this official document will bring Alicia some much-needed peace of mind. Holding the document that secures her future, Alicia sincerely thanks Her Majesty for her consideration. The queen smiles, formally thanking Alicia for her invaluable service as the queen of Estrain. The queen's thoughts turn to Douglas Harfell, who remains stubbornly silent in the dungeon, despite the Night Order's continued interrogation. The queen apologizes for the lack of progress, but Alicia kindly reassures her that it is not her fault. Alicia asks to be informed of any new developments, and the queen readily promises to do so. Alicia acknowledges that dealing with Harfell won't be easy, and, looking at her damaged ring, resolves to leave the matter to the queen for now. Alicia looks up in surprise as a book is suddenly presented to her. The queen, sitting with her maid nearby, asks Alicia if she could take a look at the book. Her eyes widen as she opens the book, revealing an ornate royal crest on the first page. A soft smile appears on her face as she continues to look through the book's contents. The queen begins to speak, formally addressing her as Alicia Branford. She declares that for her significant contributions as the acting head of her family, Alicia is now worthy of receiving a great honor. Alicia looks up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, completely taken aback by the queen's words. The Queen of Estrain's eyes are filled with resolve as she looks ahead. Placing a hand over her heart, she earnestly asks Alicia to please accept her offer. She smiles, presenting an ornate letter of appointment for the new Duke Branford. Surprised, Alicia thinks, another gift? As the queen explains, this appointment hasn't been announced yet. The queen recalls a recent meeting of the Nobles' Council, where the matter was discussed. A stunned Alicia addresses Her Highness, who confirms that after consulting with physicians and Prince Roland, it has been confirmed that the king is not expected to recover, and since Nathan is not ready to rule, a substitute is needed. Looking at a royal portrait, she explains the necessity of finding a temporary substitute. The queen appears on a balcony before her people, a symbol of stability. She thinks that since this substitute is admired throughout the kingdom, she will be accepted as the nation's new central figure. Returning to the present, the queen acknowledges to Alicia that she knows this must feel like a heavy burden. With a sigh, she admits she couldn't entrust this critical role to any of the other nobles. After thanking Alicia, the queen prepares to reveal the details of the second gift. The queen asks Alicia to become her closest confidant, offering guidance on all social and political affairs. Alicia is shocked, realizing this is a position of immense power, practically the chancellorship, a fact the queen's thoughts confirm. Composing herself, Alicia says she is honored by the queen's trust. However, she privately questions if it would be difficult for her to take on such a significant role. Her primary concern is that the other nobles will surely oppose the decision, The queen stands, acknowledging Alicia's busy schedule with her business and household. Alicia's hands rest on the official document, a weight of responsibility settling upon her. Taking Alicia's hands, the queen kindly suggests they could simply meet whenever Alicia has time. She gives Alicia an out, assuring her that she is free to refuse the offer if she wishes. The queen sincerely hopes Alicia will accept as the young girl thoughtfully considers the monumental proposal. Alicia raises a practical objection, questioning if the nobles will accept a 12-year-old being involved in politics. The queen smiles, revealing a document and explaining that she has already secured the personal approval of the senior officials. She watches Alicia with a warm, reassuring expression. A flashback shows a hand signing the document under the queen's watchful eye. A tender moment passes as their hands clasp, sealing the unspoken agreement. Alicia decides that since the queen has gone to such lengths, she has no choice but to accept. She realizes that by becoming the advisor, she will gain a powerful position. Her thoughts turn dark as she reflects on securing this role before her fated execution. She recalls the memory of Lillian's ecstatic joy upon her engagement to the prince. Remembering Lillian's desperate ambition to be queen, Alicia wonders how her rival would react to this news. A faint, cunning smile plays on Alicia's lips. With newfound resolve, Alicia looks at the queen and graciously accepts both of her majestic gifts. In her mind, she declares victory, thinking that she has once again taken something precious away. From Lillian, who appears in her thoughts, entangled in thorns, the discussion concludes as Alicia prepares to depart from the queen's chambers. Stepping outside, she's surprised to find Prince Roland waiting, who asks if her discussion is over. Prince Roland offers her a hand as she apologizes for keeping him waiting. He senses a change in her demeanor and asks if something significant happened during her meeting. Prince Roland reports that a message has arrived from King Raymond demanding a report on the Harfell incident. As they settle into a carriage, the butler informs them that the same letter has been sent repeatedly over the last few days. Concluding they can no longer delay, Prince Roland decides they will depart for Raymond tomorrow. He tells Alicia he will have Lidan and the others prepare for the journey, and she gratefully accepts his help. As the carriage rolls on, Prince Roland turns to Alicia, asking how her meeting with the queen went. Prince Roland holds a stack of official papers, his expression serious. After hearing her news, he expresses his relief, stating that with her appointment documented, the kingdom's stability is secure. He hands her a formal document, congratulating her on the Duchess appointment, and asking to attend her ceremony. Alicia holds the document, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the future. A young man with dark blue hair feels left behind, resolving to become the crown prince quickly. He recalls a memory of shaking hands with a young girl, marking a pivotal moment from his past. The white-haired girl reflects on the 5 years that have passed since that day. In a carriage, she tells the blue-haired young man she looks forward to his ceremony, and he promises to invite her. An older, mustached man thinks it's wonderful that the young master has found such a good friend in Lady Alicia. His thoughts turn wary, however, as he wonders how a powerful, shadowed figure on a throne will view their connection. The blue-haired young man asks for a moment to talk, sensing there's something she wants to know. Alicia admits her curiosity about the magic stone His Highness possesses. As she pictures his radiant, sword-shaped necklace, she thinks to herself how incredible it seems. He confirms her assessment, while a vision of his necklace and her own magic ring appears. The scene shifts to a grand, snow-dusted castle under a pale sky. Inside her lavish office, Alicia studies a book with diagrams of gems, turning the page with intense focus. Prince Roland and his butler appear at her door, as she asks if he's finished packing. From above, Roland confirms he's mostly ready, and Alicia offers him some tea for his hard work. The butler politely excuses himself, promising to wait outside and leaving the two of them alone. As the butler departs, Prince Roland apologizes to Alicia for taking up her time. He presents his sword-shaped necklace, explaining he thought she might know more about the magic stone. Alicia internally recalls the immense power she felt emanating from his magic stone. Facing him, she thanks him for his consideration, and admits she did want to learn more. She hesitates, however, questioning if it's appropriate to ask about a valuable national treasure of the Raymond Kingdom. Prince Roland smiles reassuringly, telling her that since it's her, it's perfectly fine. He explains that the previous king, his grandfather, opposed the current king's ascension to the throne. His grandfather entrusted the magic stone to him as a child, telling him to hide it from that man. Alicia realizes he called his father that man, and silently wonders about their strained relationship. She asks if the current king is his father, which he confirms with a somber expression, calling him unworthy of praise. Prince Roland states that the magic stone holds the very power she witnessed that night. He looks down gravely, however, and reveals that its power is now almost completely depleted. Pointing out the faded color of the stone, he explains that a few more uses will extinguish its power forever. He then turns the question to her, recalling that she also used her powerful ring that night. Alicia quietly confirms his observation. He quickly reassures her, saying he won't pressure her to explain its abilities. He adds that he is simply curious about it. Recalling a passage from a book, Alicia asks if magic stones are typically useless once depleted. He confirms they are. Alicia decides she trusts Prince Roland and considers sharing a bit of information about her mysterious ring. Looking at her ring, she reveals that unlike other magic stones, it regains its color after some time. Surprised, he leans forward to get a better look, but she confesses that she doesn't know why it happens. Her ring glows brightly as she clasps her hands, and he wonders if this trait is unique to her artifact. With her reflection in his eye, Prince Roland begins to ponder the possibilities if it's not unique. He offers to investigate the matter on his own, promising secrecy, and she gratefully accepts his help. The butler enters to announce it's time for the young master's departure, which Roland acknowledges. As the butler helps him with his coat, Roland sternly corrects him about the title, before turning back to Alicia. He asks Alicia to keep something safe for him until they can meet again. She looks on in surprise as he reveals the glowing sword necklace in the palm of his hand. He explains that his father would confiscate it if he found out it was used at the casino. Invoking the memory of the previous king, he formally asks Lady Alicia to safeguard the treasure. With a determined look, Alicia accepts his request without hesitation. He gently places the precious necklace into her waiting hands. Clasping it to her chest, Alicia makes a solemn promise to keep it safe. Outside, Alicia and her retinue watch as Prince Roland's carriage departs. In another location, a young woman with blonde hair and a blue dress reads a letter by a window. A blonde woman asks what's wrong, as a cloaked figure with glasses stands before a large door, thinking this is the final message. The blonde woman, receiving the message, addresses the cloaked figure as Harfel, noting his master's capture while lamenting her ally's incompetence. She coldly asks what Harfel will do now that his master is gone. With a determined glare, Harfel declares that he still has orders left to follow. A flashback shows Harfel's past, revealing he was raised as an assassin to obey with absolute loyalty and to carry out commands without question. His master's voice echoes an order from the past. Harfel's sister, a pink-haired girl, is a threat and must be killed. The blonde woman gives a dismissive smile, simply telling the subordinate to do what they can. The scene pulls back, showing the blonde woman sitting alone and isolated in the grand room. Now, at her desk, the blonde woman, Lillian, holds the letter with a hardened, serious expression. She scoffs at Duke Varad, thinking how cruel he was to simply discard his pawn, Harfel. She wonders if this entire plot is merely for a special jewel that will allow her to become queen. Deciding it's not for, she concludes they can do as themselves to let them proceed, as long as they don't interfere with her own plans. Lillian rings a bell and instructs her maid to prepare for a trip to the royal castle. Elsewhere, a man reviews a letter mentioning Duke Varad and asks an associate if all of Harfel's people have been captured. Inside a carriage, the gray-haired man is told by a blue-haired young man that they are still searching for the few remaining associates. The blue-haired young man studies a document with sketches and has a sudden flash of memory, recognizing a woman with short, light-colored hair. He realizes with a start that the cloaked figure he encountered earlier was this very person. A rider intercepts their carriage as the butler shouts for them to stop. Roland confirms with his butler that the documents are from the casino's list of assassins, specifically the ones with unknown whereabouts. He stares at the sketch, convinced the maid he saw with Lillian might be the assassin he's looking for. Deciding it's better to be safe than sorry, Roland leaps from the carriage and mounts a nearby horse. He urgently borrows a horse and sword from the royal guards, who caution him not to overdo it. Sword at his side, Roland agrees and gallops away with grim determination. The scene shifts to Alicia's shop, which is now bustling with happy customers. Leiden reports to Alicia that sales have recovered, crediting the newspaper article that exposed the truth about the recent incident. Leiden beams with admiration, praising Lady Alicia's instructions as brilliant. Alicia smiles and graciously gives Leiden the credit, noting his connection at the newspaper company ensured their success. Handing her a report, he is met with a sincere thank you from Alicia. Reviewing a ledger, Alicia notes with satisfaction that products for the nobility are also selling better than expected. Good, she says, pleased, and remarks she is glad to have good news for a grumbling, worried Mr. Hans. She smiles softly, thinking about how worried he must have been. Li Dan observes the sky, suggesting they return to the mansion before the impending rain. As he packs his briefcase, Li Dan suddenly remembers something he almost forgot. He presents Alicia with a small, beautifully wrapped pouch, which she accepts with thanks. The pouch is shown up close, secured with a red ribbon and a wax seal. Li Dan promises to visit again as his carriage departs, leaving Alicia looking slightly surprised by his words. Alicia notices a different, empty carriage parked nearby, realizing it's a Branford carriage but not the one they used. A sense of unease creeps in as she turns to look at Li Dan with a questioning gaze. An assassin suddenly drops from the carriage roof, and Li Dan shoves Alicia to safety just in time. As Li Dan parries the attacker's dagger with his briefcase, Alicia realizes in horror that she is still being targeted by Harfell's assassins. Li Dan stands protectively before Alicia, ordering her to step back as she calls his name in alarm. He reassures her not to worry, casually mentioning that Mr. Mathis had praised his impressive muscles. He recalls the painful memory of being unable to protect her 5 years ago, a failure that has driven him to train tirelessly ever since. With newfound confidence, he vows that this time he will get it right, just as she taught him. A bystander screams that the attacker has a knife, sending the crowd into a panic as Li Dan faces his opponent. Alicia watches in terror, fearing that innocent people might get hurt in the chaos. Clutching the pouch Li Dan gave her, she looks up with sudden resolve. Tearing it open, she reveals an assortment of small vials and powders inside. With a determined glare, Alicia uncorks a bottle containing a potion. Whoosh! She throws the potion, which erupts in a cloud of blinding smoke, engulfing the assassin. Alicia points her red-haired attendant in the right direction, but their escape is cut short, as she is suddenly shoved to the ground. Running for her life, Alicia questions why assassins are still pursuing her when their leader, Harfell, has already been caught. A dark premonition forms as she wonders if a hidden mastermind is pulling the strings from the shadows. As she dashes through a dark alleyway, a chilling thought stops her in her tracks. Her eyes widen in a shocking moment of realization as she digs her heels into the cobblestones. An unseen force sends Alicia flying onto the hard ground as her attendant, Li Dan, screams her name in horror. Li Dan bravely uses his briefcase to block a blade meant for Alicia, while she struggles on the ground with a groan. Clutching her chest in terror, Alicia realizes this is the exact same deadly scene she foresaw using her ring. The attacker strikes Li Dan, sending him reeling in pain as Alicia cries out his name in desperation. Rushing to Li Dan's side, Alicia refuses to accept this grim fate, desperately searching for a way out. A hooded assassin approaches with a glowing blue sword, their murderous intent clear. The deadly blade descends, aimed directly for Alicia's face. With a deafening clash, the attack is suddenly intercepted. Prince Roland stands protectively over Alicia and Li Dan, his sword holding back the assassin's blade. Alicia calls out to the prince in relief, and he turns to ask if she is all right. The prince is stunned to see the assassin's face, recognizing her as someone named Lena. Lena reveals she is Lady Lillian's maid, shocking Alicia, who can't believe a traitor was hiding so close. Li Dan entrusts Alicia's safety to Prince Roland as they share a look of grave concern. Kneeling before Alicia, Prince Roland apologizes for arriving late and confirms her suspicion that Harfell was merely a pawn. Alicia thanks him for his help, but suddenly stumbles with a pained grunt. The prince catches her, asking if her leg is hurt, but she insists something else is more important. As Li Dan restrains the captured assassin, he asks the prince if he really called her Lena. Prince Roland declares the situation perfect, thinking that Lena, being close to Lillian, will be a much better source of information than Harfell. A cunning smile spreads across Alicia's face as she realizes this capture will provide her with very interesting stories. The scene shifts to a grand palace, its grounds bustling with elegant carriages. Inside a royal chamber, Prince Roland and an official stand over the captured and bound assassin, Lena. A maid gently tends to Alicia's hand, addressing her respectfully. An official presents Alicia with employment documents, for which she thanks him. Reading the papers, Alicia recalls hiring the maid 5 years ago and wonders if she was an assassin from the very beginning. She remembers the prince mentioning that Harfell's faction began targeting her after the debutante ball. Pondering the timeline, Alicia concludes it's more likely her original maid was replaced by this imposter recently. The scene returns to the chamber where the assassin kneels before Prince Roland and the official. Alicia sternly confronts the captive, demanding to know when she took the place of Lillian's personal attendant. She accuses the imposter of being the secret messenger between Harfell and Lillian. Noting the captive's dazed state, Alicia recognizes this as a golden opportunity to extract information. Her ring glows with power as she resolves to use its mysterious ability. Approaching the dazed assassin, Alicia informs her that her master is captured, and the truth will be revealed one way or another. The magic of her ring intensifies, a silent promise that the investigation will uncover everything. As dark energy swirls around the captive assassin, Alicia calmly watches the spell take effect. Her interrogation is suddenly cut short by an unexpected announcement at the door. A royal captain enters with his guards, stating he is there on the Queen's orders to take custody of the dangerous individual. The captain thanks Lady Branford for her cooperation and confirms the captive is the assassin mentioned in her report, to which she agrees. The royal guards surround the assassin, preparing to lead her away. Leaning close, Alicia whispers a sinister thank you to the captive for the valuable information she provided. With a final chilling goodbye, Alicia watches as the guards escort the assassin out of the room. The matter concluded, Alicia turns and gives Prince Roland a formal curtsy. She sincerely expresses her gratitude for his timely intervention. A maid informs Alicia that Li Dan is resting comfortably, as his injuries were not serious. Alicia smiles, relieved to hear that her loyal attendant is safe. As a carriage departs, Alicia and her household stand together, watching it go. Alicia reflects on the fragmented information from her ring, realizing it allowed her to piece together the truth. Lena replaced the real maid a year ago. She orders her attendant, Hans, to reinvestigate all the servants' backgrounds before her thoughts turn to the assassin's other objective. Alicia recalls the assassin's second order, to kill her the moment the command was given. She confirms to herself that Lena did, in fact, receive the order to kill her and acted upon it. Wondering who gave the order, she dismisses the imprisoned Harfall as an unlikely source for such a swift command. With a look of sharp focus, Alicia considers the implications of this new possibility. She concludes the mastermind must be part of the royal opposition and, as the Queen's aide, vows to stop them. The maid and Hans stand waiting outside a set of ornate double doors. Turning back to her attendants, Alicia asks if she can inquire about one more thing. She recalls that the same name appeared in the minds of both Harfell and Lena, knowing it cannot be a coincidence. Facing her staff, Alicia finally asks them about her stepmother. She formally requests that they investigate the current whereabouts and condition of a woman named Serena. Elsewhere, a calculating nobleman swirls his wine, its surface reflecting two women, while an exquisite blue jewel glows in a box before him. A blonde woman in a veiled hat sits in a luxurious room, wondering aloud what happened to Madame Serena. Speaking to an older man, the veiled woman notes it's been a while and demands to know when she'll be allowed to see her. The man, Lord Varad, smiles cruelly, explaining that since Lady Lillian is now the Queen's aide, seeing her will be impossible for a while. The veiled woman reminds Lord Varad of the promise he made to her. A memory flashes of a beautiful tiara being placed upon a young blonde woman's head. Lord Varad assures the veiled woman he remembers their promise and is taking the necessary steps to ensure the plan's success. He finishes with a smug grin, telling her to simply focus on her own role in their scheme. The veiled woman agrees to follow his instructions, so long as he keeps his end of the bargain. Her rage builds as she remembers the wretched girl who cast her aside, her anger mirroring a stormy sea. Her eye glows with cold fury, her hatred for her rival laid bare. She tells Lord Varad she will gladly obey if it means she gets to watch her enemy writhe in pain. Lord Varad casually changes the subject. He presents a stunning blue jewel, admiring its beauty before stating that, unfortunately, he cannot give it to her. Holding the jewel aloft, he explains it's a legendary gem said to possess mysterious powers. He muses on its potential as a vision of a smiling, blonde Lillian appears, holding a similar glowing artifact. His thoughts reveal his true intention. The exquisite jewel will suit Lady Lillian perfectly. Outside the estate, Lillian runs down the grand staircase, excitedly calling out to her sister Alicia. Lillian embraces Alicia, saying she'll miss her, while Alicia promises to perform her duties as the queen's aide well. With a cold, distant expression, Alicia quietly accepts her stepsister's embrace. An onlooker watches the two sisters farewell from a distance. Lillian smiles happily, speaking of her affection for Prince Nathan. Alicia closes her eyes and gives a terse, one-word acknowledgement. Lillian asks Alicia to use her power to support her marriage to the prince. Alicia's eyes narrow, seeing through her stepsister's facade. Lillian dreams of becoming queen, a future where her powerful Duke sister will be forced to kneel before her. She grins with twisted delight, believing this will ensure they'll be together forever. Alicia knows Lillian's true desire is to keep her as a toy, a thought prompted by the memory of a man presenting Lillian with flowers. Offering a large bouquet of yellow roses, Alicia gives Lillian a hollow thank you for everything. With a chilling smile, Alicia thinks how turning back time has given her more reason for revenge, as Lillian has unknowingly helped her. A memory surfaces of Lillian asking if Alicia understands the hidden meaning behind yellow roses. Reflected in Lillian's eye, Alicia bids a silent, hateful goodbye to the dear little sister she utterly despises. A royal guard approaches, announcing it's time for Lady Lillian's carriage to depart. Lillian giggles, announcing her departure as she clutches the symbolic bouquet. The two women share a final look, Lillian's smile filled with smug anticipation, and Alicia's gaze burning with cold resolve for the upcoming ceremony. As Lillian's carriage rolls away, a royal messenger approaches Alicia with a message from the queen. He reports that the investigation into the assassin Lena is making steady progress, and Alicia thanks him for the update. A grand carriage drawn by 4 white horses departs from the palace grounds. With her attendant behind her, Alicia recalls the name of the assassin, Lena. She remembers the vision from her ring of a descending dagger, realizing the future it showed was real. Alicia examines her ring, noting it has turned black but survived the ordeal, thinking it should be usable again soon. She considers how magical stones are normally disposable, unlike her unique, reusable ring. Musing on the ring's strange properties, she recalls that Prince Roland promised to investigate it for her. Standing with her staff, Alicia resolves that she cannot simply rely on the prince's help. As she walks through the palace grounds, she anticipates that by now, things are in motion elsewhere. The scene shifts to the royal palace, where a voice expresses shock at Prince Roland's sudden return. Prince Roland coolly announces he has been summoned by His Majesty and orders the guards to make way. In the throne room, Roland formally greets the king, his father. An aide asks the prince to wait, but the king dismisses the aide, saying there's no need. When the aide insists the matter is urgent, the king furiously orders him to leave under threat of beheading. The terrified aide quickly stammers his understanding and retreats. With a smug smile, the king greets his son at last. The king sarcastically apologizes for interrupting Roland's time with women, but the prince begins to report on the current situation. The king grins with a hint of malice, a bloody stain appearing over his face as he acknowledges the topic. He lets out an exasperated sigh, leaning his head on his hand. While his ministers chuckle, the king complains that another country dared to send a letter of protest. Prince Roland calmly explains that he responded by claiming the man's actions were personal and not sanctioned by their kingdom. The king angrily questions Roland for assisting in the arrest, instead of executing the man himself or bringing him back for punishment. He slams his fist down, declaring it absurd to let another country handle the punishment, as it will only make them arrogant. Roland observes his father, thinking the king lacks fairness, insight, and compassion. The king kicks out furiously, blaming Roland for the criticism he's facing from a, quote, feeble nation's queen. He grabs Roland by the collar, screaming that this is all his son's fault. Roland remains calm, stating he judged it best to leave the matter to the kingdom of Estrain. He then asks if the correct royal action wouldn't be to apologize to the other nation. The king sneers, reminding Roland that his grandfather is no longer here, and that he is now the sole king of Raymond. Bellowing with rage, he declares that this is his kingdom, and he will not tolerate anything that defies his will. Prince Roland listens to his father's tirade with a cold, unwavering gaze. He thinks that no one will stop this foolish man from tainting the throne and ruining the country his grandfather built, clenching his fist in resolve. The king asks if that's all Roland has to say after the prince tells him he and his grandfather are different. As onlookers watch, Roland states plainly that his father and grandfather are far too different for him to ever mistake one for the other. The king glowers at his son's defiance, while Roland meets his gaze with quiet contempt. Announcing he has urgent business, Roland turns to leave, prompting the outraged king to shout for him to wait. The king regains his composure and tells Roland he has something important to give him. Roland inwardly wonders if his father somehow knows about the king's sword and considers testing him. Startled by Roland's sudden turn, the king watches his son's reaction with suspicion. Thinking of a magic stone for magical defense, Roland decides it's safe to assume his father knows about the sword. With a swift move, Roland thrusts a document into the king's hands, catching him completely off guard. He coolly asks his startled father if something is the matter. The king stammers that nothing is wrong as he accepts the paper. Stating that he has made his delivery, Roland takes his leave from the throne room. In a fit of rage, the king throws the document to the floor and curses. Convinced Roland has the king's sword, he furiously orders his men to search his room and retrieve it at any cost. Seething with anger, the king mutters about the little brat. He vows he won't be looked down upon anymore as Prince Roland boards his carriage and departs. Roland's reflection in the window shows his determined and somber expression. A title card announces the day of the inauguration ceremony has arrived. Amidst a pile of lavish gifts and flowers, a voice asks the butler about one particular present. A butler with glasses notes the arrival of a gift from the Marquis family as staff bustle in the background. He directs the staff to place the numerous gifts and flowers that have arrived for the ceremony. A staff member addresses a smiling woman with long, light pink hair and a purple dress as Madam. The woman thanks the butler, but insists she can't trouble him to manage the gifts. Taking his clipboard with a smile, she insists on doing at least a little something to help. With a playful laugh, she relents and hands the clipboard back to the amused butler. The woman happily joins her staff in organizing the bouquets and presents. She watches over the bustling room as her staff meticulously arranges the mountain of celebratory gifts. The butler fondly recalls how young Lady Alicia used to be. He reflects that since becoming acting head, Alicia's performance has been flawless, and her capabilities have truly shown. He's moved to see so many people celebrating Lady Alicia's official appointment to nobility. As Alicia smiles knowingly, he concludes that she is a truly special child. His thoughts drift to a memory of a small, lonely Alicia, overshadowed by the image of a comforting hand. He believes she endured great pain because of him, yet she helped him with wisdom and talent that astonished even her own mother. The woman in purple, her mother, tears up as he marvels at Alicia becoming a duke at the mere age of 12. The butler confidently thinks that after becoming a duke, Lady Alicia's growth will be even greater. Her mother beams, cheerfully suggesting they all work hard together to support her. Now, dressed in an elegant red gown, Alicia descends a grand staircase, escorted by a red-haired man. She smiles warmly and thanks the red-haired man, Hans, for organizing all the gifts. From a maid's viewpoint, Alicia sees her mother has arrived and greets her warmly. Her mother immediately pulls her into a tight, affectionate embrace. Mother gushes over how adorable her daughter is, much to the amusement of the nearby staff. Sharing a loving look, Alicia gently chides her mother for being so dramatic. Her mother praises a maid named Remy, and Alicia smiles in agreement, adding that it's just as she'd expect from her. The butler confirms with Hans that everything is ready for their departure. Alicia, her mother, and Remy share a proud and happy moment together. A young man with dark blue hair arrives, apologizing for any delay, and is greeted as Your Highness. Alicia politely tells the prince there is no need to apologize. She expresses her deep gratitude to him for escorting her and attending the after-party. The prince assures her not to worry, as he is doing it because he wants to. He then thoughtfully offers to help her with anything else she might need. Alicia's mother steps forward and sincerely asks the prince to take good care of her daughter. The prince agrees, as Alicia's mother takes her hand. As they hold hands, Alicia once again teases her mother for being overly dramatic. The prince watches the touching moment between mother and daughter with a gentle expression. Escorted by the prince and seen off by her family and staff, a beaming Alicia announces she is leaving for the ceremony. The scene shifts to the grand royal audience hall, where nobles have gathered along a long blue carpet leading to 2 thrones. A brief transition shows an arrangement of elegant white lilies. Clad in her magnificent red cape, Alicia walks determinedly down the center of the hall. In the Estrain Castle audience hall, it is announced that Queen Adelia has formally declared the king's illness to the nobles. Seated upon the throne, Queen Adelia looks on with regal composure as it's declared she will now rule as the king's regent. The assembled crowd, including the prince, bursts into applause following the queen's declaration. Alicia joins in the applause with a confident and satisfied smile. The queen stands, surveying her court with a steady gaze. Stepping forward, Alicia formally acknowledges the queen's summons. Alicia internally reflects that this moment reminds her of 5 years ago. Recognizing the profound change, a genuine smile graces her face as she thinks how good it feels to see these positive changes finally happening. As Alicia approaches the throne, she and the queen share a look of mutual respect and understanding. The queen addresses the court, announcing she has one more decree, the appointment of a new duke for the kingdom of Estrain. As Alicia stands expectantly before her, the queen proudly calls out her name, Alicia Branford. The queen begins her decree, recognizing Alicia's remarkable contributions to the kingdom. An attendant holds a medal as the queen's declaration continues, promising to grant Alicia the formal dukedom that was pledged 5 years ago. She offers Alicia a position as her right hand in governing the kingdom and asks if she accepts. With a confident smile and her hand over her heart, Alicia humbly accepts the role. As nobles in the crowd watch, they express surprise at her becoming an aide at such a young age, though one concedes it makes sense given her relationship with the queen. A noble calls for a celebration of Queen Adelia's reign, as Alicia and another man stand beside her throne. Clap. The queen thanks Lady Alicia, stating she'll be counting on her from now on, and Alicia confidently agrees. With a warm smile, the queen addresses the gathered court. She thanks everyone for gathering on this joyous day of celebration. Whisper. At the subsequent party, guests murmur about Lady Alicia becoming the queen's aide at her age. Whisper. Others note that even Her Majesty the Queen has taken special notice of her. Alicia and the dark blue-haired prince are the center of attention at the grand celebration. Phew. Alicia calmly observes the nobles, thinking their reactions are more or less as she expected. Her thoughts turn dark as she vows to never become the consort of the foolish prince who killed her. The prince approaches, asking if she's tired from all the greetings, and she admits she is just a little. He advises her not to push herself too hard, and she thanks him for his concern. Queen Adelia approaches, calling out to Lady Alicia. Alicia and the prince turn to greet the queen, with Alicia thanking her for attending despite her busy schedule. The queen smiles warmly as she addresses Prince Roland by name. Standing beside Alicia, Prince Roland explains that he requested to be here and is grateful for the invitation. He formally congratulates the new ruler on behalf of the Kingdom of Raymond, and the queen thanks him, also acknowledging his help in a recent incident. Prince Roland smiles politely, stating that he is honored. Alicia and the prince stand together, looking slightly startled by the exchange. Hee. The queen lets out a small, amused laugh as she looks at the two of them. The butler questions the queen's intentions. The queen explains that with Lady Alicia now an official duchess, it's only natural to consider a suitable partner for the future of her house. Alicia internally concedes that with her new title, she will have to think about marriage eventually. Looking flustered, Prince Roland begins to address the queen. After clearing his throat, he looks at them both and firmly says no. Prince Roland states his belief that a delicate matter like marriage should depend entirely on Lady Alicia's own will. He stands beside Alicia, affirming that this is what he thinks. The queen smiles and concedes that he's right, adding that while duty is important, Alicia quickly interjects, telling the queen she's thinking too far ahead as her work is still her main focus. The queen seems to sheepishly acknowledge her tendency to speak before thinking. Prince Roland internally wrestles with his feelings, acknowledging that while it's natural for someone in her position to become engaged, his heart feels unsettled. He dismisses the thought with a quiet no, though the butler and Hans observe his reaction. Alicia glances at him, a questioning look in her eyes. The queen stammers slightly, trying to explain her reasoning. She smiles and clarifies that just for today, she has a special guest. She explains that she allowed a young man to attend who insisted he had something important to tell Lady Alicia. As a young man in a white uniform is escorted forward by a blonde woman, the queen asks Alicia if she could hear him out for a moment. The blonde woman announces she has brought him, and as he arrives, the nobles murmur in recognition. Alicia watches the newcomers approach with a stern, unreadable expression. The blonde woman escorting the man smiles brightly. Alicia's eyes narrow as she recognizes the man, her thoughts sharp with his name. Nathan. Tap tap. Nathan walks across the hall, and with a thud, he suddenly drops to one knee before Alicia. Overcome with shock, Alicia's eyes close as she begins to fall backward. Prince Roland watches with a grave expression as Alicia appears to faint. Nathan kneels, his hand on his chest as he begins his congratulations. With a smug, triumphant grin, he congratulates Lady Alicia on her appointment as Duke. Prince Nathan, a man with brown hair, is being fitted for a formal white jacket by his attendants. A blonde woman in a blue gown, Lady Lillian, stands by as it's announced the appointment ceremony is over and the party will begin soon. Prince Nathan turns to Lady Lillian, asking if his appearance is strange. He muses that Lady Alicia will surely be beautiful today, and smiles, thinking she'll be surprised to see him. In a flashback, a woman with light, purple-tinged hair agrees with an unseen person. A gloved hand is shown in a delicate gesture. In a fond memory, Lady Lillian adjusts Prince Nathan's ruffled collar. The two of them share a quiet moment in the grand hall. A woman with white hair recalls her disdain, thinking a lowly woman seduced Prince Nathan and changed him. She remembers how Nathan began chasing that woman, thinking how foolish and adorable he was as he and Lillian shared a happy moment. A close-up reveals Lady Lillian's determined blue eyes as her hands rest on Nathan's shirt. The white-haired woman reflects on her surprise that Alicia became a duchess after she had planned to get rid of her quickly. The woman scoffs, thinking Alicia seems pleased with herself for kicking her out of the mansion. She smirks, thinking that being by Prince Nathan's side isn't so bad after all, and decides she's changed her mind. With a menacing grin, she vows to take Prince Nathan for herself and guide him personally. Tap tap. The woman in blue and Prince Nathan walk down a long carpet as she thinks how infuriating it is that Alicia is getting so much attention. On a chessboard, a white queen piece is moved as the woman plots to use Alicia as bait to make Prince Nathan king. She laughs, thinking Alicia should feel honored to be a stepping stone for her to become Queen Lillian. At the party, Prince Nathan formally congratulates the new duchess. He smiles warmly as he addresses Lady Alicia by name. Alicia stares back coldly, wondering what Nathan is trying to accomplish by getting the Queen's permission to be here. Standing beside the Queen, Alicia formally thanks Prince Nathan for his kind words. Prince Roland approaches, greeting Prince Nathan and reminding Alicia that Nathan had something to discuss with her. Nathan smirks as he finally acknowledges Prince Roland's presence, and the two princes face each other. With a condescending smile, Nathan thanks Prince Roland for making the effort to travel all the way from the kingdom of Raymond. Hiding behind Roland, Alicia notes the condescending tone in Nathan's voice. She observes that while his manners may have improved slightly, his rotten nature is still surely intact. Nathan smugly asks Prince Roland if he's still clinging to Lady Alicia. He sighs dramatically, claiming people like Roland are preventing Lady Alicia from making the right decisions. Prince Roland demands to know what he means, but Nathan just reiterates his point. Nathan declares that Lady Alicia is an exceptional person, with a brief flashback of a smiling Lillian at his side. He adds that, due to her brilliance, she is more than just a duke, though sometimes she doesn't know how to behave. Addressing the gathered nobles, Nathan announces that Alicia has been chosen as the Queen's aide. He proclaims she will be a beacon of hope who will guide the kingdom of Estrane to prosperity. As Alicia listens, Nathan's voiceover explains that someone so valuable needs a partner with status and benefit to the nation. He continues that for the good of the kingdom, she must make the best possible choice. This choice, he concludes, is not just for her, but for the future of Estrane. A sharp sound echoes as two pairs of formal shoes step forward. The princes face off as Nathan declares he is the best choice for Alicia, calling Roland a hindrance. A man with a mustache watches the tense confrontation from a distance. Prince Roland thinks with disappointment that Nathan's self-centered way of thinking hasn't changed at all. Their eyes meet in a tense, silent clash. Prince Roland's thoughts assert that Lady Alicia has always made the best decisions on her own. Memory shows a younger, smiling Alicia being handed a document by her loyal staff. Prince Roland glares at Nathan and coldly tells him to keep his unnecessary comments to himself. Alicia silently observes the escalating tension between the two princes. Nathan looks surprised, wondering why Lillian is staying quiet during the confrontation. A gasp escapes as Lillian suddenly appears and embraces a shocked Alicia from behind. Lillian whispers to Alicia, asking why she isn't happy that Prince Nathan went to such lengths for her. Alicia stares forward, her expression a mask of pure shock and disbelief. With a chilling smile, Lillian thinks her sister's name with feigned affection. Alicia reels in shock as Lillian whispers, asking why she isn't happy that Prince Nathan made such an effort for her. As the party watches, Lillian embraces Alicia from behind, congratulating her on becoming a duke, while Alicia thinks her sister's name with dread. Onlookers murmur about what close sisters the two are, with a woman praising Lady Lillian for being so thoughtful. Tears welling in her eyes, Lillian tells Alicia she is genuinely happy for her. Lillian continues her performance, loudly remarking on the stark difference from Alicia's past when she only wore rags. Caressing Alicia's cheek, Lillian feigns sympathy, recalling how unbearable it was to see her in shabby dresses. Lillian blames Alicia's lowly birth for her past mistreatment, flashing back to a memory of a young girl cowering from a beating, before praising how dignified Alicia has now become. Over an image of a fallen rose, Lillian's inner thoughts lament that if not for their mother, Alicia would have found happiness sooner. With tears streaming down her face, Lillian cries out that birth is a cruel fate. The gathered nobles begin to gossip, with one woman recalling that Alicia's mother was the former duke's commoner mistress. Alicia understands Lillian's true motive, to publicly shame her by bringing up her painful past and reminding her not to forget her humble origins. Alicia's sharp thought cuts through the pity party. Too bad for her, which Alicia gently lifts Lillian's chin, thinking to herself that she's grown strong enough that such words can no longer hurt her. With a calm smile, Alicia gently tells her crying sister that tears don't suit a celebration. The party guests watch the sisters exchange with rapt attention. Alicia fixes her gaze on Lillian, pointedly asking, "You know it too, don't you?" She reminds Lillian of a time she brought flowers to cheer up their mother, pointing out how much Lillian used to admire her. Alicia's thoughts darken as she recalls her mother's suffering and how Duke Edgar used his power to commit a despicable act. She feels a pang of regret, realizing that, despite his cruelty, he was still Lillian's father. Changing the subject, Alicia publicly vows to do her best as the Queen's aide. She then looks directly at Lillian, adding that as a duke, she will watch over her. Lillian gives a faint, enigmatic smile in response to Alicia's declaration. As Alicia takes Lillian's hand, she internally admits that she can't keep up with the facade. A red-haired man named Liden tactfully interrupts, reminding Alicia of a scheduled business meeting and suggesting she should return to the mansion. Alicia agrees, inwardly praising Liden for his perfect timing. Prince Roland steps in, asking if the meeting will require any documents. Playing along with the excuse, Alicia turns to Prince Roland and thanks him for his concern. Alicia thinks to herself that even His Highness is helping her with the act. She notes with appreciation how perceptive and observant Prince Roland is. The four of them, Alicia, Roland, Lillian, and Nathan, stand together for a final moment. Alicia bids a cool farewell to Prince Nathan and Lillian, turning to leave. Lillian tries to stop them, but Prince Nathan looks flustered as she subtly restrains him, murmuring that she understands. Prince Nathan calls out to Alicia, promising they will meet again, as Lillian smiles sweetly at his side. With a placid smile, Alicia agrees, bidding them farewell, until then, as she and Roland depart. Alicia and Prince Roland walk away from the party, followed closely by their aides. Once clear, Alicia sincerely thanks Liden for the timely rescue, and Prince Roland for his quick thinking. She then stops, telling the prince she has something for him. Alicia presents a small wooden box to Prince Roland, who looks at it with confusion. As their attendants wait, Alicia looks up expectantly at the silent prince. Prince Roland asks if she would be willing to hold onto the box for him a while longer. Startled, Alicia realizes the gravity of his request as a memory of a grim king surfaces, and Roland confirms the king has discovered the Kingsword's location. He explains it's too dangerous for him to carry it now, and apologetically asks her to bear the burden. Alicia smiles graciously, accepting the task by saying she can't refuse a request from him, and he thanks her. She looks at the box with a delighted expression, her mind already racing with plans. Prince Roland watches her, his expression serious and thoughtful. The two part ways, their attendants following as they head off on their respective paths. At the royal palace, the queen is warned that massive damage from heavy rain requires immediate action. Her council pressures her for instructions on the nationwide crisis, and the queen calmly calls for the duke. A pair of elegant shoes step forward as Alicia's voice answers the summons, "Yes, your majesty, the queen." With a confident smile, Alicia holds a document and declares she will explain her plans herself. A nobleman is impressed, noting her disaster plan is even tailored to the finances of each territory. Another man laughs with relief at her thoroughness as Alicia stands by the queen. The queen smiles, thinking that the noble council has honestly been getting too complacent lately. Alicia suggests that perhaps their complacency is just fine for now. Delighted, the queen tells Alicia she absolutely loves that cunning side of her. Alicia beams, replying that it is an honor to receive Her Majesty's praise. The two women share a moment of mutual admiration and understanding in the queen's office. Alicia advises the queen to rest, reminding her she's been working hard on preparations for the founding festival. The queen closes her eyes with a gentle smile, telling her not to worry. In another room, a man relaxes as the queen's voiceover mentions she plans to have tea with His Majesty later. The queen's attention returns to Alicia, who is still before her. Alicia smiles softly and thanks the queen for her concern. The queen suddenly remembers, realizing today is the day Alicia is set to meet her important guest. With a knowing look, the queen addresses her formally as the Duchess of Branford. As queen of Estrain, she officially orders Alicia to take good care of their important guest from the kingdom of Raymond. Alicia bows gracefully, accepting the order as Her Majesty commands. A rattle echoes as the scene shifts to the inside of a moving carriage. Riding with Lidan, Alicia expresses her relief that her disaster countermeasure plan was accepted so easily. Her thoughts drift back to when she first became the queen's aide. She recalls how she was once looked down on but gained recognition by supporting Queen Adelia's rule. A memory shows her presenting a case before the council. She remembers winning over the skeptical nobleman with her competence. Alicia reflects on how people's attitudes toward her gradually began to change. She thinks proudly of how she has now earned trust and prestige within the noble council and high society. As her carriage rolls through the city, Lidan asks if there were any issues with the proposal, and Alicia assures him everything is fine. She fondly remembers the plan she and Hans worked so diligently on with her staff. She continues her thought, noting that even the members of the noble council praised it without reservation, much to Lidan's delight. She apologizes for adding to his workload during the busy preparations for the founding festival. Lidan beams, proudly declaring that assisting Lady Alicia is the greatest purpose of his life now that he is an official butler. Alicia praises him, admitting he was incredibly capable even when he was just an apprentice. She thinks back to the beginning of the year, when Lidan finally earned Hans' approval and became the official butler of the Branford household. A flashback shows Lidan working hard under Hans' watchful eye, with Alicia finding Hans' stern demeanor a bit twisted. She recalls Hans' strange reasoning that formally appointing Lidan might make him arrogant. He had come to her with a sour face, dragging things out with flimsy excuses. A memory shows Alicia mediating between the two, telling Hans to ensure Lidan remains vigilant. Alicia smiles, remembering how amusing she found Hans' conflicted expression. Bringing herself back to the present, she addresses Lidan as her proud and capable butler and hands him a document. Lidan happily accepts, presenting her with the proposal for the founding festival's market stalls. Alicia thanks him and begins reading the document with a thoughtful smile. Their ornate carriage passes through the gates of a sprawling, beautiful estate. After reviewing the pages, Alicia nods in agreement with the contents. Lidan suggests they finalize the details once they return to the mansion. As Alicia begins to discuss staffing needs, she glances out the window with a curious expression. She spies another carriage waiting at the entrance, realizing their guests have arrived ahead of them. As she steps down from the carriage, Alicia is greeted by Hans, and she warmly replies, "I'm home, Hans." She smiles at her head butler and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Alicia greets the gray-haired Mr. Mathis, noting it's been a while since their last encounter. Mr. Mathis smiles, expressing surprise that Alicia arrived earlier than anticipated. The narrative focuses on Prince Roland, highlighted with elegant blue flowers. Alicia states they've arrived earlier than expected, as Prince Roland and his group make their entrance. Prince Roland greets Lady Alicia, remarking that it's been a while and that he will be in her care once again. Prince Roland, while kissing Alicia's hand, questions when he last visited, adding that it doesn't feel like much time has passed. An off-panel speaker expresses happiness that Mr. Mathis is doing well, to which the gray-haired man sincerely thanks them for their concern. An off-panel voice politely asks them to make themselves comfortable, confirming the annex has been prepared for their stay. Alicia smiles, suggesting Lidan guide them, even though it might no longer be strictly necessary given their familiarity. Alicia invites Prince Roland to join her for tea later, addressing him respectfully. Prince Roland gives a determined smile before instructing them to proceed, looking towards the grand building. Someone reflects on how accustomed they've become to this room, filled with personal belongings in a suitcase. Mr. Mathis reminds Prince Roland that he stays in this room twice a year, explaining his familiarity. Prince Roland muses, acknowledging the truth of the statement while his hand rests on a stack of books. Prince Roland reflects that while the reasons vary, his visits always bring him to his strain. Prince Roland feels grateful for this peaceful and quiet place to stay every time he visits a strain. Prince Roland contemplates that staying at the detached palace would be a hassle, though he always feels a little guilty about it. An off-panel voice calls out to Prince Roland, respectfully addressing him. Mr. Mathis asks Prince Roland about the gifts for Lady Alicia, prompting a thoughtful ah from the prince. Prince Roland instructs Mr. Mathis to have Lidan handle the numerous gifts, and Mr. Mathis confirms he understood. Prince Roland's gloved hand gently passes a small gift box to Mr. Mathis's gloved hands, which are already laden with other presents. Prince Roland holds the small gift box, deciding he will personally give it to her. With Prince Roland's eyes closed, Mr. Mathis respectfully agrees to his decision, holding the other gifts. An internal thought notes that despite being an exceptional person, there's more to his character. The red-caped man asks the light brown-haired Mathis if the gifts are sufficient, and Mathis assures him that his sentiments will be conveyed, to which the red-caped man replies, "I see." Alicia asks if the Kingdom of Raymond favorably accepted the proposal, and Prince Roland confirms, explaining they understand the cooperative system's contribution to technological advancement. Prince Roland states that the few remaining dissenting voices will soon disappear, which Alicia is pleased to hear. Alicia sips her tea, reflecting on events that have unfolded over the past few years. The narrative explains that Astrain, once lagging in medicine, has significantly advanced and established medical facilities nationwide thanks to their project. The narrative continues, stating Astrain has prospered greatly, then shifts focus to the Kingdom of Raymond. The narrative highlights that with Prince Roland's active involvement, things began to change for Raymond. An off-panel voice expresses gratitude, crediting Prince Roland for personally traveling and persuading various regions. Alicia genuinely thanks Prince Roland, smiling across the table filled with sweets. Prince Roland modestly states he was only able to persuade them due to Alicia's original proposal. The narrative explains the strategy involved using Astrain's unique plants as bargaining chips, while also leveraging Raymond's technological advancements. Prince Roland expresses his continuous gratitude, but Alicia quickly counters, feeling she is the one who should be grateful. Alicia's gratitude continues, attributing her ducal family's regained power and success to Prince Roland's backing. Alicia explains that thanks to Prince Roland's support, the number of troublesome marriage proposals she receives has been significantly reduced. Prince Roland takes a sip of his tea, with Mr. Mathis observing him in the background. Prince Roland wonders if Alicia is truly receiving such a large number of marriage proposals, his reflection visible in his tea. Lidan humorously exaggerates the number of marriage proposals, stating it feels like every nobleman in Astrain is sending them, making replying a considerable task. Prince Roland, holding his teacup, seeks confirmation from Lady Alicia about Lidan's remark. Alicia concedes that proposals arrive, but insists Lidan is exaggerating the sheer volume. Mr. Mathis interjects, disagreeing with Alicia and stating that Lidan's description is not an exaggeration. Mr. Mathis compliments Lady Alicia's beauty, predicting that marriage proposals from Raymond will soon follow, and asks Prince Roland for his thoughts. Prince Roland trails off, seemingly searching for the right words in response to Mr. Mathis. Prince Roland's thought concludes that the word beautiful now suits Alicia even more, acknowledging her growth. Prince Roland states that Alicia's beauty naturally attracts attention. Alicia smiles and softly giggles, accepting the compliments. Alicia reflects on her own proposals, then questions if Prince Roland receives far more, surrounded by images of sealed letters. The blue-haired man recalls that letters may arrive for him, but he doesn't bother to keep track of them. In a fond memory, Lidan chats with a gray-haired butler, Mr. Mathis, who laughs as they agree they both serve good masters. At the tea party, Lidan fervently prays that Lady Alicia will find a wonderful fiancé as soon as possible. The blue-haired man's expression grows serious and thoughtful. He waits patiently at the tea table, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Across from him, Alicia smiles warmly as she sips her tea. The blue-haired man's attention is fixed on Alicia as she holds a gift box. A gentle, knowing smile graces his lips. His gloved hand clenches slightly as he thinks of Lady Alicia. A simple, heartfelt message appears, "This is for you." He slides the gift box across the table toward her. Her butler standing by, he explains it's a belated gift for her birthday last month. Surprised, Alicia asks if the gift is truly for her, as Mr. Mathis presents it formally. Holding the box, she reflects that while she gets gifts every year, this feels different. The blue-haired man sips his tea calmly, waiting for her reaction. She is touched that, despite his busy schedule, he took the time to think of her. Alicia graciously thanks him for his kindness and asks to open it, to which he agrees. As she opens the lid, her eyes widen in awe at the contents. Inside rests a beautiful, glittering brooch shaped like a five-petaled red flower. Her mind flashes to an image of the delicate flowers that inspired the design. The blue-haired man smiles, asking if she recognizes the resemblance. She identifies the flower in her thoughts, the red bell. Alicia fondly remembers wearing the dress from her debutante ball while dancing with him. She also recalls seeing the flower design on a shop sign. With a gentle smile, Alicia closes the gift box, deeply moved. She formally thanks His Highness for such a wonderful and thoughtful gift. Holding the gift, Alicia looks at him with a pleasant expression. He listens intently as she brings up the founding festival that starts tomorrow. With the brooch resting on its cushion, she happily announces her plan to set up a stall in the castle town. Later, wearing the new brooch, Alicia presents documents to two officials, asking them to review a certain matter. The men agree to her request and depart, leaving Alicia alone in the grand, sunlit hallway. Her expression hardens with quiet determination as she watches them go. Just then, Lady Lillian arrives, flanked by her large retinue of servants. Lillian wears a bright, cheerful smile as she walks through the hall. Watching her, a noble woman with gray hair thinks with disdain, questioning if Lillian already sees herself as queen. The noblewoman recalls that she and Her Majesty have been monitoring Lillian's suspicious, covert actions. Lillian has somehow won over the castle's servants and soldiers, now acting as if she owns the place. The noblewoman watches Lillian's procession from afar, noting that both she and the queen see this as a serious problem. Lillian looks up with an innocent, radiant smile, completely unaware she is being watched. The noblewoman stands her ground, holding her papers with a stern, resolved expression. As Lillian's group approaches, the noblewoman greets them calmly. She addresses Lillian by name, coolly observing that she seems to be enjoying herself quite a bit. Lillian feigns delight, attributing her happiness to receiving a letter from a dear friend. The noblewoman remains silent and unimpressed by the excuse. An attendant leans in to whisper something to Lady Lillian. Her expression brightens with sudden realization as she exclaims, "Ah, that's right!" Lillian apologizes to her dear sister, explaining she must leave to prepare Her Majesty's tea. The noblewoman curtly tells her to give the queen her regards. As Lillian and her entourage depart, the noblewoman watches them go with a steely gaze. Elsewhere, Lillian instructs another maid to be careful while preparing the queen's tea tray. A maid rushes in, calling for Lady Lillian to announce that a package has arrived from her usual bookstore. A book is formally presented from one person's hands to another's. A smiling blonde woman, Lillian, enters a room with the book, announcing she'll take a rest. Two maids gush over Lady Lillian, impressed she has bought another difficult-looking book. As maids work in the kitchen, one remarks that Lillian is already such a refined lady. Clutching the book, Lillian listens, thinking about her desire to become the prince's wife. Hee. She smiles deviously, thinking that they all understand her suitability perfectly. Her confidence swells as she declares herself the one most suited to be the prince's wife. Alone in a vast, empty hall, she opens the book, revealing a letter tucked inside. Tisk. Reading the letter, she scoffs, calling her own mother a persistent and despicable woman. Lillian thinks with frustration about the constant, love-filled letters her mother sends, declaring she's had enough. She slams the letter down, wishing her mother would just stay quietly locked up in the northern monastery. Well, she muses, certain her big sister Alicia has already found out about this letter too. Looking at her reflection, she dismisses the letter as a mere decoy. She decides it would be better to wait for a letter from Duke Varad instead. Finally, a sinister smile plays on her lips as she touches her chin in anticipation. She holds a gleaming crystal pendant hanging from her neck. With a confident smirk, she declares that it will be a wonderful founding festival. A message on the letter confirms, all preparations are complete. The scene shifts to a vibrant, bustling city celebrating the founding festival. Petals fall over the festive streets, crowded with people enjoying the day. Gazing out a window, a smiling Alicia is glad that everyone is enjoying themselves. With private parties being held in the castle, she reviews a document. She considers if today would be a good day to show Prince Roland the city, as the grand ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sound at the door, where a blonde woman in a tiara and a man have just arrived. The blonde woman, the queen, apologizes for being late. In a meeting, a red-haired man reports another contact with Lady Lillian and presents the latest copy. Alicia takes the report, her expression turning serious as she examines the document. She recalls Lillian's method of receiving messages, buying at a bookstore instead of just one book. Alicia concludes that every letter arriving from her mother, Serena, seems to be a smokescreen to conceal their real communication method, a man with a goatee sighs, noting that they foolishly keep using this method, unaware that they are being watched. The queen notes that Serena has become a well-known figure, making it odd for her to send such meaningless letters. Alicia reaffirms her conviction that the letters themselves are merely a decoy. The queen acknowledges that Alicia has raised this possibility before, and Alicia confirms they must have another communication method. Alicia recalls that even while working in the castle, she rarely had opportunities to encounter Lillian. She remembers that using the power of her ring to obtain targeted information was extremely difficult. Even so, she was certain of another communication method besides Serena's letters, but the real method was still unknown. The red-haired man apologizes for the slow investigation, though he notes significant progress has been made. The queen says it can't be helped. The queen tells them not to worry. Alicia smiles, adding that Prince Roland is also assisting with the investigation. The red-haired man promises to report immediately, as the man with the goatee thanks Alicia for her efforts. The queen smiles warmly, saying she relies on the two of them. With a confident smile, Alicia looks up from her papers. "Yes, Your Majesty." She accepts the queen's trust. Later, Alicia and her attendants leave the room and walk through the grand palace. She is met by the blue-haired Prince Roland, whom she addresses as Your Highness. She informs him that she told the queen and the others they are close to uncovering the communication method, and he acknowledges her report. As they walk down a sunlit hall, the prince asks about the progress of a task he gave her. She asks him to wait a little longer. Alicia remembers seeing him yesterday and thinking he looked exhausted. Turning toward him as they walk, she asks how he is feeling. He turns to her with a gentle smile, assuring her that he is getting proper rest. The blue-haired prince, Roland, thinks about the chaos in Raymond, reflecting that he can never relax lest his lab be ransacked again. He wonders if his father's desperation to find the king's sword is due to his illness, which has worsened over time. Prince Roland closes his eyes, thinking that, at least for now, things should be safe. Alicia tells him that his need for vigilance is all the more reason for him to take a break. She places a hand on his shoulder and smiles, promising to change quickly so they can go out. Alicia suggests they visit the plaza and tour the castle town together. During the festival, Alicia narrates how she guided a cheerful Prince Roland through the bustling city streets. As they enjoyed the festival sights and discussed various cultures, she recalls that the time flew by. As a carriage waits, an attendant calls their visit insightful. Prince Roland agrees, thanking Alicia for the tour. Alicia looks back at him with a warm, gentle smile. The prince explains that while he's been to Estrane before, experiencing the festival with her was a fresh, new adventure. Standing with their companions, Alicia's expression turns curious as she spots someone approaching. Alicia happily calls out, "Mother!" and rushes to embrace the queen, who is waiting for them. The queen and Alicia share a warm, smiling embrace. The queen holds the beautiful red flower brooch she gave to Alicia. She thoughtfully remarks that if the gift is from Raymond, she might know something about the flower it depicts. Wearing the brooch, Alicia curiously asks if the flower is a Branford. The queen explains that it's a special flower that only grows in the Branford territory, so Alicia wouldn't recognize it. She adds that the flower has beautiful red petals, just like the brooch Alicia is wearing. Prince Roland's expression turns serious as he asks if it's the flower that produces white seeds. Surprised by his knowledge, the queen confirms that it is. The prince is inwardly shocked, never expecting to hear about that specific medicinal herb in this place. He formally apologizes for his forwardness and asks the queen to tell him more about the flower. His interest is piqued as he wonders if this is the very herb he has been searching for. Alicia and the queen listen intently, with Alicia thinking this herb might be able to heal King Estrane. She recalls the king suffering in bed, still plagued by the lingering after effects of a past incident. As they stand on the balcony, Alicia considers the profound implications of finding the herb. Prince Roland thinks of his father, King Estrain, who still suffers from those lingering after effects. The scene shifts to a palace hallway where servants exchange morning greetings, one named Remy among them. The next morning, Alicia wakes, her mind still occupied with Prince Roland's words from the previous day. She remembers the king's long illness and realizes with newfound hope that he could finally be treated. Sitting up in bed, she regrets that it was too late last night to discuss the matter in detail. With a determined look, she considers sending a letter to her territory depending on the situation. Her maid, Remy, enters the sunlit room with a smile, noticing Alicia is already awake. Remy wishes her a good morning as Alicia sits at her vanity table. Pushing a serving cart, Remy asks if she is heading to the castle again today. Alicia covers a yawn, feeling the effects of a restless night. She admits to Remy that she couldn't sleep well and is a bit tired. As Remy brushes her hair, she frets that Alicia is working too hard and not enjoying her youth. Alicia just smiles warmly as her maid sighs with concern over her well-being. On her vanity, the brilliant red flower brooch sits displayed in its box. Alicia looks at her reflection, a pleasant smile on her face as she gets ready. She contentedly puts her hair up, preparing for the day ahead. Her maid's words about being in the prime of echo in her thoughts as she gazes into the mirror. The thought triggers a dark memory of being engulfed in flames, alone and cold without her mother or Remy. The horrific vision continues as she remembers being bound to a stake and killed by fire. 11 years have passed since she returned to her 7-year-old body, but the memory of screaming in the fire still haunts her. Her inner voice declares with fierce conviction that the pitiful, miserable Alicia from that life is gone. With flames reflecting in her determined eyes, Alicia looks at the powerful ring on her hand. She finds strength in knowing her mother and Remy are alive, she has loyal allies, and the Queen and Prince Roland support her. Alicia reflects that by becoming head of her house, she has finally gained the power to protect those she loves. Thinking Remy has returned, Alicia is surprised to see a butler-like man standing in her doorway. The man with the mustache addresses her as Lady Alicia, stating he needs to talk about the trading company. In a meeting, Prince Roland reports to Alicia that the company she asked him to investigate has ties to anti-royalist nobles. Alicia reads the report with a grim expression, confirming her suspicions were correct. A flashback reveals Alicia tasked His Highness and a Mr. Mathis to investigate a trading company's secret communication method. While Alicia was working at the castle, she had a red-haired man named Leiden handle the investigation. Leiden is shown working diligently alongside Alicia and her team. Alicia recalls how Leiden befriended the castle staff to gather information on any suspicious activity. Through his efforts, they identified a dining hall maid who was secretly exchanging letters with a man from outside. They learned the man was a castle food supplier who delivered letters for a trading company, passing them through a chain of maids. This intricate delivery network allowed the letters to ultimately reach a smug-looking Lillian. Holding the evidence, Alicia's narration concludes that they finally have proof of the scheme. The man with the goatee reports to Prince Roland that only the company's president seems to be directly involved with the anti-royalist faction. The maids and the delivery man were merely unwitting pawns, and the letters themselves were encrypted. Alicia understands, musing that it was a simple but effective method, making it difficult to uncover. Agreeing with the assessment, she thinks grimly about the people plotting to take over the kingdom of Estrain. Clenching her fist over her glowing ring, Alicia resolves that they must strike before their enemies can make a move. She orders Hans to immediately write and deliver a letter to Her Majesty the Queen. As Hans agrees, Alicia turns to the red-haired Leiden and tells him he's coming with her to the trading company. Leiden beams, enthusiastically accepting his new assignment. Leiden turns to Alicia, asking if His Highness Prince Roland will be joining them as well. Alicia smiles confidently, holding the prepared letter. She turns to Prince Roland, who simply acknowledges her unspoken question. With the festival underway, Prince Roland agrees they must handle this situation before anything can disrupt the peace. The scene shifts to Lillian, who looks up with a knowing smile as someone enters her room. A caped man enters, bows, and addresses her as Lady Lillian. Having delivered his message, the man in the cape turns and promptly leaves the room. Lillian watches him go, thinking to herself that her enemies have finally caught on. She rushes to a seated man, calling out to Prince Nathan that the situation is serious. Lillian reports that a trading company plotting rebellion against the royal family has been discovered. shocking the prince. Leaning in close, she whispers that this is the perfect opportunity for him to assert his authority as the future king. With a cunning smile, Lillian proposes they seize the company themselves and turn the discovery into his personal achievement.